Yo, what's up everyone? It's Erised Harry, and today we're checking out, what if Harry could speak every language including Parseltongue, Mermish and Gobbledegook at age 6, drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Listened. The cat on the fence was complaining about the weather again. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the kitchen window, a soggy dishrag hanging forgotten in his hand, and listened. The tabby, Mrs. Figs, the one with the chewed ear, sat on the Dursley's back fence with its tail curled around its paws and grumbled in that particular way cats had, which wasn't really words so much as a texture of feeling pushed through sound. Cold. Damp. Undignified. The grey one from Magnolia Crescent has been at my food again and I will end him. Harry had learned not to laugh at things like this. He was 6 years old, and if there was one lesson the Dursley household had drilled into him with more consistency than any other, it was that Harry Potter should not draw attention to himself. Laughing at nothing visible was a reliable way to get Aunt Petunia's sharp knuckles rapped against the back of his skull and a hissed "What is wrong with you?" that didn't really want an answer. So he didn't laugh. He just watched the cat and felt a quiet warmth in his chest, the way he always did when he understood something he wasn't supposed to. It had started, well, he didn't know when it had started, exactly. That was like asking when he'd started breathing. There hadn't been a moment of before and after. There was just the slow, dawning realization that the sounds other people ignored actually meant something, and then the further realization that understanding those sounds made him very, very strange. The first time he remembered it mattering, he'd been 4. The Dursleys had taken him to the shopping center because they couldn't find a sitter, and Dudley wanted new trainers. Harry had been parked on a bench outside the shop like a piece of unwanted luggage, and a woman had sat down next to him, speaking rapidly into a mobile phone. She was upset. Her voice kept climbing and cracking. Harry had understood every word, though the language wasn't English. It was something fast and liquid, full of sounds that rolled and tumbled. Years later, he'd figure out it was Portuguese. At the time, he just knew the woman was telling someone that her mother was sick and she couldn't afford the flight home, and the person on the other end kept telling her to be practical, and the word practical made her cry. Harry had tugged her sleeve, an impulse he'd regretted instantly, and when she looked down at him with wet, startled eyes, he'd said, very quietly, "I hope your mum feels better." He'd said it in her language. He hadn't meant to. He hadn't even noticed. The woman had stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Then Aunt Petunia had come out of the shop and yanked him away by the arm, and that was that. After that, he'd started paying attention. He'd started testing. The Patels at the corner shop spoke Gujarati to each other when they thought customers couldn't understand. Harry could. They were kind people. Mr. Patel called his wife, "my heart," when no English speakers were in earshot, and Mrs. Patel complained fondly about his snoring. The family that moved in at number 7 spoke Polish, and their daughter was lonely, and their father worked nights and slept through the days, and they all moved around the house in whispers so as not to wake him. The tourists who sometimes wandered through little whinging-looking lost spoke French, German, Japanese, Spanish. Harry heard them all and understood them all and had to physically stop himself from giving directions. Because that was the other thing. He didn't just understand. He could speak back. The sounds formed in his mouth like they'd always been there, natural as breathing, with accents he'd never practiced and grammar he'd never studied. It was like reaching for a cup and finding his hand already wrapped around it. He didn't tell anyone. Who would he tell? Dudley would hit him. Uncle Vernon would turn purple. Aunt Petunia would get that particular frozen expression she wore whenever Harry did something inexplicable, the one that looked less like anger and more like fear. So Harry kept quiet and listened to the world talk. The animals were different. Their communication wasn't language the way humans used it, not exactly. It was simpler, more honest, built from emotion and instinct rather than grammar. The cat on the fence didn't construct sentences. But the meaning was clear, and when Harry pushed a thought back at it, "Sorry about the grey one, that sounds annoying, the cat's ear swiveled toward the window and it blinked once, slowly, in that way cats had that meant acknowledgement if not quite gratitude. Dogs were louder, more earnest. Squirrels were frantic and repetitive. Birds talked constantly and said almost nothing, like a radio left on in an empty room. The spiders in his cupboard were the strangest. They didn't speak so much as vibrate, meaning through their webs, tiny tremors Harry felt more than heard when he lay on his thin mattress in the dark. Mostly they talked about structural integrity. Sometimes they talked about flies. Once, during a rainstorm that had water seeping under the cupboard door, they'd communicated something that Harry could only translate as collective architectural panic, and he'd spent an hour carefully relocating their webs to higher corners, murmuring reassurances they probably didn't need but seemed to appreciate. He was a strange boy. He knew this. The Dursleys told him so daily, and for once, he thought they might be right. The truly frightening discovery came when he was 7. Uncle Vernon had been watching the evening news. Harry wasn't allowed to watch, but he could hear it from the cupboard, and a segment came on about some archaeological discovery. A scholar was shown examining a clay tablet, and the voiceover explained that the writing was in Sumerian, one of the oldest known languages, dead for thousands of years, still only partially understood by modern academics. They showed a close-up of the tablet. Harry, peering through the gap in the cupboard door where the latch didn't quite catch, read the inscription as easily as he'd read the back of a cereal box. It was a receipt for 14 bushels of barley. His hands had gone cold. Up until that moment, he'd been able to tell himself a story about his strangeness. Maybe he was just good with languages, the way some people were good with maths. A prodigy. The kind of kid they sometimes featured on those daytime shows Aunt Petunia watched, children who played piano concertos at 5 or solved equations at 7. But you couldn't be a prodigy in a language no living person spoke fluently. You couldn't have an instinct for something that hadn't been spoken aloud in 4,000 years. Something was wrong with him. Or something was very, very different. He'd curled up on his mattress that night, pulled his thin blanket to his chin, and listened to the spiders debate the tensile strength of a new anchor thread, and felt profoundly alone. 4 years later, on the morning of his 11th birthday, Harry lay in his cupboard and listened to an owl. Not the owl's vocalizations, those were simple enough, all territory and hunting and the deep hollow who that was less a question than a statement of existence. No, this owl was unusual because it was frustrated, and its frustration had a specificity that ordinary owls didn't possess. It had been circling the house for days. It had a job to do, and the beefy man inside kept destroying its deliveries, and its patience was reaching a limit that would have surprised most people's understanding of avian temperament. Harry lay very still and thought about the letters. He'd seen the first one. Just a glimpse, the heavy parchment, the green ink, the wax seal, before Uncle Vernon had snatched it away. He'd seen the address, too, and the fact that someone in the world knew he slept in a cupboard under the stairs had sent a jolt through him that he still felt days later. Then more letters came. Uncle Vernon burned them. Shredded them. Tried to flush them. The owls multiplied. Uncle Vernon nailed the mail slot shut. Letters came down the chimney. Uncle Vernon boarded it up. Letters came through cracks in the windows, under doors, stuffed into egg cartons. Harry listened to the owls and gathered that they were operating under institutional compulsion, a kind of magical obligation that wouldn't let them stop until delivery was confirmed. He gathered this not from their hoots but from the texture of their intent, the dogged, bone-deep must that drove them back again and again. Magical obligation. He'd started allowing himself to think the word a year ago, when a library book on mythology had described wizards and he'd felt a shock of recognition so visceral it was almost physical. Magic would explain it. Magic would explain everything, the languages, the animal speech, the time his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia shaved it off, the way he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang chased him. Magic would mean he wasn't broken. He was just something the Dursleys didn't have a word for. Then Uncle Vernon loaded them all into the car and drove with the manic energy of a man unraveling, and they ended up on a rock in the sea in the middle of a storm, and at midnight on Harry's 11th birthday, the door came off its hinges. Hagrid was enormous. That was the first thing. The second thing was that he smelled like dog and wood smoke and something earthy and wild that Harry's nose recognized as forest, deep, old-growth, magical forest, the kind where the trees had opinions. The third thing was that when Hagrid spoke, Harry heard layers. This was something he'd noticed about people who carried strong emotions. Their words came with a kind of undertone, a resonance beneath the surface meaning. Hagrid's undertone was a deep, rolling warmth shot through with nervousness and grief and fierce, protective joy, all of it aimed at Harry, and it was so overwhelming that Harry had to look down at his hands for a moment and blink very fast. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby," Hagrid said, and his voice cracked on baby, and Harry heard everything Hagrid wasn't saying, that he'd carried Harry out of the rubble, that he'd wept, that he'd thought about this boy every day for 10 years. "You knew my parents," Harry said. Not a question. Hagrid's face crumpled. "Knew them." Harry, everyone knew them. James and Lily. "Best people I ever." He stopped, blew his nose on a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth, and then rounded on the Dursleys with a fury that made the shack rattle. "And you never told him?" What followed was the most important conversation of Harry's life, and he absorbed it in silence, the truth about his parents, about Voldemort, about the wizarding world, about what he was. He sat on the lumpy sofa with Hagrid's enormous coat draped over his shoulders and let the words wash over him. He was a wizard. His parents had been murdered. He was famous. Each revelation landed like a stone dropped into deep water, sending ripples he couldn't yet trace. "Hagrid," he said finally, when the big man had wound down and was looking at him with anxious, beetle-bright eyes. "The language you just used, Voldemort. That's not an English word." Hagrid flinched violently. "Don, say the name." "It's French," Harry continued, almost to himself. "Voldemort. Flight of death. Or, theft from death, maybe. It works both ways." He frowned. "That's a chosen name. Someone picked that on purpose." Hagrid stared at him. The Dursleys, huddled in the corner with Dudley behind them like a fleshy shield, also stared. "How'd you know French?" Hagrid managed. Harry looked up at him and made a decision. The same instinct that had kept him quiet for 6 years now told him, with equal clarity, to be honest with this man who had carried him out of the ruins of his home. "I know all of them," he said simply. "Every language. I don't know why." The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear the storm outside choosing its next words. Hagrid sat down heavily. The sofa groaned. "All of them," he repeated. "All of them. Like, French and such. French, German, Spanish, Mandarin, Arabic, Swahili, Hindi, every human language I've ever encountered. And not just current ones. Dead languages too. Latin, Ancient Greek, Sumerian, Old Norse. And..." Harry hesitated. "Animals. Not full language, exactly, but I understand what they're communicating. I can talk to them." "Animals," Hagrid breathed, and his expression did something complicated. It went from shock to wonder to a naked, almost painful joy. Hagrid loved animals, Harry realized. Loved them more than most things. And here was a boy who could talk to them. Even, Hagrid leaned forward. Even, say, a snake. Could you talk to a snake? Yes. The joy on Hagrid's face flickered. Something else moved behind it, not fear exactly, but caution. The shadow of an old association. "That's, Harry, talkin' to snakes, that's called bein' a Parselmouth. And it's, well, it's not well thought of. Dark wizards. Salazar Slytherin and you know who. They could do it. But that's just one language," Harry said. "I can speak to everything. Snakes aren't special." Hagrid rubbed his beard. "I think," he said slowly, we'd better let Dumbledore know about this." "Who's Dumbledore?" "Headmaster of Hogwarts. Greatest wizard in the world. He'll know he'll understand." Harry noted the correction. "He'll know what to do with you had become he'll understand." He filed that away and said nothing. Uncle Vernon chose this moment to reassert himself, which went about as well as expected. There was blustering, and Hagrid gave Dudley a pig's tail, and then it was morning and they were leaving, and Harry stepped out of the shack and into the rest of his life. The boat ride was quiet. Harry sat in the bow and watched the mainland grow closer, and Hagrid sat in the stern and watched Harry, and neither of them spoke much. Seagulls wheeled overhead, chattering about fish. A seal surfaced briefly and regarded Harry with calm, intelligent eyes before slipping back under the grey water. It had been curious about the boat, nothing more. "Hagrid," Harry said as they approached the dock. "When we get to this Diagon alley, are there going to be non-human people there?" "Goblins, you said, at the bank." "Gringotts, yeah. Run by goblins. Clever folk. Bit sharp, mind. Don't try to cheat them." "Do they have their own language?" "Gobbledegook, it's called. No human speaks it, far as I know. Goblins are right protective of it." Harry nodded slowly. Something was stirring in him, not the gift itself, which was always there, steady as his own heartbeat, but an awareness of what it might mean in a world full of magical creatures with their own tongues and secrets. He'd spent 6 years listening to cats and spiders and Polish neighbors. What would it be like to hear a goblin speak? A centaur? A dragon? What would it be like to finally be in a world where being strange was normal? London swallowed them up. They took the underground. Hagrid folded into a seat like an origami boulder, knees up around his ears, drawing stares he seemed completely oblivious to, and Harry listened to the city. London was a roar of languages. On the tube alone he caught Bengali, Yoruba, Cantonese, Turkish, Romanian. A mother whispering lullabies to a sleeping toddler in Tagalog. 2 teenagers arguing about football in rapid-fire Somali. An elderly man muttering to himself in Welsh, a quiet monologue about how the city had changed, how everything changed, how the only constant was rain. Harry soaked it all in and felt, for the first time in years, something like belonging. Not to any one of these people or their languages, but to the vast web of communication itself. He was a node in a net that spanned the world. He'd just never seen the rest of the net before. Hagrid led him to a dingy pub called the Leaky Cauldron, and the world shifted on its axis. The barman, Tom, knew Harry's name. Everyone knew Harry's name. They surged forward to shake his hand, and Harry felt the undertones crash over him, awe, gratitude, curiosity, a dozen complicated emotions aimed at an 11-year-old boy who didn't remember the event that had made him famous. One of them, a pale young man in a purple turban, shook Harry's hand and introduced himself as Professor Quirrell. Harry's gift recoiled. It was the only way he could describe it later. Every language Harry knew existed on a kind of spectrum, from the bright, chattering immediacy of living tongues to the cool, distant echo of dead ones. But when Quirrell touched his hand, Harry heard something beneath the man's stammering English that existed on no spectrum he recognized. It was cold. It was dark. It was a tongue spoken in the space between heartbeats, in the silence inside a stopped clock. And it was watching him. Harry pulled his hand back. Quirrell smiled nervously and looked away, and the dark thing settled into quiet, and Harry told himself he'd imagined it. He hadn't. Diagon Alley was a sensory avalanche. Harry stood in the archway behind the Leaky Cauldron and let it hit him, the colors, the sounds, the smells of magic and commerce and 100 impossible things existing side by side. Owls hooted from the emporium. Cauldrons clanged in stacks. A woman argued with a shopkeeper about the price of dragon liver, and somewhere deep in the alley, something roared in a tongue Harry identified as young wyvern, juvenile, frightened, caged. He flinched and made himself walk forward. Hagrid was talking, about Hogwarts, about Harry's parents, about the list of school supplies, but Harry was only half listening. He was cataloguing. Every sign he passed was in English, but some had smaller text beneath, runic script on the apothecary, elvish notation on the wand shop, and on the towering white marble facade of Gringotts, a poem engraved in 2 languages, English on the left, gobbledegook on the right. Harry stopped and read the gobbledegook version. It wasn't the same poem. The English side was a warning about theft, pompous and vaguely threatening. The gobbledegook side was older, rougher, and said something quite different. It was a declaration of sovereignty. A statement that the gold within belonged to the goblin nation by right of craft and keeping, and that wizards were permitted to store their wealth here by goblin sufferance, not by wizard authority. The same building. 2 poems. 2 entirely different messages depending on which language you could read. Harry stared at those words and felt the first stirrings of something that would shape the rest of his life, the understanding that language wasn't just communication. It was power. It was politics. It was the ability to say one thing and mean another, to present a public face while hiding a private truth, to control a narrative simply by controlling who could read it. Harry? Yeah, all right. Fine, Harry said. Just reading. Hagrid glanced at the building. The poem, yeah mean. Yeah, it's famous, that. Enter, stranger, but take heed, the other one, Harry said quietly. Hagrid blinked. Other one? In gobbledegook. On the right side. Hagrid's face went through several expressions, settling on deeply uncomfortable. Yeah, can read that? I told you. I can understand all of them. Right. Yeah. Yeah, did say that. Hagrid tugged at his beard. Maybe Don mentioned that inside, yeah. Goblins are, they're particular about their language. Might not take kindly to a wizard readin' what they, just let me do the talkin'. Harry nodded agreeably, and they walked up the white stone steps between the bronze doors, past a goblin in a uniform of scarlet and gold who eyed them with professional disdain, and into the vast marble hall of Gringotts. The hall was cathedral-high, cold, and filled with the scratching of quills and the clinking of coins. Goblins sat on high stools behind a long counter, weighing precious stones, examining documents, counting stacks of gold with long, clever fingers. The air smelled of metal and ink and old stone. And the sound, Harry's breath caught. He'd never heard gobbledegook spoken aloud before. He'd read it on the building outside, and the knowledge of it existed in his mind the way all languages did, complete, accessible, waiting. But hearing it spoken was something else entirely. It was a language built for stone and fire. The consonants were hard, precise, struck like hammer blows on an anvil. The vowels were deep, resonant, pulled up from somewhere underground. It was a language that had been shaped by thousands of years of mining and metalwork and war and pride, and every syllable carried the weight of that history. 2 goblins near the end of the counter were having a conversation. To every other human in the building, it would have sounded like harsh, guttural noise, the kind of thing wizards imitated mockingly at parties. To Harry, it sounded like this: the Lestrange vault audit is 3 months overdue. Ragnarok wants it done before the equinox. Ragnarok wants many things. The Lestrange protections are layered with wizard magic, blood wards, loyalty curses, at least 2 varieties of flesh-eating enchantment. I'm not sending my team in there without a full counter-curse squad, and we don't have one available until November. Then Ragnarok will have to wait. You tell him that. I told him about the greengrass discrepancy last month and he threw an inkwell at my head. The goblin speaking this last part, a sharp-featured individual with wire-rimmed spectacles and an air of exhausted competence, turned a page in the massive ledger before him with a flick of one long finger. His companion snorted and moved away. Harry filed every word. Lestrange. Ragnarok. Blood wards. He didn't know what any of it meant yet, but his instinct for collecting information, honed by years of listening through cupboard walls, told him it was worth keeping. Hagrid led him to a free goblin at the counter and fumbled through his pockets, producing a key and a letter from Dumbledore. The goblin, his nameplate read Griphook, examined both with the particular contempt that goblins seem to reserve for wizard transactions. "Very well," Griphook said in English. "I will take you to the vaults. Follow me." They followed. Griphook led them through a door into a narrow stone corridor, and as they walked, Harry heard the goblin mutter under his breath in gobbledygook, not to anyone, just the absent grumbling of a person going about a tedious task. "Another wizard brat with a trust vault and a famous name. As if gold cares who your parents were." Harry shouldn't have responded. He knew that. Hagrid had told him to let Hagrid do the talking, and every survival instinct he developed at the Dursleys told him to stay quiet, stay small, don't show what you are. But there was something in Griphook's tone, not malice, exactly, but a weariness that Harry recognized. The weariness of someone who'd been overlooked so long they'd stopped expecting to be seen. "It doesn't," Harry said in gobbledygook. "Gold doesn't care about anything. That's rather the point of it." Griphook stopped walking. The silence in the stone corridor was absolute. Somewhere far below, Harry could hear the distant rumble of a cart on tracks, and further still, the deep, slow breathing of something very large and very old. Griphook turned around. His black eyes were wide, the whites visible all around the dark irises, and Harry watched the goblin's expression cycle through shock, disbelief, suspicion, and something very close to fear. "What?" Griphook said, still in gobbledygook, his voice barely above a whisper, "did you just say?" "I said gold doesn't care about anything," Harry repeated, in the same language. "I wasn't trying to be rude. I agreed with you." Griphook stared at him. Then he looked at Hagrid, who was watching this exchange with the bewildered expression of a man who'd heard nothing but harsh sounds and couldn't tell if a fight was about to break out. "The boy speaks gobbledygook," Griphook said in English, his voice flat. "Ah," Hagrid said. "Yeah. He mentioned he could do that. No wizard speaks gobbledygook." "Well, Harry's a bit, he's special, aren't you, Harry?" Harry winced. "I didn't mean to cause trouble. It's just, I heard you, and I understood, and I responded without thinking. I'm sorry if I've given offense." He said this last part in gobbledygook, and he said it with the formal register that the language reserved for addressing someone whose territory you had entered, a nuance he understood instinctively, the way he understood all linguistic nuance, as naturally as knowing that you whispered in libraries and shouted at football matches. Griphook's expression shifted again. The fear didn't leave, Harry could see it lurking behind those sharp dark eyes, but something else joined it. A grudging, complicated respect. "Your accent is perfect," Griphook said quietly, in gobbledygook. "That's not possible. Even goblin children raised outside the nation have an accent. You sound like you were born underground." "I know," Harry said. "I don't understand it either. I can do it with every language. Every language. Every one I've encountered." Griphook studied him for a long moment. Then, very deliberately, he said something in a language that was not gobbledygook, something older, harsher, with sounds that seemed to come from a throat shaped differently than either human or goblin. Harry understood it. It was a greeting, formal and ancient, in a language that predated the goblin nation, the tongue of the deep earth dwellers, the original miners, creatures of stone and magma who had been old when the world was young. "Peace under the mountain," Harry replied in the same tongue. Griphook took a step backward. His hand went to the wall as if to steady himself. He was trembling. "What are you?" he breathed in English. "I'm Harry," Harry said, also in English, and tried to smile. "I'm 11. I just want to see my vault." Griphook said nothing for a very long time. Then he straightened, smoothed his waistcoat with hands that still shook slightly, and said, "Follow me," in a voice that had gone extremely professional. They got into the cart. It plunged into the darkness at breakneck speed, and Harry whooped with delight because it was like a roller coaster he'd watched other children ride at a fair he'd never been allowed to enter, and for a few minutes he got to just be a kid having fun. Hagrid turned green and gripped the sides. Griphook drove with mechanical precision and kept stealing glances at Harry that Harry pretended not to notice. The vault was staggering. Mounds of gold coins, columns of silver, heaps of bronze. Harry stood in the doorway and tried to process the fact that his parents had left him a fortune while he'd been sleeping in a cupboard. "This is all mine?" he asked. "The Potter Trust Vault," Griphook confirmed, his professional mask firmly in place. "There is also the Potter Family Vault, which you may access at 17. Harry looked at the gold and thought of the Dursleys' stingy accounting, the way Aunt Petunia tracked every penny he cost them. He thought of Dudley's second bedroom full of broken toys. He thought about the fact that a pile of gold had been sitting in a cave beneath London his entire life while he wore Dudley's cast-offs and went hungry when he burned the bacon. He took a breath and let it go. Anger was a language too, and he'd learned to translate it into something more useful. He filled a bag with coins, following Hagrid's guidance on the denominations, and they moved on to the deeper vault, Vault 713, where Hagrid collected a grubby little package and told Harry not to ask about it. Harry didn't ask. But as they left the vault, he heard something that made the hair on his neck stand up. The vault itself spoke. Not in words, vaults didn't have mouths or minds. But the magic woven into the stone, the ancient protective enchantments, hummed with a kind of linguistic signature. It was like hearing a chord of music and knowing instinctively what key it was in. The magic on this vault was layered, complex, and very old, and threaded through it was something Harry recognized, the same dark, between heartbeats language he'd sensed in Quirrell's handshake. He shivered and said nothing. On the cart ride back to the surface, Griphook leaned forward and spoke to Harry and Gobbledegook, low enough that the rush of air would have made it inaudible even if Hagrid could have understood. "I will be reporting this to Director Ragnarok." "I figured you would," Harry said. "You should know that the Goblin Nation has a long memory. The last being to speak the deep earth tongue in our halls did so 700 years ago. He was not a wizard. He was something older. What happened to him?" Griphook's mouth thinned. "He was useful. And then he was dangerous. And then he was dead." He paused. "I tell you this not as a threat but as information. You should understand what your gift means to my people." "I appreciate that," Harry said, and meant it. "You are polite," Griphook observed, with the air of someone noting an unusual specimen. "Polite and apparently not stupid. This is unexpected in a wizard. I'm not really a wizard yet. I haven't even started school." Griphook almost smiled. It was a thin, sharp expression, but it was real. "Come back when you have. We will have things to discuss." They emerged into the marble hall, and Harry blinked in the sudden light, and Griphook vanished back into the depths of the bank without another word, and Hagrid let out a long breath. "What were you two goin' on about?" he asked. "He was telling me about vault security procedures," Harry said, which was true enough. "In goblin language?" "He's a goblin, Hagrid." "It's not goblin language. It's gobbledegook. It has a name." Hagrid looked at him, really looked, with an expression that was half admiration and half something heavier, and said, "You're a lot like your mum, you know that? She was always tellin' people to use proper names for things. Said it mattered." Harry's chest ached. "Tell me more about her," he said, and Hagrid did, all through the shopping that followed. They bought robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry met a pale, pointed boy who talked about Quidditch and houses and blood status with the casual superiority of someone who'd been raised to believe the world arranged itself around him. Harry listened to the boy's undertone, anxiety, performance, a desperate need to impress, and felt a flicker of something almost like sympathy. The boy was reciting someone else's opinions. You could hear the quotation marks. They bought books at Flourish and Blots, where Harry had to physically restrain himself from buying everything. The language section alone, textbooks in ancient runes, guides to Mermish, dictionaries of Centaur Startongue, made his hands itch. He picked up a book titled Intermediate Gobbledegook and flipped to a random page and found 3 errors in the first paragraph. "This is wrong," he murmured, frowning. "That's not how you conjugate the possessive. This would actually mean, I own your mother, which, I mean, depending on context, but in a banking situation, that's going to start a war." An elderly witch browsing nearby gave him a very alarmed look. Harry put the book down. They bought potions, ingredients, a cauldron, a telescope. They bought a trunk. And then Hagrid took him to Ollivander's. The wand shop was dusty and close, stacked floor to ceiling with narrow boxes, and the magic in the room was so dense and layered that Harry's linguistic sense was almost overwhelmed. Every wand had a voice, not literally, but each one hummed with the magical signature of its core, and each core spoke in the tongue of the creature it came from. Phoenix feather sang in the bright, fierce language of firebirds. Unicorn hair whispered in the silvery tongue of the forest. Dragon heartstring rumbled in the deep, hot speech of Wyrms. Ollivander emerged from the shelves like a ghost materializing from fog, and his pale eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that would have been unnerving if Harry hadn't already had a very strange day. "Ah," Ollivander said. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." He talked about Harry's parents' wands. He talked about Voldemort's wand. He produced box after box, wand after wand, and Harry tried them one by one. Sparks, destruction, nothing at all, a gust of wind that knocked over a stack of boxes. But Harry noticed something Ollivander didn't seem to realize he was broadcasting. With each failed wand, the old man got more excited, not less. He was narrowing in on something, eliminating possibilities with the methodical glee of a scientist approaching a breakthrough. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, though his tone said delightful puzzle. "I wonder, yes, why not, let's try an unusual combination." The wand he produced was holly, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather core. Harry knew this before he was told because the wand was screaming. Not in distress, in recognition. The phoenix feather inside was crying out in the language of firebirds, a sound like dawn breaking over a mountain, and it was saying, there you are, I've been waiting." Harry touched the wand and the world caught fire. Not literally. But warmth flooded through him, and sparks of red and gold erupted from the wand's tip, and the magic in the room rearranged itself around him like iron filings around a magnet, and Harry felt for the first time the full scope of what he was, not just a boy who could hear things, but a wizard whose magic was fundamentally entangled with the ability to understand and be understood. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. Yes, very good. But very curious. Very curious indeed." He told Harry about the twin cores, about the other wand, the one that had given him his scar. Harry listened and nodded and added it to the growing list of things about his life that were apparently connected to Voldemort. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander said, as Harry turned to leave. "A moment." Harry stopped. Ollivander leaned across the counter. His pale eyes were very bright. "Your wand chose you because of affinity. Phoenix feather cores are loyal, discerning, and they bond deeply with their wizard. But this particular feather, the phoenix who gave it, he is a creature of remarkable linguistic gift. Phoenixes sing in a language that heals. Did you know that? I didn't. Their song can reach into a person and find what is broken and speak to it. Comfort it. Begin the work of mending." Ollivander paused. "I heard what you said to yourself when you first touched the wand. The word you whispered." Harry frowned. "I didn't whisper anything." "You did. In a language I have never heard in 70 years of wand making, and I have heard a great many. It was not English or Latin or any tongue I recognized, yet I understood its meaning perfectly." Ollivander's voice dropped. "You said home. You said it in the language of magic itself." Harry stared at him. "That's not, I don't know what that means." "Nor do I," Ollivander said cheerfully. "But I expect you'll find out. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter." Harry walked out of the shop in a daze and nearly collided with Hagrid, who was standing on the pavement holding a cage containing the most beautiful owl Harry had ever seen, snowy white, amber-eyed, radiating a calm, fierce intelligence that Harry heard as clearly as speech. "Happy birthday," Hagrid said, beaming. Harry looked at the owl. The owl looked at Harry. "You hear me," the owl said, in the way owls said things, not words, but meaning, direct and clean. "I hear you," Harry thought back. "Good. I am particular about my companions." "You will do." Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him, and Hagrid looked pleased without understanding why, and they walked back through Diagon Alley together under a sky that was just beginning to consider rain. "Hagrid," Harry said, as they approached the leaky cauldron. "That man in the pub, Professor Quirrell, with the turban. What does he teach?" "Defense against the dark arts." "Poor bloke, bit of a nervous sort. Took a year off to get some field experience and came back worse than ever." "Why?" "No reason. Except that Harry could still feel the echo of that cold, dark language lurking beneath Quirrell's stammer, and he was beginning to think that it hadn't been Quirrell's voice at all. Hagrid put Harry on the train back to the Dursleys with a ticket for the Hogwarts Express, September 1st, King's Cross, platform 9 3/4, and a warning not to worry about the non-magical world in the meantime. Harry pocketed the ticket and spent the train ride back to Surrey reading his textbooks. He started with the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, which was perfectly adequate. Then he opened a history of magic and found it dense and dry but comprehensive. Then, on an impulse, he opened his copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and turned to the entry on Merpeople. Merpeople possess a sophisticated language known as Mermish, which can only be fully spoken and comprehended underwater. Above the surface, Mermish degrades to a harsh, grating shriek unintelligible to most listeners. No reliable written form exists. Harry mouthed a phrase in Mermish, a simple greeting, and felt his throat try to produce sounds that were designed for water, not air. It came out rough, distorted, like trying to play a violin with wet strings. But the knowledge was there. The language was complete in his mind, as rich and nuanced as any other, and he could feel the way it was meant to sound, fluid, harmonic, full of overtones that would resonate in water the way a cathedral was designed to amplify hymns. He closed the book and stared out the window at the darkening countryside. Every language. Every single one. Living, dead, human, non-human, magical, mundane. He carried them all inside him like a library with no walls, and he was only just beginning to understand what the collection contained. The train rattled on. Harry watched his reflection in the glass, a thin boy with messy hair and broken glasses and a scar like a lightning bolt, and thought about the poem on Gringotts that said different things in different languages, and Griphook's warning, and Ollivander's wonder, and the cold dark voice lurking inside a turban, and the fact that in just over a month he was going to a school full of magic where he would be simultaneously famous and utterly unknown. He thought about his parents, who had died protecting him, and Hagrid, who had wept at the memory of them, and the owl in the cage beside him, who had chosen him with a calm certainty he envied. Hedwig, he said aloud, testing the name. He'd found it in a history of magic, a saint who had been, among other things, a keeper of knowledge and a protector of children. The owl ruffled her feathers in acknowledgement. "That will do," she communicated, and tucked her head under her wing, and slept. Harry turned back to the window. In the fields outside, a fox was telling another fox about a rabbit warren near the old oak, and somewhere beyond that, in a language Harry could just barely catch at this distance, a stream was telling its stones about the rain that was coming. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass, the same way he'd done at the Dursleys' kitchen window 5 years ago, listening to a cat complain about the weather. But everything was different now. He had a name for what he was. He had a world to go to. He had a wand that had set home in a language he didn't know he was speaking. And in 1 month, he was going to Hogwarts, carrying with him every language ever spoken, and absolutely no idea what to do with any of them. The month passed the way time always passed at the Dursleys, slowly, miserably, in a haze of chores and silence and Dudley's television bleeding through the cupboard wall. But this time Harry had his textbooks, and a wand hidden under his mattress, and Hedwig, who came and went through the window he'd learned to pry open and brought him dead mice with an air of generous provision. He read everything. Not just the assigned texts, those he finished in the first week, but the supplementary materials, the appendices, the footnotes. He was especially drawn to a history of magic, not for Bathilda Bagshot's pedestrian prose but for the primary sources she quoted, fragments of goblin treaties in the original Gobbledegook, snatches of Mermish legislation, even a few lines of centaur prophecy in the Startongue that read like poetry and burned like prophecy should. The centaur text was interesting. It wasn't really a language in the conventional sense, it was a system of correspondences between stellar positions and meaning, so that speaking it was less like forming words and more like describing a constellation. Harry could do it, but it felt different from other languages. Slippery. Probabilistic. Like trying to hold water in a net. He also discovered, to his considerable alarm, that he could read the runes on his own scar. He'd been brushing his hair in the bathroom mirror, one of the few rooms in the house where he could lock the door, when he'd angled his head and caught the scar in the light and realized that the lightning bolt shape wasn't random. It was a rune. Old. Pre-Germanic. Part of a magical alphabet so ancient it predated the Elder Futhark by millennia. It meant bridge. Or doorway. Or, depending on dialect, the place where two things that should not touch are forced together. Harry had stared at his reflection for a very long time after that. He didn't sleep well the rest of the month. September 1st arrived, and Uncle Vernon drove him to King's Cross with an air of vindictive satisfaction, clearly believing that there was no such thing as platform 9 3/4 and that Harry would be humiliated and returned to the cupboard where he belonged. Harry stood between platforms 9 and 10, trunk at his feet, Hedwig hooting indignantly in her cage, and considered his options. He was about to ask a passing guard when he heard it, a woman's voice, sharp and fond, cutting through the station noise. Packed with muggles, of course, the language was English but the undertone was magic, that particular hum Harry had learned to recognize in Diagon Alley, the resonance of a person whose blood carried power. He turned and saw a family of redheads, a stout woman and a cluster of children, all with hair like fire, pushing carts loaded with trunks and owl cages toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched, and learned, and followed. The barrier swallowed him like a soap bubble, and platform 9 3/4 materialized around him in a rush of steam and noise and color, and the Hogwarts Express sat gleaming scarlet against the grey platform, and Harry's heart did something it rarely did. It leaped. The train filled up. Harry found an empty compartment and settled Hedwig's cage on the seat and pressed his face to the window and watched families say goodbye. The red-headed woman was fussing over her children, and the youngest boy, gangly, freckled, with a smudge of dirt on his nose, was trying to squirm away from her. A few minutes after the train pulled out of the station, the compartment door slid open and the red-headed boy stood there, awkward and hopeful. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing at the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." It wasn't true. Harry had heard at least 3 half-empty compartments as he'd walked through the train, but the lie was so transparent and so motivated by simple loneliness that Harry felt a rush of warmth toward this stranger. "Go ahead," he said. The boy sat. He said his name was Ron Weasley. He had 5 older brothers and a younger sister and a rat named Scabbers who was asleep in his pocket. He spoke with the comfortable sprawl of someone who'd grown up in a big, loud family, and his undertone was a complicated mix of insecurity and humor and a loyalty so bone-deep it was practically structural. Harry decided he liked Ron Weasley approximately 45 seconds into their conversation. They were halfway through a pile of sweets from the trolley. Harry had bought the lot, partly because he'd never been allowed sweets and partly because Ron's homemade sandwiches looked depressing, when a round-faced boy appeared at their door, nearly in tears. "Sorry," the boy said, "but have you seen a toad? I keep losing him." His name was Neville Longbottom, and his toad was named Trevor, and he was so anxious that his undertone was practically vibrating. Harry listened, and beneath the worry about the toad, he heard something much heavier, a deep, grinding fear of being inadequate, of disappointing people, of being sorted into the wrong house or no house at all. "We'll help you look," Harry said, and meant it, because he recognized that particular brand of fear intimately. Neville left, and not 5 minutes later, the door opened again and a girl with enormous bushy hair and a bossy manner walked in. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one," she said, and then, without pausing for breath, "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I've read all our textbooks already. I know all about you, of course, you're Harry Potter. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I?" Harry said mildly. "I haven't read those." "Well, you should, you're in them. Are you really Harry Potter? Can I see the scar?" Ron made a noise that was half laugh, half choke on a chocolate frog. Harry found himself grinning. Hermione Granger was overwhelming in the way a sudden rainstorm was overwhelming. You could either fight it or let it wash over you. "Sure," he said, and pushed his fringe up. She peered at the scar with academic interest. "Fascinating. The books don't describe the exact shape." "It looks almost like a rune," Harry said. "Yeah. I know." She blinked. "You study runes?" "Not formally. I'm good with languages." Her eyes lit up. The transformation was instant and total, like a lamp being switched on. "How good?" "I've been trying to learn some basic runic alphabets from the supplementary reading list, but the textbook contradicts itself in Chapter 4, and I can't find a reliable secondary source for the Elder Futhark variations. The textbook's wrong about the Futhark," Harry said. "The author confused the Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian variants. The vowel shifts are completely different." Hermione Granger sat down, uninvited, and they talked about linguistics for 20 minutes while Ron ate Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and looked bewildered. When she finally left to continue the toad search, Ron turned to Harry with an expression of awe. "Mate," he said. "I think you just made her entire year." Harry laughed. It felt good. It felt easy. Two people in one train ride who seemed to like him, not the scar, not the famous name, but him, and the feeling was so unfamiliar that he held it carefully, like a soap bubble he was afraid to burst. The train rolled north. The countryside darkened. Harry changed into his robes and watched the light fade and thought about what was waiting for him, a castle full of magic and secrets and languages he hadn't heard yet. He thought about Griphook's warning. He thought about Ollivander's wonder. He thought about the cold voice under Quirrell's turban and the rune on his forehead that meant bridge. He thought about his mother, who had insisted on proper names for things, and his father, whom Hagrid described as brilliant and reckless and kind. The Hogwarts Express plunged into the Scottish Highlands, and Harry Potter pressed his forehead against the cold glass and listened to the world rush by, speaking in tongues of wind and rail and distance, and for the first time in his life, he went toward the voices instead of hiding from them. The castle appeared against the night sky like something dreamed into existence, and even Harry, who had spent years training himself not to react, let out a breath that was almost a gasp. "Wicked," Ron whispered beside him. They were in boats, crossing a black lake that Harry could hear teeming with life. The Mere people were singing somewhere far below, a deep, haunting melody in Mermish that he understood perfectly, a welcoming song, ancient and formal, performed every year for the new students who would never know it was being sung. "Welcome, landwalkers. May your years be deep." Harry closed his eyes and listened, and the music sank into him like water into dry earth, and he was still carrying the echo of it when the boats bumped against the underground dock and they climbed out, dripping, into the bowels of Hogwarts. Ahead of him, a castle full of voices. Behind him, a world that had never understood what he was. Harry Potter straightened his shoulders, adjusted his broken glasses, and walked forward into the noise. Chapter 2, Sortings and Serpents. The entrance hall was enormous, lit by torches that flickered with a warmth Harry's gift told him wasn't purely physical. The flames murmured to each other in the elemental tongue of fire, a language so primal it was barely language at all, just heat expressing preference and intention. These particular flames were old, decades sustained by magic, and they were content. They liked their brackets. They liked the stone. Harry filed this away and focused on Professor McGonagall, who stood at the top of a short flight of stairs with the bearing of a woman who had been terrifying first years into compliance for longer than most of them had been alive. She wore emerald robes and a pointed hat and an expression that said you will behave or you will regret it with an efficiency that didn't require words. She explained the houses. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. She explained the point system. She told them to smarten themselves up and left them in a small chamber off the hall to wait. The first years milled and whispered. Neville clutched his recovered toad. Ron looked green. Hermione was reciting spells under her breath with her eyes closed. The pale, pointed boy from Madame Malkin's, Malfoy, Harry had learned, stood with two large boys flanking him like bookends and surveyed the room with practiced disdain. Then the ghosts came through the wall and everyone screamed, and Harry understood the ghosts too. That startled him. Ghosts were dead. He'd half expected their speech to be beyond his reach, the way his mother's voice in the mirror of Erised would later prove to be something else entirely. But ghosts, it turned out, were still speakers. They carried the languages they'd known in life, frozen at the moment of death, and their undertones were strange and flat, like recordings played back on old equipment. There was meaning but no warmth. Memory without metabolism. A fat, cheerful ghost was telling the students about Hufflepuff, and beneath his English, Harry caught Latin, the ghost's native tongue, the one he died speaking, and the Latin carried different nuances. In English, the ghost was friendly and welcoming. In Latin, he was performing a duty he'd performed hundreds of times and the repetition had worn grooves in him the way water wore grooves in stone. McGonagall returned and led them into the great hall. The ceiling was the night sky, stars and clouds and the faint suggestion of the moon behind a veil of mist. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. At the head of the room, a table of adults, the staff, and in the center of that table, a very old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles who radiated power the way a bonfire radiated heat. Dumbledore. Harry knew it before anyone said the name. The man's magical signature was so strong it had a linguistic quality, a deep, resonant hum like a chord sustained on an organ, complex and layered, with harmonics that suggested vast knowledge and vast restraint and something else, something Harry couldn't quite parse. A dissonance. A secret being held so tightly it had become structural, load-bearing, a secret that if removed would bring something crashing down. Harry looked at Dumbledore and Dumbledore looked at Harry, and their eyes met for exactly 1 second, and Harry felt a feather-light touch against his mind, not invasive, not aggressive, just a gentle inquiry, like someone knocking on a door, and he slammed it shut with an instinct he didn't know he had. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch. Then McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and put a battered old hat on it, and the hat opened a rip near its brim and began to sing. The song was in English, a cheerful ditty about the 4 houses and their qualities. But the hat's voice, its true voice, the one beneath the performance, spoke in something much older. Harry could hear it the way he could hear undertones in human speech, a deep, rolling language that predated the founders, a tongue woven from raw magic and intention, the language in which the hat had been originally enchanted. The hat, Harry realized, was sentient. Not alive, not exactly, but aware. It thought. It judged. And it did so in a language that was functionally the same one Ollivander had heard Harry whisper in the wand shop. The language of magic itself. The song ended. The hall applauded. McGonagall unrolled a scroll and began calling names. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and the hat was placed on her head. A pause. Then, Hufflepuff. And the table on the right erupted in cheers. Harry watched the sorting with clinical attention. The hat spoke its verdicts in English, but between each one, in the moments when it sat on a student's head and deliberated, Harry caught fragments of its true voice, processing, weighing, debating with itself in that ancient tongue. Courage here, yes, but underpinned by fear of inadequacy, not Gryffindor courage, Hufflepuff loyalty, she'll grow into herself if given stable ground, Hufflepuff. Sharp mind, competitive, wants to prove himself, Ravenclaw would hone him but Slytherin would forge him, ambition is the deeper root, Slytherin. Harry's hands went cold. He could hear the Hat's reasoning. He could hear the private deliberations that were supposed to be between the Hat and each student alone. The Hat wasn't projecting these thoughts intentionally, they were internal, part of its processing, conducted in a language no one was supposed to understand. No one except, apparently, Harry. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with the rigid posture of someone trying very hard not to run. The Hat dropped over her eyes. Oh, remarkable, the mind on this one, Ravenclaw is the obvious choice, but look at the courage underneath, the need to prove that cleverness has value in the world beyond books, she wants to matter, wants to do, not just know, Gryffindor will make her a force, Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a grin of pure relief, and she hurried to the Gryffindor table, and Harry felt a knot in his chest loosen slightly because at least one person he liked was in the house that felt right. Longbottom, Neville. Oh, the poor boy, so much fear, and underneath it such tremendous strength, packed down so deep he doesn't know it's there. Hufflepuff would comfort him but Gryffindor will challenge him, and this one needs challenge, needs to discover what he's made of, his parents' son, whether he knows it or not, Gryffindor. Neville looked stunned. He wandered toward the Gryffindor table still wearing the hat and had to jog back to return it. Malfoy, Draco. The Hat barely touched Malfoy's head before shouting, Slytherin, but Harry caught a flash of the internal process, fast, almost cursory, already decided, this one, shaped before he arrived, the mold was set at birth, nothing to sort, just confirmation, and there was something almost sad in the Hat's ancient voice, a regret for potential paths not taken. More names. More sortings. Harry listened to everyone and learned more about his classmates in those brief flashes than most people would learn in years of friendship. He learned that Lavender Brown was braver than she looked. He learned that Seamus Finnegan had a chaos in him that the Hat found genuinely entertaining. He learned that Dean Thomas carried a question about his father that had shaped his entire personality. Then McGonagall said, Potter, Harry, and the hall went very, very quiet. The whispers started immediately, Potter, did she say Potter? The Harry Potter? And Harry walked to the stool through a gauntlet of stairs, sat down, and felt the Hat drop over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. The Hat's voice filled his head. But it didn't speak English. It spoke the old language. The deep language. The tongue of raw magic. Well, it said, and the word carried weight and wonder and a vast, startled amusement. Well, well, well. Aren't you something? Harry responded in the same language. He didn't decide to, it was like the Gringotts corridor all over again, instinct outrunning caution. Hello. The Hat went silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, the amusement had deepened into something more serious. In 1,000 years on this stool, I have never had a student reply in the Founder's tongue. I did not believe any living being still spoke it. How is this possible? I don't know, Harry said honestly. I speak everything. I always have. Everything. The Hat turned the word over, examining it. You understand that this is not a normal gift, even by the standards of a world where normal is a relative concept? I've gathered that, yeah. You've heard my deliberations. The others, you heard what I said about them. Harry hesitated. Yes. Then you know things about your classmates that you should not know. That no one should know. The sorting is sacred, Mr. Potter. Private. The thoughts I share with each student are between us alone. What will you do with what you've heard? Nothing, Harry said immediately. It's not mine. I didn't mean to hear it. I'll forget it if I can. You won't be able to forget it. Your mind doesn't work that way. The question is what kind of person you are, whether knowledge you didn't ask for will become a weapon or a burden. A burden, Harry said quietly. It's always been a burden. The hat was silent again. When it spoke, the ancient language carried a gentleness Harry hadn't expected from a piece of enchanted headwear. Let me look at you properly, then. Let me see what we're working with. Harry felt the hat's consciousness settle more deeply into his mind, not the light touch Dumbledore had attempted but a full examination, invited rather than imposed. It moved through his memories with a kind of expert care, a librarian browsing familiar shelves. Courage, oh, yes, significant courage, the quiet kind, the kind that survives rather than charges. You've been brave every day of your life just by continuing to exist in that house. And loyalty, fierce, but conditional, given only where it's earned, not freely offered, and that's wise, not cold. Intelligence, significant, sharper than you let people see because visibility has always meant danger for you. And ambition. The hat paused. You don't think of yourself as ambitious, do you? No. You're wrong. You want to understand everything, everyone, every language and every secret. That's the most dangerous ambition of all, the desire for complete comprehension. Slytherin would nurture that. Slytherin would teach you to use it. Harry felt a chill. I don't want to use it. I don't want to use people's secrets against them. That's what you say now. You're 11. Give it time. Put me somewhere that will help me be good, Harry said. Not powerful. Not clever. Good. The hat made a sound that, in any language, was unmistakably a sigh. That request, Mr. Potter, is the most Gryffindor thing I've heard all evening. Very well. But remember, you carry every language, including the one spoken in the dark. Gryffindor will teach you to face what frightens you. It will not teach you what to do once you've faced it. That, you'll have to learn yourself. The hat drew a breath that hats shouldn't be able to draw and shouted to the hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins, Ron's older brothers, started chanting, "We got Potter," with a glee that was infectious even at a distance. Harry pulled the hat off and set it on the stool and his hands were shaking, and as he walked toward the wall of cheering red and gold, he heard the hat murmur one last thing in the Founder's tongue, so quiet that only Harry could have caught it. Be careful, all-speaker. The last one wasn't. Harry sat down between Hermione and an older red-headed boy who introduced himself as Percy Weasley and began immediately explaining the prefect system. Harry nodded politely and didn't hear a word because his mind was stuck on All-Speaker. The hat had called him All-Speaker. Not as a description, as a title. The word in the Founder's tongue carried connotations of history, of precedent. There had been others before him. And the hat's warning, the last one wasn't careful, implied they had come to bad ends. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor moments later, and his relief was so enormous it was practically visible, a full body loosening like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He dropped into the seat next to Harry and let out a breath that lasted about 10 seconds. Thank God, he said. Could you imagine if I'd been put in Slytherin? Mum would have had me home by morning. There was never any chance of Slytherin for you, Harry said without thinking, and then caught himself, because he knew that because he'd heard the hat's reasoning, Weasley, another one, loyal to the marrow, Gryffindor before I even sit down, the whole family's the same, courage like a family heirloom, and he wasn't supposed to know that. Ron gave him an odd look. How'd you figure? You've got 5 brothers who were all Gryffindor, haven't you? Runs in families. A save. Thin, but adequate. Ron accepted it with a shrug and reached for the bread rolls that had just materialized on the table, and Harry let himself breathe. This was going to be a problem. He was going to have to learn a new kind of restraint, not the restraint of hiding his gift entirely, which had been his strategy at the Dursleys, but the subtler discipline of having information he shouldn't and not revealing how he'd gotten it. He was going to have to lie, or at least edit, constantly. The feast was spectacular. Food appeared on golden plates, roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup. Harry, who had spent most of his life on the lean side of hungry, ate until his stomach hurt and then ate a little more. Around him, the great hall hummed with conversation in English, but threaded through it were other tongues. The ghosts chattered in their native languages when they forgot to translate. The portraits on the walls held murmured conversations in everything from medieval French to Gaelic. And beneath the floor, far below, Harry could just barely sense the mere people in the lake, still singing their welcome, the sound reaching him through stone and earth and water like a radio signal from another world. Dumbledore gave his start-of-term speech. Most of it was standard administrative material, forbidden forest, banned items, no magic in corridors. But he also mentioned, almost casually, that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. He said it lightly. Some students laughed. Harry didn't, because Dumbledore's undertone when he said it was not light at all. It was iron-hard and laced with something that sounded almost like dread. Then Dumbledore said, "And now, before we retire, let us sing the school song," and waved his wand, and golden words appeared in the air, and everyone sang in different tunes and tempos, and Harry sang along while simultaneously translating the lyrics into gobbledegook in his head just to see if they'd rhyme. They didn't, but the attempt produced some interesting compound words. Percy the prefect led the Gryffindors to their tower. The fat lady in the portrait spoke English with a faint Italian accent that placed her origin somewhere in late Renaissance Florence, and she asked for a password. Caput Draconis, Percy said, and Harry noted it was dog Latin, badly pronounced, and meant dragon's head, and then they were inside the common room, and it was warm and red and gold and Harry could feel the magic in the walls humming a low, protective frequency. His dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase. 5 four-poster beds, scarlet hangings, a window overlooking the grounds. His trunk was already there. Hedwig was in the Ollery, he was told, and would find him in the morning. Ron took the bed next to his. Neville was across from them. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas filled the other two. They changed into pajamas, and someone said something about Quidditch, and Ron started explaining it, and Harry lay in a real bed with a real mattress and actual pillows and listened to his roommates' voices blur into sleepy murmuring, and thought about the hat calling him all-speaker, and fell asleep faster than he had in years. The first week of classes confirmed 2 things Harry had suspected. First, he was going to love magic. Second, his gift was going to make it very hard to have a normal school experience. The love of magic was uncomplicated. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick, who fell off his stack of books when he reached Harry's name on the roll, was delightful. The incantations were in Latin, or Latin-derived, and Harry could feel the linguistic structure underneath each spell, the way the words shaped the magic the way a riverbed shaped water. When Flitwick taught them Wingardium Leviosa, Harry understood not just the pronunciation but why that particular combination of sounds channeled magic into a levitation effect, the Latin roots, the rhythmic stress pattern, the way the vowels opened the throat to let power flow upward. He didn't cast it perfectly on the first try. The magic was there but the wand technique needed practice. This reassured him. He didn't want to be the best at everything. That was a different kind of visibility than he could afford. Transfiguration with McGonagall was harder, more demanding, and Harry respected her for it. She began by turning her desk into a pig and back, and Harry heard the spell she used, not the showy incantation she performed for the class but the actual magical instruction she whispered beneath it, a precise command in the Founder's tongue that told reality to rearrange itself. Transfiguration, he realized, was a language too. The most literal kind, you were speaking directly to the fabric of existence and telling it to become something else. He turned his match into a needle before anyone else, which earned a rare almost smile from McGonagall and a sharp look he didn't fully understand. That night, he found a note in his bag in handwriting he didn't recognize. "Mr. Potter, please see me in my office after dinner tomorrow." McGonagall. He went. Her office was neat and Spartan, and she sat behind her desk with her hands folded and looked at him the way she probably looked at everything, directly. "Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore has informed me that you possess an unusual gift for languages." "He has?" Harry was surprised. He hadn't spoken to Dumbledore yet. "Hagrid reported to him on your behalf, with your implicit permission, I gather." Harry nodded slowly. He supposed Hagrid would have told Dumbledore everything. The man clearly worshipped the headmaster. "It is not my intention to pry," McGonagall said, though her curiosity was a bright thread in her undertone, disciplined but unmistakable. "However, as your head of house, I need to understand any factor that might affect your education or your safety. Can you describe the nature of this ability?" Harry considered how much to share. McGonagall's undertone held no deception, no ulterior motive. She was concerned, she was curious, and she was already, on some level, protective. He could hear it, the same fierce, maternal vigilance she applied to all her students, sharpened in his case by something personal. She had known his parents. She had watched them die. She had sat on a wall outside number 4, Privet Drive as a cat and watched the Dursleys all day and tried to convince Dumbledore not to leave Harry there. He knew this because Hagrid had mentioned it, not because he'd heard it in her voice. But what he heard in her voice confirmed it. "I can understand and speak every language I've ever encountered," he said. "Human, non-human, living, dead. It's not something I learned. It's instinctive." McGonagall's expression didn't change, but her fingers tightened on each other. "Every language. Every one. Including Parseltongue. Including Parseltongue. But it's not just Parseltongue. That's one language out of thousands. I don't know why people fixate on that one. Because the only known Parselmouths in recent history have been dark wizards, Mr. Potter. Perception matters. Even if the perception is based on a sample size of about 3. McGonagall's mouth twitched. It was minute, barely a flicker, but Harry caught it. "I see you've inherited your mother's disregard for received wisdom. Is that a compliment?" "It is an observation." She paused, choosing her next words carefully. "Professor Dumbledore would like to meet with you as well, when you're ready. He has some theories about the nature of your gift that he'd like to discuss." "Theories?" "I am not privy to the details. The headmaster keeps his own counsel, a habit I find simultaneously admirable and infuriating." She said this with such bone-dry precision that Harry nearly laughed. "In the meantime, I have a practical concern. Your ability gives you an advantage in certain subjects, charms, transfiguration, ancient runes should you take it in 3rd year. I would prefer that you not coast on natural talent. Challenge yourself. Do the work even when the work comes easily." "I will. And Mr. Potter, be cautious about revealing the full extent of your abilities. I do not say this to encourage secrecy for its own sake. I say it because the wizarding world is not always kind to those it does not understand, and you are already carrying more public attention than any child should." He met her eyes. "I know. I've been hiding this my whole life." Something moved behind her stern expression, a flash of pain, quickly suppressed. "Yes," she said quietly. "I imagine you have. That will be all." Harry stood and walked to the door and stopped. "Professor, the Sorting Hat. It called me something. A name. All-Speaker. Do you know what that means?" McGonagall's face went very still. "Where did you hear that term?" "The hat said it. Right after it sorted me." "In what language?" "One I don't have a name for. It's the language the hat thinks in. The language the founders used." McGonagall stared at him. Then she stood up and walked to a bookshelf and pulled down a very old, very large book bound in leather the color of dried blood. She opened it to a page near the middle and turned it toward him. "The All-Speaker," she read, "also called the tongue of all things, the universal voice, or the bridge. A figure of magical legend, appearing once every several centuries. The All-Speaker is said to comprehend all forms of communication, human, creature, and magical, serving as a nexus between worlds that otherwise cannot hear each other. She looked up. I studied this at university. It's considered myth. A folk tale. The kind of thing that belongs in Beedle the Bard alongside the Deathly Hallows. And yet here I am, Harry said. And yet here you are. She closed the book. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this conversation. And Mr. Potter, I meant what I said about caution. Myth has a way of making people act irrationally, and a living myth even more so. Harry nodded, thanked her, and left. Back in the common room, Ron was losing spectacularly at chess against his own brother, and Hermione was reading a book thicker than her arm, and the fire was crackling cheerfully, and for a few hours Harry let himself be an ordinary first year with ordinary problems, like how to get the hang of the wrist movement for the levitation charm and whether the suits of armor on the third floor actually moved at night or if that was just a rumor. Potions with Snape was a different animal entirely. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim, and Snape entered like a thunderstorm made flesh, black robes billowing, a scowl etched so deep it might have been carved. He spoke in a soft, dangerous voice that demanded silence not through volume but through the unmistakable promise of consequences. Harry listened to Snape's undertone and felt the bottom drop out of his stomach. He'd expected hostility. Hagrid had mentioned Snape hadn't gotten along with Harry's father. But what Harry heard beneath Snape's silky English was a roaring chaos of emotion so intense it was almost incoherent: rage, grief, guilt, and love, actual love, twisted and buried so deep it had fossilized, directed not at Harry but at someone Harry reminded him of. Someone lost. His mother. Snape had loved his mother. Harry knew it the same way he knew the Portuguese woman on the bench had been crying about her sick mum, not from words, but from the shape of the emotion underneath them. Language was more than vocabulary and grammar. It was the entire architecture of a person's inner life expressed through sound, and Snape's architecture was a cathedral built on a fault line. Potter, Snape said, and the name cracked against the dungeon walls like a whip. Our new celebrity. He began asking questions designed to humiliate. What would Harry get if he added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Where would Harry look if Snape told him to find a bezoar? What was the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry knew the answers. He'd read the textbook. But more than that, the ingredients Snape named had properties that were described in their magical linguistic signatures, and Harry could hear them the way a sommelier could taste notes in wine. Asphodel spoke in the language of sleep. Wormwood muttered darkly about bitterness and regret. Together, they would create a sleeping potion so powerful it was called the Draught of Living Death. Asphodel and wormwood make the Draught of Living Death, Harry said calmly. A bezoar is found in the stomach of a goat and cures most poisons. And monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also called aconite. The dungeon was silent. Snape's eyes narrowed. Textbook answers, he said dismissively, though Harry could hear the surprise he was hiding. Recitation is not understanding, Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor for your classmate's failure to open a book. Ron made an outraged noise. Hermione, who'd had her hand up the entire time, looked like she was going to vibrate out of her seat. The lesson continued. Snape prowled the aisles as they brewed a simple boil-curing potion, and Harry focused on his cauldron and tried not to listen to Snape's internal monologue, which the professor conducted in a low, almost subvocal mutter. Most people didn't mutter to themselves in multiple languages. Snape did. His internal voice shifted between English, Latin, and, startlingly, a language Harry recognized as gobbledegook, though a formal, archaic dialect he associated with alchemical texts. Snape was thinking about the potion in 3 languages simultaneously, cross-referencing properties and interactions with a precision that was genuinely impressive. Then Snape's mutter shifted to a 4th language, and Harry's hands froze on his knife. It was the language from Quirrell. The cold one. The between heartbeats tongue. Snape wasn't speaking it, not exactly. He was quoting it. A fragment, a phrase, repeated like a sore tooth being probed. Harry caught 3 words and understood them, and they meant, the stone. The stone. The stone. Harry looked up and found Snape watching him with an expression of razor-sharp scrutiny, as if he'd felt Harry's attention on him. Their eyes locked. Harry looked away first, deliberately, and went back to his potion. That night, lying in bed, he told the ceiling about it. Not out loud, he wasn't that far gone. But he turned the pieces over in his mind, Snape muttering about a stone in a language associated with dark magic. Quirrell carrying something cold and wrong under his turban. Dumbledore's warning about the 3rd-floor corridor. The grubby package Hagrid had collected from Vault 713. These things were connected. Harry could feel the pattern the way he could feel the structure of a language, the grammar of events, the syntax of cause and effect. He filed it away and slept. The confrontation with Malfoy happened on a Thursday. Flying lessons were conducted on the grounds with Madame Hooch, a brisk woman with yellow eyes and a military manner. Gryffindors and Slytherins together, which was either a tradition or a punishment, depending on who you asked. Neville broke his wrist falling off his broom. Madame Hooch rushed him to the hospital wing. And Malfoy, because Malfoy couldn't resist a vacuum of authority, picked up the Remembrall Neville had dropped and held it up with a smirk. Did you see his face? Maybe if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat. Put it down, Malfoy, Harry said. Malfoy turned. His smirk widened. Behind him, his 2 satellites, Crabbe and Goyle, shifted their weight, a synchronized display of low-wattage menace. Or what, Potter? Going to stop me? You think being famous means, I think being a bully means you're insecure about something, Harry said, and I think I could have this conversation in any language and the answer would be the same. Give it back. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Any language. You think you're clever? He said something in French. Schoolboy French, stiff and formal, the kind drilled into wealthy children by private tutors, tu nes rein chuan sang mele élève par de moldus. You're nothing but a half-blood raised by muggles. Harry replied in French so fluent, so perfectly accented, so effortlessly Parisian that it made Malfoy's version sound like someone reading a phrasebook through a mouthful of marbles. Et tu nes rein chuan garçon que recite les opinions de son père parce tu il n'est pas encore trouvé les siennes. Rennes le rappeltout. And you're nothing but a boy who recites his father's opinions because he hasn't found his own yet. Give the Remembrall back. The shift in Malfoy's face was remarkable. French was a status marker in pure-blood society, the Malfoys were originally a French family, and speaking it well was a point of pride. Harry had just outstripped Malfoy in the one linguistic arena where Malfoy considered himself superior, and he'd done it without breaking a sweat. The surrounding students had gone very quiet, even the ones who didn't speak French, because the tone of the exchange was unmistakable. Whatever Harry had said, it had landed. Malfoy's cheeks flushed red. He mounted his broom, shot into the air, and held the Remembrall high. Come and get it, Potter. Harry got on his broom. The thing about flying, Harry discovered in the space of a single breath, was that it was a language too. Not metaphorically, literally. The broom communicated through pressure and vibration and the subtle shifts of magical energy that flowed between rider and wood. Harry's body understood it the same way his mind understood gobbledygook, instantly, completely, without conscious effort. He kicked off and the ground fell away and the sky swallowed him and he flew. It was the freest he had ever felt. The broom responded to his intent before he could articulate it, lean left and it banked, push forward and it dove, pull up and it climbed, all of it as natural as walking, as breathing, as speech. The air rushed past him and the castle spread below and Harry felt, for one dizzying instant, what it might be like to be a creature of the sky, to have a language made of wind and gravity and the sheer joy of defying the earth. Malfoy's face went white. He'd expected Harry to stay on the ground. Harry didn't negotiate. He didn't posture. He flew straight at Malfoy like a guided missile, and Malfoy panicked and threw the Remembrall, and Harry turned his broom into a vertical dive and caught the glass ball one-handed a foot above the ground and pulled up so sharply that the broom's bristles scraped the grass. The Gryffindors screamed in delight. The Slytherins looked sick. And Professor McGonagall, watching from a window, felt something she hadn't felt in years, the absolute certainty that she was looking at a born seeker. She pulled Harry out of his next class. He thought he was in trouble. Instead, she introduced him to Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, and Harry realized he'd just been recruited for the house team. Youngest seeker in a century, Wood said, gripping Harry's hand with the fervent intensity of a man who'd just found religion. We're going to win the cup. I don't even know the rules yet, Harry said. That's fine. You fly like you were born on a broom. We'll teach you the rest. Walking back to the common room, still dazed, Harry passed a window overlooking the grounds and caught movement near the edge of the forbidden forest. He stopped and looked. A man in a purple turban stood at the tree-line, and he was talking to someone Harry couldn't see. No, not talking. The figure was still, rigid, and the voice Harry heard wasn't coming from Quirrell's mouth. It was coming from the back of his head. The voice was speaking in the cold language, the between heartbeats tongue, and it was giving instructions. Harry was too far away to catch every word, but he caught fragments. The troll will serve as distraction, the dog responds to music. Severus suspects but does not know, patience, patience. Harry stepped back from the window, his heart hammering. The voice under Quirrell's turban was planning something. It involved a troll, and a dog, the three-headed dog that Dumbledore's warning surely referred to, and Snape. He needed to tell someone. But who? The moment he explained how he'd overheard, he'd have to explain what he was, and McGonagall's warning about caution rang in his ears. More than that, if the voice under the turban found out Harry could understand it, Harry would lose his only advantage. He went to the common room and sat in his usual chair by the fire and said nothing, and the secret sat inside him like a stone in his throat. 3 weeks into term, Harry went to see Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was reached by a spiral staircase hidden behind a gargoyle that responded to candy names as passwords. Today's was Sherbet Lemon, which Harry found either charmingly eccentric or deeply unserious, depending on his mood. The staircase deposited him in a circular room full of whirring silver instruments, portraits of previous headmasters pretending to sleep, and a magnificent red and gold bird perched on a stand near the window. The bird looked at Harry with bright, intelligent eyes and sang a single note. The note was in the language of phoenixes, the healing tongue Ollivander had mentioned, and it said welcome with a warmth so pure it made Harry's eyes sting. Thank you, Harry said in the same language, and the phoenix, fox, he remembered from the chocolate frog card, ruffled his feathers in what was unmistakably pleased surprise. Remarkable, said Dumbledore. He was sitting behind his desk, half hidden by a precarious stack of parchment, and he was watching Harry with the expression of a man solving a very old puzzle. His eyes were bright blue behind the half-moon spectacles, and his undertone was complex. More complex than anyone Harry had ever listened to. Layers upon layers, a palimpsest of emotions written over each other so many times the original text was almost unreadable. But Harry caught the surface, genuine curiosity, genuine concern, and beneath both, a calculating intelligence that was assessing Harry's usefulness with a precision that made Harry's skin prickle. Dumbledore cared about him. But Dumbledore also had plans for him. Both things were true simultaneously, and the tension between them was the dissonance Harry had sensed at the feast. Sit down, Harry, Dumbledore said, gesturing to a chair. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Fawkes doesn't usually sing for visitors. He certainly doesn't allow them to sing back. It wasn't really singing. He said hello. I said hello back. In the tongue of phoenixes. Yes. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Hagrid told me about your encounter at Gringotts. Minerva told me about your conversation with the Sorting Hat. And I have, over the past 3 weeks, received a rather formal letter from the Goblin Nation requesting, politely but firmly, information about the wizard child who speaks the Deep Earth tongue. He paused. It seems you've made quite an impression. I didn't mean to. The most significant impressions rarely are intentional. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Harry, I need to ask you some questions, and I want you to answer honestly. Can you do that? Depends on the questions. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise, and the faintest edge of respect. Fair enough. When did this ability first manifest? As long as I can remember. It wasn't something that started. It's more like hearing. You don't remember learning to hear. It's just always been there. And it encompasses all languages. Not merely human tongues. Everything. Human languages, animal communication, magical creatures, dead languages, even. Harry hesitated. Even magic itself. The way spells work, the way enchantments are structured, I can hear the language underneath them. Dumbledore's expression went very carefully neutral. Harry recognized the look. It was the look of someone who'd just been told something that frightened them and was determined not to show it. You can hear the language of magic, Dumbledore repeated. I don't know what else to call it. When Professor McGonagall transfigures something, there's a command underneath the incantation. A more fundamental instruction. I can hear it. Can you speak it? Sometimes. The Sorting Hat spoke to me in it. I answered. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Fawkes sang softly on his perch, a low melody that Harry understood as comfort. The phoenix was soothing the room the way a mother might soothe a troubled child. Harry, Dumbledore said finally, there is an ancient concept in magical theory called the All-Speaker. The Sorting Hat used this term with you, I believe. It did. The All-Speaker is not merely a polyglot. It is a person who exists at the intersection of all forms of communication, a living bridge between every speaking being. The theory suggests that such a person appears at moments of great need, when the divisions between magical peoples have become too deep to be crossed by ordinary means. The Hat said the last one wasn't careful. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Did it say anything else? No. The last confirmed All-Speaker appeared approximately 700 years ago. A witch named Ira of Powys. She brokered the Treaty of the Three Peoples, the agreement between wizards, goblins, and centaurs that established the current boundaries of magical territorial governance. He paused. She was assassinated 2 years later by parties unknown. Most historians suspect a coalition. She had made herself indispensable to too many factions, and indispensable people are dangerous. Harry let that settle. So you're telling me that the last person with my ability was murdered because she was too useful? I'm telling you that extraordinary gifts attract extraordinary attention, and not all of it benign. I want to protect you, Harry. But to do that effectively, I need to understand the full scope of what you can do. Harry looked at the old man and weighed his options. Dumbledore's undertone was sincere, he genuinely wanted to protect Harry. But the calculating layer was there too, the chess player's mind that couldn't help evaluating pieces and positions. If Harry told Dumbledore everything, about Quirrell's voice, about Snape's muttering, about the stone, Dumbledore would act on it, but he would act on his own terms, at his own pace, and Harry would become a piece on someone else's board. I think, Harry said carefully, that I'd like to understand my own abilities before I let anyone else map them. Is that all right? Something complicated moved through Dumbledore's expression. You are more cautious than I expected. I grew up in a cupboard, Professor. Caution is how I survived. Dumbledore flinched. It was tiny, barely visible, but Harry caught it and understood, the old man knew about the cupboard. Had always known. And the guilt of that knowledge was one of the layers in his palimpsest, written deep. I deserve that, Dumbledore said softly. I wasn't trying to hurt you. I was explaining. I know. And your caution is warranted. I will respect it. He stood and walked to the window, looking out over the grounds. But Harry, if you hear anything that frightens you, or that suggests danger to yourself or others, I hope you will come to me. I cannot protect what I don't know about. Harry thought about the cold voice under Quirrell's turban. About the troll, the dog, the stone. I will, he said. When I'm ready. He left the office with more questions than answers and a clear understanding that Dumbledore, for all his warmth and wisdom, was a man who held secrets the way a tree held roots, deeply, extensively, and as a fundamental condition of remaining upright. The snake incident happened on a Wednesday evening. Harry was walking back from the library. He'd been reading about the All-Speaker in every text he could find, which wasn't many, because most references treated the concept as folklore, when he turned a corner on the second floor and nearly stepped on a snake. It was a grass snake, about 2 feet long, and it had no business being inside a castle in Scotland in October. It was coiled against the base of a suit of armor, and it was cold and frightened and broadcasting distress in the sibilant language of serpents. Cold, 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 wrong place, where is the warm, where is the ground, cold, cold, hey, Harry said in Parseltongue, dropping to a crouch. It's okay. You're safe. The snake's head snapped toward him. Its tongue flickered rapidly, tasting the air, tasting his words. Speaker. You speak. I speak. How did you get in here? Carried. In a bag. A human with a strange smell, 2 smells, brought me. Put me here. I am cold. 2 smells. Harry's blood went cold for reasons that had nothing to do with temperature. The human, did one of the smells come from the back of his head? Yes. That smell is bad. Wrong. Dead, not dead. I did not like it. Quirrell. Quirrell had released a snake in the castle. Why? To test something. To see if Harry would reveal himself. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Harry scooped up the snake, it coiled around his wrist gratefully, seeking warmth, and turned to find himself face to face with a group of Hufflepuffs, led by a boy named Justin Finch Fletchley, who was staring at Harry's mouth with an expression of pure horror. You were talking to it, Justin stammered. The snake. You were hissing at it. Behind him, another Hufflepuff, a girl Harry didn't know, grabbed Justin's arm. Did you see? It did what he told it. It went right to him. Harry started. You're a Parselmouth, Justin said, backing away. Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. They fled. Harry stood in the corridor with a cold snake wrapped around his wrist and felt the familiar weight of being misunderstood settle onto his shoulders like an old coat. The rumor spread through Hogwarts like fire through dry grass. By breakfast the next morning, half the school was whispering about it. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, could talk to snakes. Like Slytherin. Like you-know-who. Ron was loyal about it, loudly and publicly. So what if he can talk to snakes? He can probably talk to everything. Tell them, Harry. But Harry shook his head. Don't, Ron. Why not? If they knew it was all languages, not just, because then they'd be afraid of me for a different reason. Harry stabbed a sausage with his fork. Right now they think I might be a dark wizard. If they find out I can understand everything they say in every language, they'll think I'm something worse. A spy. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and looked troubled. Hermione, characteristically, had done research. She slid into the seat across from Harry with a stack of books and a determined expression. I've been reading about Parseltongue, she said without preamble. The prejudice against it is entirely based on correlation, not causation. There have been Parselmouths throughout history who were perfectly decent people, they're just not well documented because the stigma made them hide it. The association with dark magic is a statistical artifact. That's great, Hermione. Tell that to the Hufflepuffs. I intend to. She was completely serious. Also, I've been thinking about your other abilities, and I have some theories about the mechanism. Have you ever heard of the concept of a universal grammar? It's a Muggle linguistic theory. Noam Chomsky proposed that all human languages share an underlying structure, a kind of deep grammar that's hardwired into the brain. What if your gift is an extension of that? What if you have access to a magical universal grammar, the deep structure that underlies not just human languages but all forms of communication? Harry looked at her. She was vibrating with intellectual excitement, her eyes bright, her hands gesturing as she spoke. She wasn't afraid of him. She wasn't even particularly impressed, she was interested, the way she was interested in everything, with a voracious curiosity that treated the unknown as a puzzle to be solved rather than a threat to be feared. Hermione, he said, that's actually brilliant. She flushed pink. Well, it's just a hypothesis. We'd need to test it properly. Can you come to the library after dinner? I have a research protocol in mind. Ron groaned. She has a research protocol. We've lost her. You could help, Hermione said. I'd rather eat my own shoes. That can be arranged. Harry laughed, he couldn't help it, and the laughter cut through the anxiety of the past 12 hours like sunlight through fog. These two people, this bushy-haired girl with her research protocols and this red-haired boy with his loyalty and his jokes, they were his. Not because of the scar or the gift or the prophecy he didn't yet know about. Just because they'd chosen to be. He was still smiling when Malfoy appeared at the Gryffindor table, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. So, Potter, Malfoy said, loud enough for the surrounding tables to hear. Training your own army of snakes now? Going to set them on the mudbloods? The table went silent. Hermione's face drained of color. Ron surged to his feet. Harry stayed seated. He looked at Malfoy, and past him at the Slytherin table, where several older students were watching with undisguised interest. The whole hall was listening. Malfoy, Harry said conversationally. Do you know what snakes actually talk about? Malfoy faltered. What? Food, mostly. Warm places to sleep. Territorial disputes. They're remarkably practical creatures. Not very interested in blood purity or politics. He picked up his toast. Kind of refreshing, honestly. A few people laughed. Malfoy's flush deepened. You think this is a joke? The heir of Slytherin, I'm not the heir of Slytherin. I'm a Gryffindor who happens to speak a lot of languages, including the one snakes use. If that frightens you, I'd suggest examining why. Harry took a bite of toast. Also, don't use that word again. The one you called Hermione. It's ugly and it's boring and it says more about you than it does about her. Malfoy stood there, vibrating with fury, searching for a comeback and finding nothing. The silence stretched. Then he turned on his heel and stalked back to the Slytherin table, and the great hall exhaled. Under the table, Hermione grabbed Harry's hand and squeezed it once, hard, and let go. Ron sat back down. Mate, he said. That was brilliant. It was just words. Yeah, well. Words are sort of your thing. Halloween crept up like a cat stalking a bird. The castle decked itself in orange and black, live bats fluttered through the corridors, and the smell of baking pumpkin filled the halls. Harry should have been enjoying it. Instead, he was tense. He'd been listening to Quirrell's second voice for weeks now, catching fragments whenever he was close enough, in class, in corridors, at meals. The voice spoke rarely and quietly, and always in the cold between heartbeats tongue, and its instructions were becoming more specific. Tonight. The troll. Release it during the feast. While they panic, move. The dog will be dealt with. Harry heard this on the morning of October 31st, passing Quirrell in the corridor outside the defense classroom. He heard it as clearly as he'd hear someone speaking at normal volume from 3 feet away. Quirrell's eyes were glazed, unfocused, and the back of his turban was slightly bulging, as if something underneath was pressing outward. Harry kept walking. His mind was racing. A troll. Tonight. During the Halloween feast. And while everyone was distracted, Quirrell, or whatever was controlling Quirrell, would make a move on the third-floor corridor. On whatever was hidden behind the three-headed dog. On the stone. He couldn't go to Dumbledore. He couldn't explain how he knew without revealing that he'd been eavesdropping on a voice no one else could hear, and even if Dumbledore believed him, the old man would handle it his own way, and Harry had a growing suspicion that Dumbledore's way of handling things involved letting events play out according to some larger plan that Harry wasn't privy to. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room and closed the door and told them everything. Not everything. Not the full scope of his gift, not the all-speaker, not the Goblin Nation's interest. But the important parts. Quirrell was carrying something dark, something that spoke in a dead language. It was planning to use a troll as a distraction tonight. It was after something hidden on the third floor. Ron's face went pale. A troll. In the castle. Tonight. During the feast. Harry, we have to tell a teacher, Hermione said immediately. Tell them what? That I heard a voice coming from inside a professor's head. They'll think I'm mental. Then we tell Dumbledore. He already knows about Dumbledore already knows something is going on with the third floor. He warned us at the feast, remember? He knows, and he hasn't done anything. He's waiting for something. Hermione's mouth opened and closed. That's irresponsible. Maybe. Or maybe he has a plan we can't see. Either way, I don't think telling him will change what happens tonight. The troll is coming. Ron swallowed hard. So what do? We stay together. We stay alert. And if something goes wrong, we help. Something went wrong almost immediately. The feast was in full swing, 1,000 candles, pumpkin lanterns, a spectacular spread, when Quirrell burst through the great hall doors, wild-eyed, turban askew, screaming about a troll in the dungeons. He collapsed in a theatrical faint that Harry, who'd been watching for it, recognized as completely staged. Pandemonium. Students screamed. Teachers leaped to their feet. Dumbledore bellowed for silence and ordered prefects to lead houses back to their dormitories. In the chaos, Harry saw Quirrell pick himself up off the floor and slip through a side door. No one was watching. No one except Harry. Hermione's not here, Ron said suddenly, grabbing Harry's arm. She wasn't at the feast, she's been in the bathroom all afternoon. She was upset about the charms class earlier. Harry's blood turned to ice. Hermione was in a bathroom. The troll was supposedly in the dungeons. But if Quirrell had released it as a distraction, there was no guarantee it had stayed in the dungeons. Trolls were stupid but mobile, and a frightened, confused troll could wander anywhere. Go with the prefects, Harry told Ron. I'll find Hermione. Like hell I will, Ron said, and the fear on his face was real, but so was the set of his jaw. I'm coming. They ran. The corridors were chaos, students streaming toward their dormitories, prefects shouting instructions, portraits yelling contradictory advice in half a dozen languages. Harry navigated by sound, filtering through the noise for two specific things, Hermione's voice and the trolls. He found the troll first. The sound was unmistakable, a deep, grunting vocalization in the crude tongue of mountain trolls, a language so rudimentary it barely qualified as such. It consisted mostly of grunts that expressed hunger, confusion, and rage, with occasional more complex sounds that indicated spatial awareness. It was on the second floor. Moving toward the girls' bathroom. Harry ran faster, Ron pounding along behind him, and they rounded the corner just in time to see 12 feet of solid gray troll lumber through the bathroom door with a club the size of a small tree. Hermione screamed. The sound cut through the troll's grunting like a knife through mud, and Harry and Ron were through the door before conscious thought caught up with instinct. The bathroom was being destroyed. The troll was swinging its club with mindless enthusiasm, smashing sinks and stalls, and Hermione was pressed against the far wall, white as paper, too terrified to move. "Oi! P-brain!" Ron yelled, and threw a piece of pipe that bounced off the troll's head. The troll turned. Ron went green. Harry did something that, in retrospect, was either very brave or very stupid. He spoke to the troll. "Stop," he said, in the mountain troll's language, with every ounce of authority he could muster. The sound that came out of his mouth was deep, guttural, almost subsonic, a sound that shouldn't have been possible from an 11-year-old's throat. He felt his magic surge behind the word, pushing it, amplifying it, turning a simple command into something that resonated in the troll's bones. The troll stopped. It turned its massive head toward Harry. Small, dull eyes blinked. Its club hung in the air, momentarily forgotten. "Who speaks?" The troll grunted. It was confused. Trolls were not accustomed to being addressed in their own tongue. "I speak." "Put the club down." The troll's face scrunched, it was trying to think, a process that was clearly painful and unfamiliar. Hungry. Lost. Loud noises. Scared. "You're in a bad place. Put the club down and I'll help you find the way out." The troll wavered. Harry could see it processing, the gears turning with agonizing slowness. It was scared, genuinely scared, a creature of mountains and caves dragged into a stone building full of screaming, magical humans, and its violence was defensive, not predatory. Then Hermione sobbed, a sharp, involuntary sound, and the troll startled and swung its club reflexively, and the moment of communication shattered like glass. "Ron! Now!" Harry yelled, switching back to English, and Ron, brilliant, terrified, loyal Ron, pulled out his wand and performed the spell they'd learned in charms that morning. Wingardium Leviosa. The club flew out of the troll's hand and hung in the air for one perfect moment, and then gravity reasserted itself and 12 feet of solid oak dropped straight onto the troll's own head. The troll swayed. Its eyes crossed. It fell like a condemned building, shaking the floor, and lay still. The silence that followed was broken only by dripping water from the smashed sinks and the distant sound of footsteps, teachers, running. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. Ron looked at the troll. "Did you just?" Hermione whispered. "Did you just talk to it?" "Yeah." "In its language?" "Yeah." "What did it say?" "It was scared. Someone brought it here, it didn't come on its own. It was lost and frightened and hungry and reacting the way any scared animal would." Hermione's expression shifted from terror to something softer, more complicated. She looked at the unconscious troll with different eyes. That's awful." "Yeah," Harry said again, and his voice was rough. "It is." The teachers arrived in a thundering herd, McGonagall first, white-lipped and furious, then Snape, limping, Harry noticed, as if something had bitten his leg, then Quirrell, who took one look at the troll and sat down on a toilet and moaned. Harry watched Quirrell's performance and listened to the cold voice under the turban, which was saying, in the between heartbeats tongue, "The dog bit him, Severus reached the corridor before us, no matter, there will be other opportunities, patience." McGonagall demanded an explanation. Hermione, in an act of social sacrifice so stunning it bordered on the heroic, lied. She told McGonagall she'd gone looking for the troll because she'd read about them and thought she could handle it, and Harry and Ron had come to save her. McGonagall docked 5 points from Gryffindor for Hermione's stupidity and awarded 5 points each to Harry and Ron for their bravery, and the math was pure McGonagall, a net gain of 5 points and a lesson in consequences. Walking back to the common room, something had changed. It was subtle but fundamental, like a key turning in a lock. They'd faced death together, or at least serious injury, and the three of them had each done something the others needed. Harry had communicated. Ron had acted. Hermione had lied to protect them. They were bound now. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Hermione seemed to feel it too. She walked between Harry and Ron with her head high and her eyes bright, and when they reached the fat lady's portrait, she turned and said, "Harry, I want you to teach me gobbledygook." Ron blinked. "What?" "Gobbledygook. The goblin language. Harry can speak it. I want to learn it. Properly, not from that terrible textbook that gets the conjugation wrong." "Why?" Harry asked. "Because if your gift means what I think it means, if you're really the bridge between different magical peoples, then you shouldn't have to do it alone. You need allies who can at least begin to understand what you understand." She paused. "Also, I've been wanting to learn gobbledygook since I was 9 and found out goblins existed, and no one would teach me because apparently wizards aren't supposed to bother." Harry looked at her, this fierce, brilliant, terrifying girl who'd been crying in a bathroom an hour ago and was now demanding goblin language lessons as if near-death experiences were just a standard part of Thursday, and felt a rush of gratitude so intense it hurt. "All right," he said. "I'll teach you." "Excellent. Can we start tomorrow?" "Hermione," Ron said, with the patient tone of someone who has accepted his fate. "We literally almost died." "I know. That's why there's no time to waste." They argued about it all the way up to the common room, and Harry listened to them bicker and felt the warmth of their voices wrap around him like a blanket, and for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, the weight of all his languages felt a little lighter. Late that night, Harry couldn't sleep. He pulled on his invisibility cloak. It had arrived anonymously at Christmas morning, which was still months away, so actually he didn't have it yet. He lay in bed instead, staring at the canopy, listening. The castle talked at night. The stones hummed with 1,000 years of accumulated magic, a deep, subsonic drone that was almost a language in itself, not words, but the memory of words, every spell ever cast within these walls leaving a faint echo in the rock. The portraits murmured in their frames. The ghosts drifted through corridors, conversing in the tongues of their respective centuries. And from far below, through layer upon layer of stone and earth and water, the mere people sang. Their nighttime songs were different from the welcome melody, slower, sadder, full of a longing that Harry felt in his chest like a physical ache. They sang about the surface. About sunlight on water. About the sky they could see but never inhabit. They sang in Mermish, and it was beautiful, and Harry was possibly the only person in the castle who could hear it. He turned on his side and pressed his ear to the pillow and listened to the mere people sing, and thought about bridges, and language, and the way understanding someone's words was the beginning of something but never the end. He thought about the troll. Scared. Lost. Used as a pawn in someone else's plan. He thought about Quirrell's passenger, patient and cold, planning in a language of death. He thought about Dumbledore's secrets, and Snape's guilt, and Malfoy's borrowed opinions, and the goblin poem on Gringotts that said different things to different readers. He thought about Ron, who was brave when it mattered and funny when it didn't and loyal down to the marrow of his bones. He thought about Hermione, who wanted to learn gobbledygook because she believed that understanding was an act of respect, not just a tool. "Be careful, All-Speaker," the hat had said. The last one wasn't. Harry stared into the darkness of his four-poster bed and made a decision. He would be careful. But he would not be silent. The world was full of voices that couldn't hear each other, humans and goblins and mere people and house elves and ghosts and creatures of mountain and forest and deep water, and the barriers between them were made of the same stuff as the barriers between languages: ignorance, fear, the assumption that difference meant danger. Harry couldn't tear those barriers down. He was 11. But he could start translating. He could start building the bridge that his scar named him for. And if something dark and cold was whispering plans inside a professor's turban, if something old and terrible wanted a stone that could grant immortality, if the world was about to get dangerous in ways that would test everything he was, well. He'd grown up in a cupboard, listening to spiders discuss architecture and a cat complain about the weather. He'd survived the Dursleys. He'd survived a troll. He could survive what was coming. Probably. The merpeople's song drifted up through the stone, and Harry closed his eyes and let the music carry him down into sleep, and the castle hummed around him, ancient and patient and full of secrets, and outside the window the Scottish night stretched dark and wide and waiting. In the morning there would be classes, and Quidditch practice, and Hermione's gobbledygook lessons, and the ongoing mystery of the third-floor corridor, and letters from the Goblin Nation that he hadn't answered yet, and 100 small interactions in which Harry would hear things he wasn't supposed to and have to decide, moment by moment, what to do about them. But for now, there was just the singing, and the silence, and a boy who understood everything and was only beginning to learn what understanding meant. Chapter 3. The weight of words. November came to Hogwarts like a slow exhale of cold air, turning the grounds brittle and white at the edges. The lake froze in patches, thin sheets of ice that cracked and reformed overnight, and the merpeople retreated to deeper water where their songs became harder to hear, muffled, distant, like someone singing in the next room with the door closed. Harry missed the clarity. He'd grown used to falling asleep to their music. He had other things to listen to now. Hermione Granger, it turned out, was the most relentless student he'd ever met, and Harry had once watched a spider rebuild the same web 17 times in one night. She showed up to their first gobbledygook lesson with 3 notebooks, a color-coded system of linguistic notation she'd invented herself, and a list of 400 questions. "Right," Harry said, looking at the list. "So when I said I'd teach you, I didn't realize you were going to treat it like a military campaign. How else would you treat it?" They were in an empty classroom on the 4th floor that Hermione had secured through some unclear negotiation with nearly headless Nick, who had been happy to vouch for their use of the space after Harry complimented his rough in 15th-century Castilian Spanish. Ron was there too, sprawled in a chair with his feet on a desk, ostensibly providing moral support but actually eating an apple and watching them with the bemused expression of a man at a sporting event he didn't fully understand. "Okay," Harry said. "First thing. Forget the textbook. I already have. It's rubbish. It's worse than rubbish. It teaches gobbledygook the way a tourist phrasebook teaches a language, survival phrases stripped of context. You can learn to say 'Where is the vault?' and 'I wish to make a withdrawal,' but you won't understand why those phrases are constructed the way they are, which means you won't understand anything a goblin actually says to you in real conversation." Hermione's quill was already moving. "Go on. Gobbledygook is an agglutinative language. That means it builds complex words by stacking smaller units together. English does this a little, think of unforgettable, but gobbledygook does it extensively. A single goblin word can contain a subject, a verb, an object, a tense marker, an emotional register, and a social status indicator. The word for, I respectfully request a meeting with someone of higher rank than myself regarding a matter of moderate urgency, is one word. 7 syllables. 7 syllables, Hermione breathed. That's incredibly efficient. It's a language designed by people who work with their hands. Miners, smiths, jewelers. You can't have long conversations when you're swinging a hammer or pouring molten gold. Everything is compressed. Dense. A goblin can convey in one sentence what would take a wizard a paragraph. Which is probably why wizards think they're being rude, Hermione said, and Harry saw the connection light up in her eyes. They're not being curt. They're just speaking a language that values precision over politeness. Exactly. Now, the other thing you need to understand is register. Gobbledygook has 7 distinct social registers, 7 different ways of speaking depending on your relationship to the person you're talking to. There's the register for equals, the register for addressing someone of higher rank, the register for lower rank, the register for family, the register for enemies, the register for business transactions, and the register for, he stopped. The 7th register was hard to translate. It was the one Griphook had used in the deep tunnels, the one reserved for speaking to someone whose status was unknown and potentially dangerous. The word for it in gobbledygook literally meant, the voice you use when you cannot yet see the blade. The register for uncertainty, Harry said. For when you don't know where you stand with someone. 7 registers, Hermione said. And the textbook teaches exactly one, the business transaction register. Which means every wizard who's ever tried to learn gobbledygook from a book has been speaking to goblins exclusively in the voice reserved for commercial exchange. Right. Imagine if every foreign person who came to England only ever spoke to you like a bank teller. After a few centuries, you'd probably think they were all rude and transactional too. That's, Hermione set down her quill. Her eyes were very bright. Harry, that's not just a linguistic failure. That's a political one. The entire wizard-goblin relationship has been shaped by a misunderstanding about conversational register. Among other things. The goblin rebellions weren't about conversation. They were about land rights, wand privileges, representation in governance. But yeah, the communication barrier hasn't helped. Ron, who had been quietly eating his apple, said, "So you're telling me that goblins have been angry at wizards for hundreds of years partly because we've been talking to them wrong?" Partly. It's a lot more complicated than that. But that's part of it. That's part of it. Ron chewed thoughtfully. Huh. That's actually really interesting. Don't tell Hermione I said that. I'm right here, Ronald. They worked for 2 hours. Harry taught Hermione the basic phonology, the sounds of gobbledygook, which required some throat positions that human vocal cords weren't naturally designed for but could learn with practice. Hermione approached this with the same ferocious determination she applied to everything, repeating sounds until her voice was hoarse, accepting corrections without ego, asking questions that were so perceptive Harry sometimes had to stop and think about aspects of the language he'd never consciously analyzed before. Ron tried a few words, produced something that sounded like a garbage disposal choking on a fork, and cheerfully gave up. "I'll stick to English," he said. "And chess. Can't go wrong with chess." "Chess has a language too," Harry said absently. "The way pieces move, the grammar of strategy. You think in it already, you just don't realize it." Ron stared at him. "You're mental, mate. But in a good way." They were packing up when an owl arrived. Not Hedwig, a Gringotts owl, sleek and black, with the bank's seal on its leg band. It dropped a heavy envelope on Harry's desk and left without waiting for a reply, which in owl etiquette was the equivalent of a formal summons. Harry opened the envelope. Inside were 8 sheets of parchment, each written in a different language. The first was in English. "Mr. H. Potter, you are hereby invited to attend a formal audience with the Goblin Advisory Council at Gringotts Bank, London, at a date of your convenience during the winter holiday period. This invitation is extended under the Protocols of First Contact, Article 7, which governs interactions between the Goblin Nation and individuals of significant diplomatic potential." The second was in gobbledygook, and said much the same thing but with different emphasis. The gobbledygook version stressed that this was an honor, not a request, and that refusal would be noted. The third was in French. The fourth in Latin. The fifth in Mermish, which struck Harry as odd, since he doubted goblins typically communicated with mere people. The sixth was in Centaur Star Tongue, which was even odder. The seventh was in Elvish, House Elf Elvish, not Tolkien Elvish, a language Harry rarely heard because house elves typically spoke the language of their masters. The eighth was in the Deep Earth Tongue. The one Griphook had tested him with. The language of the original miners, the stone speakers, the ancient ones. And this 8th message said something the other 7 did not. "All speaker, we know what you are. The nation is divided. Some wish to use you. Some wish to protect you. Some wish you had never been born. Come to us prepared, or do not come at all. R. Ragnarok." The director of Gringotts himself. Harry read the 8th message 3 times, then folded all 8 sheets carefully and put them in his pocket. "What is it?" Hermione asked. "The goblins want to meet with me. Officially." "When?" "Christmas break." Ron looked alarmed. "You're not actually going, are you? Into Gringotts? Alone?" I don't think they're going to hurt me, Ron. They invited me under formal diplomatic protocols. That means protections on both sides. The goblins have tried to kill wizards before, Harry. Wizards have tried to kill goblins before too. Rather more successfully, historically. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and looked uncomfortable. Fair point. Hermione was reading over Harry's shoulder, the English version, which was the only one she could currently manage. Article 7 of the Protocols of First Contact. That's not a standard invitation. That's reserved for situations where a new entity, a person, a creature, a nation, enters the goblin sphere of awareness for the first time. They're treating you as a diplomatic entity, Harry. Not as a student or a customer. As someone representing something larger. The All-Speaker, Harry said. What? He hadn't told them about that. He'd been holding it back, not from distrust but from a desire to understand it himself before trying to explain. But looking at Ron and Hermione, Ron's worried frown, Hermione's keen attention, he realized that keeping it from them was becoming its own kind of dishonesty. So he told them. About the Sorting Hat's words, about the Founder's tongue, about McGonagall's book and Dumbledore's history of Ira of Powys. He told them about the Deep Earth tongue and Griphook's reaction and the fact that the last known All-Speaker had been assassinated. When he finished, the classroom was very quiet. Ron spoke first. So you're basically a mythological figure. I'm a kid who can talk to things. The mythology is other people's interpretation. No, mate, I mean, the goblins are treating you like a myth come to life. That's not normal diplomatic stuff. That's religious. Or close to it. Harry hadn't thought of it that way. The idea made his stomach clench. Hermione was processing differently, he could see the gears turning behind her eyes, information being sorted and filed and cross-referenced at high speed. The invitation in 8 languages, she said slowly. That's a test. They want to confirm you can read all of them. And the 8th message, the one that's different, that's a warning from someone on the inside. Someone who wants you to come prepared. Ragnarok. The director himself. Which means he's either your ally or he's setting a trap, and I genuinely can't tell which. Could be both, Harry said. Goblins aren't binary. Their concept of loyalty is transactional, you earn it through demonstrated value, not through emotional connection. Ragnarok might be warning me because he wants me to survive the meeting, because a dead All-Speaker is worth less than a living one. That's chilling. That's goblins. It's not malice. It's pragmatism. Hermione pulled out her notebook and started writing. Okay. We have approximately 6 weeks until Christmas break. I'm going to research everything I can find about goblin diplomatic protocols, the All-Speaker myth, and the history of wizard-goblin relations. Ron, why do I feel like I'm about to get homework? Because you are. I need you to write to your brothers, Bill, specifically. He works for Gringotts, doesn't he? As a cursebreaker? Ron blinked. Yeah. In Egypt. Write to him. Ask him what he knows about goblin politics, about the advisory council, about Ragnarok. Don't mention Harry by name, just say a friend has been invited to a diplomatic meeting and you want to know what to expect. Bill'll see right through that. Then let him. Bill is a Gringotts employee. He'll understand the significance. Ron looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. She's right. We need intel. Fine. But I'm doing it under protest. Ron paused. Also, I'm sort of terrified. Just want to put that on the record. Noted, Hermione said. Now. The other matter. She meant Quirrell. They'd been circling it for weeks, the cold voice, the troll, the stone, and Harry had been sharing fragments as he overheard them, building a picture that was incomplete but increasingly alarming. I heard something new this morning, Harry said. In defense class. The voice was talking about someone called Flammel. It said, Flamel's protections are layered but finite. The old man trusts too many guardians. Flamel, Hermione repeated, her brow furrowing. I know that name. I've read it somewhere. Think about it. Because whatever is hidden on the third floor, whatever is behind that three-headed dog, it belongs to someone named Flamel, and Quirrell's passenger wants it badly. Quirrell's passenger, Ron muttered. You keep saying that. You really think there's someone else, something else, inside Quirrell? I don't think it. I hear it. There are two voices. Two languages. Two separate minds sharing one body. Harry's jaw tightened. And the second one speaks in a tongue that has no business existing in a living person. It's the language of things that are between life and death. Things that should have moved on and didn't. The room got cold. Or maybe it didn't, maybe it just felt that way. You know who, Ron whispered. I think so. I can't prove it. But the language fits. And everything Hagrid told me about Voldemort, that he was destroyed but not killed, that he's out there somewhere, weakened, a parasite attached to another person, speaking in the tongue of the not quite dead, that's exactly what I'd expect. Hermione had gone very pale. Harry, if Voldemort is in the castle, inside a teacher, then Dumbledore probably knows. Or suspects. And he's letting it play out. That's insane. That's Dumbledore. Harry rubbed his face. Look, I don't have all the answers. I don't know what the stone is, I don't know who Flamel is, I don't know what Dumbledore's plan is. I just know what I hear. And what I hear is getting worse. They sat with that for a moment. Then Hermione stood up, squared her shoulders, and said, Library. Now. We're finding out who Flamel is. Ron groaned but stood. Harry followed. And the three of them marched out of the empty classroom and toward the library with the grim determination of soldiers heading into a battle fought with books instead of swords. The library yielded nothing on Flamel, not yet. Hermione was furious in the way that only Hermione could be furious about a research dead end, quietly, productively, with a list of alternative search strategies that grew longer by the hour. Harry, meanwhile, was dealing with the fallout from the snake incident. The Parseltongue rumor had settled into the school's consciousness like sediment in a riverbed, always there, coloring everything, impossible to fully clear. Students who'd been friendly now avoided his eye. Students who'd been neutral now watched him with open suspicion. The Slytherins, perversely, had become more interested. Several had approached him with careful, probing conversations that Harry recognized as recruitment attempts. Malfoy was the most persistent. He seemed to have decided that Harry's linguistic abilities represented a form of power that a Slytherin could appreciate, and his attitude had shifted from open hostility to a kind of wary, grudging respect that was somehow more unsettling. You know, Potter, Malfoy said one afternoon, falling into step beside Harry in the corridor with the practiced casualness of someone who'd been waiting for the opportunity, you're wasting yourself in Gryffindor. Thanks for the career advice. I'm serious. You can talk to snakes. You can talk to goblins. You apparently speak better French than my mother, which, trust me, she'd find impressive. These are Slytherin qualities. Strategic advantages. They're not advantages. They're just things I can do. Everything is an advantage if you know how to use it. Malfoy's voice dropped. My father says the ability to speak Parseltongue indicates a connection to the Slytherin bloodline. He says it's a sign of pure magical heritage, regardless of other factors. Harry stopped walking. Other factors meaning my mother being Muggle-born. Malfoy had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. I'm just telling you what he says. Your father thinks Parseltongue is proof of blood purity. What does your father think about Gobbledegook? About Mermish? About the fact that I can understand every house elf in this castle and they have quite a lot to say about the families they serve. Malfoy's discomfort deepened visibly. House elves were a sensitive subject in pure-blood households, Harry had gathered. They were servants, property, part of the furniture, and the idea that they had a language, opinions, and a rich internal life was deeply inconvenient for people who preferred not to think of them as people at all. "That's different," Malfoy said. "It's really not. Parseltongue is one language. 1. It's not special. It's not a mark of blood purity or dark magic or Slytherin heritage. It's just the language snakes speak. The fact that wizards have turned it into some kind of dark mystical indicator says more about wizards than it does about snakes." Malfoy stared at him. Harry could hear the boy's undertone churning, confusion, resentment, the uncomfortable sensation of having a foundational assumption challenged. Malfoy wasn't stupid. That was the thing people missed about him. He was sharp, observant, and genuinely intelligent, and all of those qualities had been harnessed from birth to serve a worldview that was built on hierarchies of blood and species. "You're strange, Potter," Malfoy said finally. "So I've been told." Malfoy walked away, and Harry watched him go and felt an unexpected pang of something that wasn't quite sympathy but lived in the same neighborhood. Malfoy was a product. Shaped, molded, programmed. The boy's own voice was buried so deep under his father's that Harry sometimes struggled to hear it at all. But it was there. Faint, uncertain, asking questions it wasn't allowed to ask. Harry filed it away and moved on. The Goblin envoy arrived on a Friday. Harry was in transfiguration, trying to turn a beetle into a button, a task made surreal by the fact that the beetle was expressing vigorous objections in insect speak, which manifested as a kind of panicked buzzing that Harry had to actively ignore, when the classroom door opened and McGonagall was summoned by a house elf. She left with instructions to practice quietly, and the room immediately dissolved into chaos. Harry, however, was listening to the house elf, who was speaking to McGonagall in the rapid, high-pitched Elvish that house elves used among themselves, supplemented by English for concepts their language didn't cover. "Goblin peoples is being in the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall, ma'am. 3 of them, in formal armor, with the crest of the nation. They is asking for the student Harry Potter, ma'am, and Professor Dumbledore is saying to bring you." Harry stood up. "Where are you going?" Ron hissed. "The entrance hall. The goblins are here." "What, now?" "The meeting isn't until Christmas." "This isn't the meeting. This is an envoy. They've sent people ahead of the formal audience." Hermione was already on her feet. "We're coming with you." "You don't have to, Harry." She fixed him with a look that could have pinned a butterfly to a board. "You are not walking into a diplomatic encounter with the Goblin Nation without backup. I speak the language, Hermione. That's not the kind of backup I mean." They went. Harry walked quickly through the corridors with Ron and Hermione flanking him, and he could hear the envoy before he saw them, 3 voices speaking in clipped, formal gobbledygook, the register reserved for official business in foreign territory. He could also hear Dumbledore, responding in English with his usual maddeningly serene tone, and Snape, who was present for reasons Harry couldn't immediately determine and was radiating suspicion like a space heater. The entrance hall was vast and cold, and the 3 goblins stood in its center like a delegation from another world, which in a sense they were. They wore armor, real armor, not ceremonial, dark metal etched with runes that Harry read as protection sigils of the highest order. The lead goblin was female, which Harry noted with interest. Goblin society was less gendered than wizard society in most respects, and the advisory council was roughly equal in its composition, but wizard texts rarely mentioned this because wizard scholars had historically been terrible at recognizing goblin gender markers. She was tall for a goblin, which meant she came up to Harry's shoulder, and her face was sharp and lined and utterly unreadable. A scar ran from her left temple to her jaw, bisecting one ear. She carried herself with the absolute stillness of someone who could explode into motion at any moment and wanted you to know it. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying across the hall with effortless projection. "It seems you have visitors." Harry walked forward. Every instinct told him to be careful about his first words. In goblin diplomacy, the opening of a conversation set the register for everything that followed, and the wrong choice could turn a meeting hostile before it began. He stopped 3 paces from the lead goblin. He placed his right hand over his heart, a goblin greeting gesture that signified peaceful intent and respect for the other's territory, and spoke in gobbledygook, using the 7th register, the one for uncertainty, because honesty about his position was more valuable than pretending to a confidence he didn't feel. I am Harry Potter. I don't know why you've come, but you are welcome, and I will listen. The effect on the goblins was electric. The 2 flanking the leader, male, younger, clearly serving as guards, both flinched. Their hands went to the axes on their belts in a reflexive motion they controlled but didn't entirely suppress. The leader didn't flinch. She stood perfectly still and studied Harry with dark eyes that missed nothing. Then she replied in gobbledygook, using the same register, matching his uncertainty with her own, which was a gesture of respect so significant that Harry heard one of the guards inhale sharply. I am Silverclaw, voice of the Advisory Council, and I have come to confirm what our agent Griphook reported. She paused. You speak the deep earth tongue. It wasn't a question, but Harry answered it anyway. He switched to the ancient language, the stone speaker's tongue, and said, I do. Silverclaw's composure cracked. Just for an instant, a widening of the eyes, a fractional parting of the lips, but Harry saw it, and more importantly, the 2 guards saw it, and their hands tightened on their axes. That language, Silverclaw said, still in gobbledygook, her voice very controlled, has not been spoken in our presence by an outsider in 7 centuries. The last to speak it was the witch Ira. I know. She was killed. She was killed, Silverclaw agreed. By a coalition of those who feared what she could do. Wizards, goblins, and centaurs, the very people she had united turned on her when unity proved less comfortable than they'd imagined. Behind Harry, Hermione made a small sound. She couldn't understand the words, her gobbledygook lessons had barely begun, but she could read the gravity of the exchange in the body language, the tension in the guards, the careful weight of each phrase. Dumbledore was watching in silence, his expression unreadable. Snape stood behind him like a shadow, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt almost physical. I'm 11, Harry said to Silverclaw, still in gobbledygook. I'm a first-year student. I don't know what the All-Speaker is supposed to do or be. I only know what I can hear. What you can hear is enough to reshape the balance of power between every magical species on this island, Silverclaw said bluntly. The Advisory Council is divided. Faction leader Ragnarok believes you should be cultivated as an asset. Faction leader Bogrod believes you should be eliminated as a threat. I am here to determine which of them is right. Harry heard Ron shift behind him. Ron couldn't understand the words, but he'd caught the tone, the flat, assessing quality of Silverclaw's voice that sounded very much like someone weighing a life on a scale. And what have you determined? Harry asked. Silverclaw studied him for a long time. Then she said, you used the 7th register. The voice of uncertainty. A human trained in gobbledygook, if such a human existed, would have used the 6th register. The voice of business. Because that is all wizards have ever used with us. That is all they believe we deserve. I used the 7th because it was honest. I don't know where I stand with you. Precisely. You chose honesty over advantage. That is either genuine or the most sophisticated manipulation I have ever witnessed from an 11-year-old. A pause. I am inclined toward genuine. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The Advisory Council's invitation stands. You will come to Gringotts during the winter break. You will be tested, not in language, which you have already demonstrated, but in judgment. The nation needs to know whether the All-Speaker is a bridge or a door. What's the difference? A bridge connects 2 places. A door lets things through from one side to the other. Silverclaw's scarred face was hard and still. Bridges are useful. Doors are dangerous. She turned to Dumbledore and switched to English, accented, precise, stripped of warmth. Headmaster. The nation appreciates your tolerance of this visit. We will take our leave. Dumbledore inclined his head. You are always welcome at Hogwarts, Envoy Silverclaw. May I offer refreshments before your departure? You may not. She turned back to Harry. In Gobbledegook, quietly, prepare yourself, all speaker. What is coming is not a conversation. It is a trial. The three goblins left. The great doors closed behind them, and the entrance hall felt suddenly enormous and empty. Snape spoke first. Headmaster, this is extremely inadvisable. The boy is 11 years old. Sending him into a goblin political tribunal, no one is sending Harry anywhere, Severus. He has been invited. The choice is his. Both men looked at Harry. Behind him, Ron and Hermione were practically vibrating with the need to ask questions. I'll go, Harry said. But I want to understand what I'm walking into first. A reasonable position, Dumbledore said. I suggest we discuss this in my office. Your friends may accompany you, if they wish. They went. The spiral staircase delivered them to the circular office, where Fawkes trilled a greeting that Harry returned with a nod, and Dumbledore settled behind his desk with the air of a man opening a very old and very heavy book. The Goblin Advisory Council, Dumbledore began, is the governing body of the Goblin nation within Britain. It consists of 12 members, representing the major Goblin clans. Decisions are made by consensus, which in practice means they are made by whichever faction leader is most persuasive, or most intimidating, on a given day. Silverclaw mentioned two factions, Harry said. Ragnarok and Bogrod. Indeed. Ragnarok is the current director of Gringotts, the most powerful goblin in Britain. He is a pragmatist, ruthless, brilliant, and deeply committed to expanding goblin rights within the existing framework. He sees you as an opportunity. An asset, Silverclaw said. Quite. Bogrod, on the other hand, leads the isolationist faction. He believes that goblin interests are best served by complete separation from wizard society. He views any wizard who can understand goblin language as a security threat of the highest order. He wants me dead. Dumbledore didn't flinch, but something tightened behind his eyes. Bogrod is not a violent individual by nature. But he is a strategist who believes in eliminating threats before they mature. Your existence challenges his entire political philosophy. Snape, who had followed them uninvited and was standing by the door like a resentful gargoyle, said, and you intend to let the boy walk into this? I intend to let Harry make an informed choice, Severus. Something I owe him. The last three words carried a weight that made Snape go very still. Harry looked at Dumbledore. You said the All-Speaker appears at moments of great need. What's the need? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The magical world is fracturing, Harry. It has been for decades. The Goblin rebellions were never truly resolved, they were suppressed, papered over with treaties that favored wizards. The Mere people have been retreating deeper into their waters for generations, cutting off contact. The Centaurs have withdrawn into the forests. The House Elves exist in a state of magical servitude that most wizards don't question because it's convenient not to. And at the center of it all, a dark wizard who built his power partly by exploiting these divisions is attempting to return. The room was very quiet. Voldemort spoke Parseltongue, Dumbledore continued. He used it as a mark of superiority, proof of his connection to Salazar Slytherin. But more than that, he used language itself as a weapon. He learned the tongues of dark creatures, vampires, werewolves, dementors, and bent them to his service through the promise of understanding. He told the marginalized peoples of the magical world that he heard them, that he understood their grievances, and then he used that manufactured empathy to recruit them into a war that served only his own immortality. Harry felt cold. It was the mirror image of his own gift. The same ability, understanding across the barrier of language, turned to opposite purposes. You think I'm the counterweight, he said. I think you could be. But I also think it would be profoundly wrong to ask an 11-year-old to bear that burden. So I won't ask. I will simply tell you the truth and let you decide what to do with it." Harry looked at Ron, who was gray-faced but steady. He looked at Hermione, whose eyes were bright with something between fear and determination. He looked at Snape, whose expression was unreadable but whose undertone was a roiling storm of protectiveness and resentment and grief, all of it directed at a dead woman's son. "I'll go to Gringotts," Harry said. "And I'll take the trial. But I'm not going to be anyone's counterweight or anyone's asset. I'm going as myself." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time, and Harry saw something shift in the old man's palimpsest, a new layer being written, tentative and uncertain, over the calculations and the plans. It looked like hope. That, Dumbledore said quietly, may be exactly what is needed. The weeks before Christmas were a blur of preparation. Hermione attacked the gobbledygook lessons with doubled intensity, moving from phonology to basic grammar to simple conversation with a speed that astonished Harry. She had an ear for it, not his supernatural facility, but a genuine aptitude for the shapes and rhythms of the language that went beyond mere memorization. "You're good at this," Harry told her, after she successfully navigated a mock dialogue in the third register without a single error. "I'm adequate," she corrected. "You're good at it. I'm dedicated. There's a difference." Ron's contribution came in a different form. Bill's letter arrived on a Sunday, thick and covered in Egyptian postmarks, and Ron read it aloud in the common room with a gravity that was unusual for him. "Dear Ron," he read. "I'm not going to ask who your friend is because I'm fairly sure I already know, and the walls have ears, especially in Gringotts. Here's what I can tell you. The Advisory Council hasn't convened for a full diplomatic audience in 30 years. The last time they did, it was to negotiate the Gringotts banking charter renewal, and it took 6 months and nearly ended in a war." Ron looked up. "This is the light and cheerful part, by the way." "Keep reading," Hermione said. "The council operates on a challenge system. Any member can pose a question, a test, or a task to the person appearing before them. Refusal is interpreted as weakness. Failure is interpreted as proof of unworthiness. Success is interpreted as, and I'm quoting a goblin colleague here, evidence that you are either valuable or dangerous, and the only difference between the two is whether the council decides to use you or eliminate you." "Reassuring," Harry said. "Ragnarok is the key player. He's been director for 40 years and he got there by being smarter, faster, and more ruthless than everyone around him. But he's not arbitrary. He has a vision for the goblin nation that involves long-term integration with the wider magical world, and he's been working toward it for decades. If your friend can demonstrate that they share that vision, or at least don't threaten it, Ragnarok will be the strongest ally they've ever had." Ron paused. "Bogrod is the opposite. Old-school isolationist. Believes the only way to protect goblin culture is to cut all ties with wizards. He's been losing ground to Ragnarok for years, and he'll see this audience as an opportunity to discredit Ragnarok's integrationist platform. Expect him to be hostile, personal, and extremely clever." "How does Bill know all this?" Harry asked. "He's been working for Gringotts for 4 years. He says the goblins respect him because he bothers to learn about their culture. He's not fluent in gobbledygook but he can manage basic courtesy phrases, and apparently that alone puts him ahead of 99% of wizards." "It would," Harry said. Ron folded the letter. "Bill says one more thing. He says to tell your friend, meaning you, that the most important thing in a goblin negotiation isn't what you say. It's what you're willing to listen to." Harry thought about that for a long time. Meanwhile, the Quirrell situation was escalating. Harry had developed a habit of monitoring Quirrell's second voice the way you'd monitor a weather forecast, regularly, carefully, watching for storms. The voice spoke more frequently now, and with greater urgency. Its plans were becoming more detailed, its frustration more evident. Severus is an obstacle. He watches. He suspects. The old man uses him as a guard dog. The stone's defenses are layered. The dog. The plant. The keys. The chess set. The potions. Each one requires a different approach. The boy, Potter, he concerns me. There is something wrong about him. Something I cannot read. This last fragment, overheard during a defense class in which Quirrell was teaching them about red caps with all the confidence of a man explaining astrophysics to a cat, made Harry's blood pressure spike. Voldemort, if it was Voldemort, had noticed Harry. Not the scar, not the fame, but something about Harry specifically. Something that didn't fit the Dark Wizard's understanding. Harry kept his face neutral and took notes on red caps and said nothing. After class, he lingered, pretending to organize his bag, and listened as Quirrell, alone, or so he thought, had a conversation with his passenger. The voice from the turban spoke first. Cold. Thin. Like wind through a crack in a tomb. The boy heard me. During the feast. When the troll was released. I felt his attention. Quirrell's response was barely a whisper, his own voice, trembling. My lord, he's just a child, he is not just a child. He resisted the killing curse as an infant. He speaks Parseltongue. And there is something else, a depth to him that I cannot penetrate. He has protections I do not understand. What do you wish me to do? Watch him. Test him. And above all, do not let him near the 3rd floor. If he reaches the stone before me, the classroom door banged open. Peeves the poltergeist swooped through, cackling, and Quirrell startled so violently he knocked over a stack of books, and the moment was lost. Harry left quickly, his mind racing. Voldemort knew Harry was different but didn't know how. The gift, the all-speaker ability, was invisible to him. Voldemort could sense something, a depth he couldn't penetrate, but he didn't know it was linguistic. He didn't know Harry had been listening to his private conversations for months. This was an advantage. The only one Harry had, and he needed to keep it. He found Hermione and Ron and told them everything. They were in their usual 4th floor classroom, surrounded by Hermione's research materials, which had expanded to fill 3 desks and part of the floor. He's getting closer to the stone, Harry said. Whatever it is. He's mapping the defenses. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said. Both boys stared at her. She held up a book, not a library book, but one she'd ordered by Owl from Flourish and Blots with her own money. It was titled Alchemical Achievements of the Modern Age, and it was open to a chapter on Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel, she said. The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The stone produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Flamel is over 600 years old. And according to a footnote in a history of magic that I somehow missed on the first 8 readings, he is a personal friend and frequent collaborator of Albus Dumbledore. Harry sank into a chair. The pieces fell into place with the sickening clarity of a language suddenly understood. Vault 713. The grubby package Hagrid had collected. The 3rd floor corridor. The 3-headed dog. Flamel's protections. The Philosopher's Stone was hidden at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had moved it from Gringotts, probably because the bank was no longer considered secure, and placed it behind a series of magical defenses. And Voldemort, parasitically attached to Quirrell, had come to the school specifically to steal it. Because Voldemort wanted immortality. Because the elixir of life would restore him to a body, to power, to everything he'd lost when his killing curse rebounded off a baby in Godric's Hollow. We have to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said immediately. He already knows. He has to. He's the one who hid it here. Then why hasn't he done anything? Because he's Dumbledore. Because he's testing something, or waiting for something, or, I don't know. Playing a game with rules I can't see. This isn't a game, Harry. There's a fragment of the most dangerous dark wizard in history attached to a teacher in a school full of children. I know. Harry's voice was tight. Believe me, I know. Ron, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, said, "So what do we do?" Harry looked at him. "We keep watching. We keep listening. And we get ready, because something is going to break, and when it does, we need to be in a position to act." That sounds like something Dumbledore would say. Maybe. But the difference is we're going to act for the right reasons, not for whatever chess game he's playing. They sat in the fourth-floor classroom as the November sun set behind the Scottish mountains, and the shadows lengthened, and the castle creaked and settled around them, and somewhere far below, the mere people sang their evening songs, and somewhere on the third floor, a three-headed dog guarded a stone that could make you live forever, and somewhere inside a purple turban, a dead man was making plans. The thing Harry didn't expect was the house elves. He discovered them by accident, following a sound. It was late, well past curfew, and he was in the corridors alone because he'd needed to walk, to think, to process the weight of everything that was piling up. The goblin meeting, the stone, Voldemort's voice, the approaching Christmas break that felt less like a holiday and more like a countdown. He was on the ground floor, near the kitchens. Ron had told him about the ticklish pear painting, when he heard them. Dozens of voices, high and rapid, speaking house elf Elvish in the clipped, efficient dialect used for coordination during large tasks. They were cleaning the great hall. He could hear the magical hum of their work, the spells they cast without wands, the running commentary that accompanied their labor. Table 4 has a curse mark from the Weasley twins again. Third time this week. Someone should tell the headmaster. The headmaster knows. The headmaster knows everything and does nothing. This is the way of wizards. Careful with the ceiling enchantment. The atmospheric charm is fluctuating. Someone cast a weather spell during dinner and it's destabilized the moisture balance. Tilly will fix it. Tilly always fixes it. Tilly has fixed the ceiling enchantment 4,712 times and no one has ever said thank you. Harry pressed his back against the wall and listened, and his heart ached. House elves. The invisible workforce of Hogwarts. They cooked every meal, cleaned every room, washed every robe, maintained every enchantment, and did it all in the spaces between classes, between meals, between the moments when wizards were paying attention. They had their own language, their own social structure, their own humor and complaints and pride. And no one heard them. No wizard in the castle knew they were there, or if they knew, they didn't think about it, the way you didn't think about the pipes in the walls or the foundations under the floor. Harry pushed open the kitchen door. The great hall's kitchens were enormous, a mirror of the hall above, with 4 long tables positioned directly beneath the house tables. Dozens of house elves swarmed the space, washing dishes, polishing silver, preparing ingredients for tomorrow's breakfast. They were small, bat-eared, huge-eyed, dressed in pillowcases and tea towels, and they moved with a speed and coordination that was almost military. They all stopped when they saw Harry. The silence was immediate and total. 50 pairs of enormous eyes fixed on him. Several elves clutched their dishcloths like shields. Harry spoke in house elf Elvish. "I'm sorry for intruding. I heard you working and I wanted to say, the ceiling enchantment is beautiful. And the food tonight was perfect. I don't think anyone tells you that enough." The elf nearest him, small even by elf standards, with particularly large ears and eyes the color of tennis balls, made a sound that was somewhere between a gasp and a hiccup. The young wizard speaks," the elf's voice trembled. "The young wizard speaks our tongue." "I do. My name is Harry. Harry Potter." The elf's eyes went even wider, which Harry wouldn't have thought physically possible. "Dobby knows of Harry Potter. All elves know of Harry Potter. But Dobby did not know Harry Potter could," the elf called Dobby burst into tears. This set off a chain reaction. Within 30 seconds, half the kitchen was weeping, and Harry was standing in a flood of emotional house elves who were alternately trying to hug his knees, offer him food, and express through heaving sobs that no wizard had ever, in all their years of service, spoken to them in their own language. "Please," Harry said, gently untangling himself from a particularly determined elf who had attached herself to his left leg. "Please, you don't have to, I just wanted to say thank you." "No wizard says thank you," Dobby whispered. He was clutching a tea towel to his chest, tears streaming down his pointed face. "No wizard knows our words. No wizard thinks to learn." "That's not right," Harry said. "Your language is beautiful. It's complex and precise, and it carries emotion better than English does. The way you conjugate verbs to include the speaker's emotional state, that's something no human language I know of does. It's remarkable." The elves stared at him as though he'd just performed a miracle. And Harry realized, with a sinking feeling, that to them, he had. A wizard acknowledging their language as worthy of notice, let alone study, was so far outside their experience that they literally didn't know how to process it. "What is it like?" Harry asked, sitting down on the floor so he was at their level. "Working here. Is it always like this? Are you happy?" The question fractured the room. Some elves nodded enthusiastically. Hogwarts was a good posting, the best, the headmaster was kind. Others looked away. Dobby's face did something complicated. "Dobby is not a Hogwarts elf," he said quietly, in Elvish. "Dobby serves the Malfoy family." Harry went very still. "The Malfoys. Dobby should not be here. Dobby has sneaked away because Dobby heard rumors." He stopped, pulled his ears in visible distress. "Dobby cannot say. Dobby must punish himself for even thinking." "You don't have to punish yourself," Harry said firmly. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to do." "But Dobby does have to," Dobby said, and the anguish in his voice was so raw that Harry felt it like a physical blow. "The bond, sir. The bond makes Dobby obey. The bond makes all house elves obey. We cannot refuse. We cannot leave. We cannot speak against our families. The bond is in our magic, sir. It is in our language." Harry's breath caught. "In your language? The binding spell. The one wizards cast long ago, before memory, before history. It was cast in our tongue, sir. In our own words. That is why we cannot break it, it is written in the language of our hearts." The kitchen was very quiet. The other elves had stopped working and were listening with the still, heavy attention of people hearing a truth they all knew but rarely said aloud. Harry looked at Dobby's tearful face and felt something crystallize inside him, hard, bright, unshakable. The house elf binding was linguistic. It was a spell cast in their own language, using their own words against them. Which meant that if someone could understand that language, truly understand it, down to the magical grammar that underwrote the enchantment, that someone might be able to find the flaw in it. The crack in the binding. The word that, if spoken differently, could unmake the whole thing. He didn't say this. It was too soon, too uncertain, and the implications were staggering. But he filed it away in the deepest part of his mind, where it joined the goblin poem on Gringotts and the rune on his forehead and every other piece of the puzzle that was slowly, gradually assembling itself into a picture of what the all-speaker was actually for. "Dobby," he said carefully. "What did you come here to tell me? You said you heard rumors." Dobby's ears flattened. "Dobby has heard bad things, sir. Bad things about Hogwarts. About something hidden here. Dobby's family, Dobby's masters, they talk about the Dark Lord, sir. They talk about him coming back. And Dobby is afraid for Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is very afraid." "Thank you, Dobby. That's very brave of you." "Dobby is not brave," Dobby whispered. "Dobby is just small and frightened and speaking to the only wizard who has ever spoken back." Harry reached out and took the elf's thin hand. Dobby flinched as though expecting a blow, then froze, staring at the contact with astonishment. "You are brave," Harry said in Elvish, with the emotional conjugation that meant he was speaking from genuine feeling, not courtesy. "And I hear you. And I won't forget." He left the kitchen an hour later, loaded down with cakes and sandwiches and the promise that he could return any time, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower in a daze. The castle was dark and silent around him. Portraits snored in their frames. Suits of armor stood at their posts, dreaming whatever suits of armor dreamed about. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, prowled the second-floor corridor and hissed at him as he passed. "Intruder, rule-breaker, the thin man will hear of this," and Harry ignored her and kept walking. His mind was full. Too full. The goblin envoy, Voldemort's voice, the philosopher's stone, and now this, the house-elf binding, a spell of enslavement written in the language of the enslaved, a cruelty so elegant it was almost artistic. He thought about what Dumbledore had said, "The magical world is fracturing." He thought about what Silverclaw had said, "A bridge connects. A door lets things through." He thought about Ira of Powys, who had been all things to all peoples and had been killed for it. He thought about his mother, who had insisted on proper names for things. Standing in the common room, alone, with the fire burned low and the portrait sleeping and the castle humming its ancient, wordless song, Harry made himself a promise. He would go to Gringotts. He would face the goblin trial. He would deal with Voldemort and the stone and whatever Dumbledore's game was. And when it was all over, when the immediate crises had passed, he would start working on the house-elf binding. Not because he was the all-speaker. Not because of prophecy or destiny or the weight of mythological expectation. Because Dobby had called him the only wizard who had ever spoken back, and that was a sentence that should never have been true. Harry climbed the stairs to his dormitory. Ron was asleep, snoring gently, his undertone even in sleep a warm, steady hum of loyalty and contentment. Neville was curled on his side, muttering about his grandmother. Dean and Seamus were sprawled in the boneless abandon of 11-year-olds who had no idea what was coming. Harry lay down and closed his eyes and listened to the mere people far below, their song barely audible through the stone but there, always there, singing to a sky they could see but never touch. "Welcome, landwalkers. May your years be deep." He slept. And in his sleep, he dreamed of languages, thousands of them, millions, every tongue that had ever been spoken or would ever be spoken, flowing through him like rivers through a delta, branching and merging and carrying with them the sediment of every thought and feeling and story they had ever conveyed. In the dream, he stood at the center of the delta and listened, and the voices rose around him like a tide, and he understood them all, and the understanding was not a gift or a curse but simply what he was, a point of convergence, a place where all the rivers met, a bridge between shores that had forgotten they were part of the same land. He woke at dawn with tears on his face and no memory of why. The last week before Christmas brought two things Harry didn't expect. The first was a Quidditch match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the first match of the season, and Oliver Wood had spent the preceding weeks drilling the team with the intensity of a man preparing for war. Harry, as Seeker, had a relatively simple job in theory, catch the golden snitch, but the snitch was fast, erratic, and seemingly intelligent, and the game itself was a chaos of bludgers and quaffles and 14 players moving at high speed on broomsticks. Harry loved it. Flying remained the purest form of communication he'd found, a language of the body, wordless and immediate, in which thought and action collapsed into one thing. On a broom, he didn't need to translate or interpret or guard his knowledge. He just moved. The match was brutal. Slytherin played dirty. Marcus Flint committed at least 3 fouls that Madame Hooch caught and at least 7 she didn't, and the crowd roared and the commentator, Lee Jordan, whose linguistic creativity under pressure was genuinely impressive, kept up a running stream of biased but entertaining narration. Harry spotted the snitch 10 minutes in, a flash of gold near the Slytherin goalposts. He dove for it, and the Slytherin seeker, a thick-set 5th year named Terence Higgs, dove after him, and for 30 seconds they raced neck and neck toward the glittering speck. Then Harry's broom bucked. It was subtle at first, a tremor, a reluctance, as if the broom had developed an opinion about the direction Harry wanted to go. Then it got worse. The broom jerked left, then right, then tried to roll him off entirely, and Harry clung on with both hands and felt, with absolute clarity, the magical signature of the interference. Someone was jinxing his broom. And the jinx was being spoken in the between heartbeats tongue. He couldn't look for the source, he needed both hands and all his concentration to stay on the broom. But he could hear the jinx being spoken, a continuous incantation in that cold, dead language, pouring out from somewhere in the stands with a focused malevolence that tasted like ash. The broom kicked violently and Harry swung sideways, hanging by one hand, and the crowd screamed, and far below, Hermione grabbed Ron's arm and pointed at the stands. "Snape," she hissed. "Look, he's not blinking, he's muttering something, he's jinxing Harry's broom." Harry, dangling 50 feet in the air, heard her clearly despite the distance. His gift included extraordinary auditory range when he focused, and he also heard something she didn't. Snape was indeed muttering. But Snape was muttering a counter-jinx. The greasy-haired professor was trying to save Harry, his words a rapid-fire stream of protective Latin, fighting against the dark incantation from somewhere else in the stands. The real source was Quirrell. Or rather, Quirrell's passenger. Harry could hear both, Snape's desperate counter-curse and Voldemort's cold, relentless attack, two voices dueling in different languages, one trying to kill and one trying to protect, and Harry was caught in the middle. He did something instinctive. He spoke back. Not out loud, he couldn't, not hanging by one hand from a bucking broom, but internally, in the same magical language the Sorting Hat had used, the Founder's tongue, the language of magic itself. He spoke directly to his broom. "Stop. Listen to me. You are mine. I am yours. This voice that commands you is not welcome. Ignore it. Come back to me." The broom shuddered. For one terrible moment, Harry felt the two competing commands warring inside the enchanted wood, Voldemort's death language pulling one way, Harry's magical language pulling the other. Then the broom chose. It steadied beneath him like a horse calming under a trusted rider's hand, and Harry swung himself back up, and the crowd roared, and he saw the snitch hovering 3 feet from the ground near the Gryffindor stands and went into a dive that was half flight and half freefall and caught it in his mouth because his hands were still shaking too badly to trust. Gryffindor won. The celebration was deafening. Harry was mobbed by teammates, lifted onto shoulders, carried back to the common room for a party that lasted well past midnight. But later, lying in bed, he thought about what he'd done. He'd spoken to his broom in the language of magic and the broom had listened. He'd overridden a curse from Voldemort through sheer linguistic authority. That shouldn't have been possible. A first-year student outmatching the darkest wizard of the age, even in his diminished state, even in a battle of magical languages rather than raw power. It shouldn't have worked. Unless the all-speaker's authority in the language of magic was absolute. Unless speaking the Founder's tongue wasn't just a translation skill but a form of magical primacy, the ability to give commands that magic itself obeyed. The thought terrified him. And it thrilled him. And he didn't know what to do with either feeling, so he lay in the dark and listened to Ron snore and thought about bridges and doors and the difference between them. The second unexpected thing was the mirror. He found it 3 nights before the end of term, wandering the castle under the invisibility cloak that Dumbledore had sent him for Christmas. The holiday had arrived early, a package on his pillow with a note in handwriting he didn't recognize. "Your father left this in my possession. Use it well." Harry had put on the cloak and gone exploring, because when you're 11 and invisible and your castle is full of secrets, the only responsible thing to do is go looking for them. He found a room he'd never seen before, and in the room was a mirror, and in the mirror was everything he'd ever wanted. The mirror of Erised. He didn't know the name yet. He just knew that when he stood before it, he saw his parents. James Potter was tall and thin and wore glasses, and his hair was exactly as messy as Harry's, and he was grinning with a reckless, joyous energy that made Harry's chest constrict. Lily Potter had dark red hair and green eyes, Harry's eyes, exactly Harry's eyes, and she was crying and smiling at the same time, and she had her hand on Harry's shoulder in the mirror, and he could almost feel it. They were speaking to him. He could see their lips move. And he could, almost, hear them. His gift strained toward them like a hand reaching across a gap. They were speaking, and the language should have been clear, should have been as comprehensible as every other language in the world, but it wasn't. It was muffled, distorted, filtered through glass and enchantment and the unbridgeable distance between the living and the dead. He caught fragments. His mother, love you, always, so proud, his father, your mother's eyes, told you he'd, and then the words dissolved into static, into the soft white noise of a connection that couldn't quite hold. Harry pressed his hands against the mirror's surface. It was cold. Solid. Unyielding. Please, he whispered, and he said it in every language he knew, English, French, gobbledegook, Mermish, Elvish, Parseltongue, the deep earth tongue, the founder's tongue, cycling through them with a desperate, animal urgency, as if the right language might be the key that unlocked the mirror, that turned glass into a door, that brought them back. Please, I can hear you, please, the mirror showed him his parents, and his parents spoke, and the words were just barely beyond his reach, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter encountered a language he couldn't fully understand. The language of the dead. He came back the next night. And the next. He sat in front of the mirror for hours, straining to hear, catching fragments that might have been real and might have been his own desperate imagination filling in blanks. On the third night, Dumbledore found him. The headmaster appeared in the doorway without sound, and Harry, who heard everything, didn't hear him coming, which told him something about the depth of Dumbledore's power. Back again, Harry. Harry didn't look away from the mirror. I can almost hear them. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he walked forward and sat on the floor next to Harry, which was an odd thing for the most powerful wizard in the world to do but felt exactly right. The mirror of Erised shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts, Dumbledore said. You see your family. I can hear them talking. Almost. It's like a bad connection. Static. I can catch a word here, a word there, but I can't hold it. Harry's voice cracked. I can understand everything. Every language that exists. But I can't understand my own parents. Dumbledore said nothing for a long time. The mirror shimmered. James and Lily Potter smiled and spoke their inaudible words. Harry, Dumbledore said gently. What you are hearing is not your parents' voices. It is your own desire, reflected back at you in a form that mimics language. The mirror creates the illusion of what you most want, in your case, communication with your family. But it is an illusion. A beautiful, cruel, impossible illusion. How do you know? Because I have sat before this mirror myself, many years ago. And what I heard nearly destroyed me. Harry finally turned from the mirror and looked at Dumbledore. The old man's face was drawn, his eyes bright with something ancient and unhealed. What did you hear? Harry asked. Dumbledore smiled, and the smile was the saddest thing Harry had ever seen. Something I have spent a lifetime trying to unhear. This mirror gives us neither truth nor knowledge, Harry. It gives us longing. And longing, if indulged too deeply, will consume everything you are. Are you going to move it? Yes. Tonight. And I would ask you not to come looking for it again. Harry looked at the mirror one last time. His parents waved. His mother mouthed something that might have been be brave or might have been nothing at all. They loved you, Dumbledore said. That is not a reflection. That is truth. And it does not require a mirror or a language to be real. Harry stood. His legs were stiff from sitting on the cold floor. He felt hollow, scraped out, like a bell that had been rung too hard. Professor, he said at the door. The language of the dead. Is it real? Is it something that exists? Dumbledore's eyes met his. There are many things between life and death, Harry. Some of them speak. But the living were not meant to hear them. That barrier exists for a reason. Even for an all-speaker. Especially for an all-speaker. Harry nodded. He pulled the invisibility cloak around himself and vanished, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower through corridors that felt colder and emptier than they had an hour ago. In his dormitory, he climbed into bed and pulled the curtains shut and pressed his face into his pillow and cried. Not loudly. Not for long. Just enough to let the pressure out, the way you'd release steam from a pipe before it burst. He cried for his parents, whom he could almost hear but never quite. He cried for Dobby, bound by his own language. He cried for the Mer people, singing to a sky they couldn't touch. He cried for himself, 11 years old and carrying every voice in the world and unable to reach the only two that mattered. Then he dried his eyes and rolled onto his back and listened to the castle's ancient hum, and the distant song of the Mer people, and Ron's steady breathing, and the spiders in the corners conducting their endless architectural debates, and he let the sounds fill the hollow space inside him the way water fills a cup, not replacing what was missing, but occupying the same space, keeping the shape of it from collapsing. In 2 days, he would board the Hogwarts Express. He would ride to London. And he would walk into Gringotts and face a trial that would determine whether the Goblin Nation considered him a bridge or a door. He was ready. Or he wasn't. It didn't matter. He was going anyway. The Mer people sang. The castle hummed. The spiders debated. And Harry Potter, the boy who listened, closed his eyes and let the world's voices carry him down into a sleep that was deep and dark and, for once, free of dreams. Chapter 4, The Goblin Accords. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station under a sky the color of old pewter, and Harry watched the castle shrink through the window until it was a smudge of towers against the mountains, and then nothing at all. Snow had been falling since dawn, thick and purposeful, and the Scottish countryside was buried in it, white fields, white hills, white trees standing like ghosts along the track. Ron sat across from him, working his way through a stack of sandwiches his mother had sent. Hermione had a book open on her lap, Goblin Political Structure and Diplomatic History, 1450 present, but she wasn't reading it. She was watching Harry with the quiet attentiveness of someone who knew her friend was scared and was waiting for him to admit it. Harry wasn't going to admit it. So, Ron said through a mouthful of ham. Christmas at the Burrow. You're invited, you know. Mum's already making extra jumpers. I can't. Not right away. I need to go to Gringotts first. On Christmas? The day after. That's when the audience is scheduled. Ron swallowed. And you're going alone. The invitation was for me. That's rubbish. Hermione, tell him that's rubbish. Hermione closed her book. He's right that the formal invitation names only him. But there's nothing in Goblin protocol that prevents an invited party from bringing advisors. In fact, it's expected. Appearing alone could be interpreted as either supreme confidence or ignorance, and we can't afford ambiguity. I'm not dragging you into a Goblin political trial. You're not dragging us anywhere. We're volunteering. Hermione's voice was calm and certain in the way it got when she'd already made a decision and was merely informing the universe. Ron and I will come with you. We won't speak unless spoken to, that's proper protocol for advisors, but we'll be there. Hermione, you've been learning gobbledygook for 6 weeks. You can barely order a cup of tea. I can do rather more than that, actually. And more importantly, I've spent those 6 weeks studying goblin law, history, and diplomatic precedent. I may not speak the language fluently yet, but I understand the culture, and that's what you need standing behind you. Someone who knows the rules of the game. Harry looked at Ron. Ron shrugged. Mate, you should know by now that arguing with her is like arguing with weather. You can do it, but it doesn't change anything. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Fine. You can come. But you follow my lead, and if things go bad, we leave together, Ron said firmly. That's the deal. Nobody gets left behind. The train rattled south through the snow. They talked strategy, Hermione quizzing Harry on the advisory council members she'd researched, Ron contributing insights from Bill's increasingly detailed letters, and the miles passed, and the sky darkened, and by the time they reached King's Cross, Harry felt something he hadn't expected, not confidence exactly, but the steady, grounding knowledge that he wasn't alone. The platform was chaos. Families reuniting, trunks being heaved, owls hooting indignantly at the commotion. Harry spotted the Weasley family immediately. You couldn't miss them, a cluster of red hair and warmth and noise, and Mrs. Weasley engulfed Ron in a hug that would have crushed a lesser boy. Then she turned to Harry, and her expression softened into something that made his throat tight. "Harry, dear," she said, and hugged him too, and her undertone was a vast, uncomplicated, maternal warmth that said you are too thin and too alone and I am going to fix both of those things, and Harry stood very still in her arms and let himself be held and did not cry, though it was a near thing. "You'll come to the Burrow after your appointment," she said, pulling back to look at him with shrewd, kind eyes. Ron had clearly told her something, though probably not everything. "Arthur and I insist." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." "Molly, dear." "Call me Molly." He couldn't. Not yet. The word Molly was too close to the word Mum, and that particular distance was one he wasn't ready to cross. Hermione's parents were there too, two dentists with kind faces and an air of bewildered delight at the magical world their daughter had entered. They spoke to Harry with the exaggerated politeness of people who weren't sure if they were supposed to bow or curtsy to a wizard, and Hermione rolled her eyes with fond exasperation, and Harry liked them immediately. He spent Christmas Eve at the Burrow. The Weasley house was everything the Dursleys' house was not: chaotic, warm, loud, stuffed to bursting with people and food and love. The ghoul in the attic banged on pipes. The clock on the wall had 9 hands, one for each family member, pointing not to numbers but to labels like home and work and mortal peril. The garden gnomes, small, potato-shaped creatures whose language was a series of rude squeaks, had to be periodically launched over the fence, and Harry discovered that gnome speech was almost entirely composed of insults and territorial claims. "What are they saying?" Ron asked, watching Harry listen to a particularly vocal gnome. "That one just called you a pink turnip with delusions of height." "Brilliant. Give him an extra spin." Christmas morning brought presents, actual presents, the first Harry had ever received. Mrs. Weasley's hand-knitted jumper, emerald green. A box of chocolate frogs from Ron. A research folder from Hermione, meticulously organized, containing everything she'd compiled about the advisory council. The invisibility cloak from Dumbledore. A carved wooden flute from Hagrid that played itself when you blew across it and sang a simple melody in the language of mountain air, lonely but beautiful. Harry sat on the floor of Ron's orange bedroom, surrounded by wrapping paper and warmth, and felt the world tilt slightly on its axis. This was what it was supposed to be like. This was what other people had: mess and laughter and someone knitting you a jumper because they wanted you to be warm. He hadn't known, not really, what he'd been missing. The knowing hurt in a way that was different from the not knowing, sharper and sweeter at the same time. Then the day ended, and night came, and tomorrow was the 26th, and Gringotts. They took the Fleur network from the Burrow's fireplace to the leaky cauldron, tumbling out of the grate in a shower of ash and coughing. Harry had never traveled by Fleur before and decided immediately that he never wanted to again. The spinning, the roaring, the sensation of being pulled through a tube at high speed was deeply unpleasant, and his gift picked up fragments of conversations from every fireplace they passed through, a nauseating blur of voices in dozens of languages. Diagon Alley was quiet in the post-Christmas lull. A few shoppers moved between stores, bundled in heavy cloaks, breath steaming. The snow here was already grey and slushy, trampled by 1,000 feet. Gringotts rose above the alley like a challenge, its white marble facade gleaming even under the overcast sky. Harry read the dual poems again, the English Warning and the Gobbledegook Declaration of Sovereignty, and felt a pulse of something that lived between anxiety and resolve. He was dressed in his best robes, which were his only robes, the standard Hogwarts black. He'd considered whether to wear something more formal and decided against it. The goblins wouldn't care about his clothes. They would care about his words. "Ready?" Hermione asked. She was pale but composed, her research folder clutched to her chest like a shield. She'd spent the morning reviewing her notes with the intensity of a student before an exam, except this exam could determine the political future of wizard-goblin relations. "Ready," Ron said. He wasn't pale, he was faintly green, which was his color of anxiety, but his jaw was set and his hands were steady. "Let's go," Harry said. They climbed the steps. The goblin guards at the bronze doors watched them approach with professional indifference, but Harry caught a flicker of recognition in one guard's eyes, a quick glance at Harry's scar, a subtle shift in posture. Word had spread. The all-speaker was expected. Inside, the marble hall was nearly empty. The long counter was staffed by a skeleton crew of goblins handling post-Christmas administrative tasks. The scratching of quills seemed very loud in the cathedral silence. A goblin Harry hadn't seen before was waiting for them. She was young for a goblin, which meant she might have been 150, with sharp features and silver-streaked hair pulled back in a severe braid. She wore the uniform of a Gringotts functionary, but with an additional insignia on her collar that Harry recognized as the mark of the Advisory Council's administrative staff. "Mr. Potter," she said in English, clipped and formal. "You are expected. Your companions. My advisors. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley." The goblin's dark eyes flicked to Hermione, then Ron, then back to Harry. She said nothing about their age, their species, or their qualifications. In goblin protocol, an invited party's choice of advisors was respected without comment, even if the advisors in question were 11 years old and visibly terrified. "Follow me." She led them through a door Harry hadn't noticed before, hidden in the marble wall, nearly invisible, opened by a touch of the goblin's hand to a specific stone. Behind it was a corridor that sloped sharply downward, lit by torches that burned with a blue-white flame that gave no heat. The walls were rough-hewn stone, ancient, unpolished, and covered in carvings that Harry read as he walked, histories, treaties, lists of names and dates stretching back millennia. One section of wall caught his eye. It was smoother than the rest, deliberately prepared, and carved with a single image, a figure standing at the center of a web, lines radiating outward to connect with other figures, goblins, wizards, mere-people, centaurs, elves, creatures Harry didn't recognize. Beneath the image, a word in the deep earth tongue. All-speaker. The corridor leveled out and widened into an antechamber, and the young goblin stopped. "The Advisory Council is in session," she said. "You will be admitted when the council is ready. Tea will be provided." She left. A silver tray appeared on a stone ledge, goblin tea, dark and smoky, served in cups without handles that were designed for goblin hands and required human fingers to grip carefully at the rim. Harry drank. It was good, earthy, complex, with a bitter finish that cleared the mind. "Those carvings," Hermione whispered, her eyes huge. "Harry, that wall, that's not just decoration. That's a chronological record of goblin diplomatic history going back to before the Roman invasion. The level of historical detail is, Hermione." "Sorry." Focusing. Ron was pacing. Short, tight laps of the antechamber, his hands shoved in his pockets. "How long do we wait?" "As long as they want us to." Making someone wait is a power move in goblin culture. It establishes that they control the space and the timeline. Great. Love being power moved. "Ron, sit down. Drink your tea." "I hate tea." "Drink it anyway. It's an offering. Refusing goblin hospitality is an insult." Ron sat, drank, and grimaced. Then they waited. 40 minutes passed. Harry used the time to calm his mind, to settle into the particular state of focused attention his gift required. He was going to need every ounce of linguistic precision he possessed. The goblins would test him not just on fluency but on nuance, the ability to navigate register shifts, to catch implied meanings, to respond with the right level of formality at the right moment. One wrong register choice could turn a question into an insult. One missed implication could signal weakness. The door opened. The young goblin reappeared. "The council will see you now." The council chamber was deep underground. Harry felt the weight of the earth above him, the immense pressure of stone and history pressing down. The room was circular, carved from living rock, lit by the same blue-white torches. 12 stone seats were arranged in a semicircle, elevated on a tiered platform, and in each seat sat a goblin. They were all old. Not in the way humans were old, softened, diminished, but in the way mountains were old. Hardened by time, sharpened by it, their faces carved by centuries of decision-making and conflict into expressions of permanent, unyielding authority. They wore robes of office, dark fabric edged with metal thread and patterns that denoted clan affiliation, and each one radiated a power that was different from wizard magic but no less real. Goblin magic was deep earth magic, stone and metal and fire, and it hummed in the room like the vibration of a struck anvil. At the center of the semicircle sat 2 goblins who were clearly the focal points. Ragnarok, the director. Harry recognized him from descriptions: tall for a goblin, lean, with white hair cropped close to his skull and eyes like chips of obsidian. His face was a mask of controlled intelligence. His undertone was layers deep, calculation, curiosity, a predatory patience that reminded Harry, uncomfortably, of Dumbledore. Bogrod, the opposition leader. Shorter, broader, older, with a face like a clenched fist and hands that gripped the arms of his stone seat with a tension that spoke of barely contained hostility. His undertone was simpler than Ragnarok's: anger, suspicion, a deep and abiding conviction that everything happening in this room was a threat to everything he valued. Silverclaw sat to Ragnarok's left. She caught Harry's eye and gave him the smallest possible nod, a fraction of a degree, barely perceptible. But Harry caught it, and the message was clear: "I told you to come prepared." "Show me you did." A 13th seat stood alone at the base of the tiered platform, facing the council. It was lower than the others, deliberately, symbolically. The person sitting in it would have to look up. Harry walked to the seat. Ron and Hermione positioned themselves standing behind him. As they'd agreed, advisors did not sit in goblin proceedings unless explicitly invited. Harry sat. He looked up at 12 goblin faces. The weight of their collective attention was physical, pressing against him like gravity. Ragnarok spoke first. He used the formal address register, the one reserved for speaking to someone whose status was being evaluated. It was neutral, neither respectful nor dismissive. A blank page waiting to be written on. Harry James Potter. You come before the Advisory Council of the Goblin Nation under the protocols of First Contact. You have been invited to demonstrate the abilities reported by Agent Griphook and confirmed by Envoy Silverclaw. The Council will question you. The Council will test you. At the conclusion of this audience, the Council will render judgment on your status relative to the nation. Do you understand and accept these terms? Harry replied in the same register. I understand and accept. Then let us begin. Bogrod moved first. He leaned forward in his seat, and his voice was a low, grinding rasp, like stone being dragged across stone. The wizard claims to speak gobbledegook. So do many wizards. Their gobbledegook is an insult to the language, broken grammar, tourist phrases, the linguistic equivalent of a dog walking on its hind legs. Amusing, but not impressive. His dark eyes fixed on Harry. Prove you are not a dog, Mr. Potter. The room went still. Several council members exchanged glances. Bogrod's opening was deliberately provocative, an insult wrapped in a challenge, designed to throw Harry off balance. Harry didn't react to the insult. He'd expected something like this. Instead, he focused on Bogrod's specific word choice. The idiom Bogrod had used, a dog walking on its hind legs, was a famous gobbledegook expression, but it had a double meaning that most non-native speakers wouldn't catch. On the surface, it described a clumsy imitation. But in the original usage, a very old text about wizard-goblin relations. It also implied that the dog had been forced to walk upright by its master, that the imitation was not voluntary but coerced. Bogrod was testing whether Harry could hear the subtext. "I am not a dog," Harry said in gobbledygook, matching Bogrod's register precisely. "Nor am I walking on hind legs to amuse the court. If you want to test my fluency, test it honestly. But if you begin by calling me an animal, I should point out that the original use of that idiom, in the Gringotts Treaty records, 3rd century, referred to goblins being forced to imitate wizard customs under threat of violence. By using it against me, you're reversing its meaning and diminishing the suffering it was coined to describe. I don't think that's what you intended." The silence that followed was so complete Harry could hear the torches burning. Bogrod's face had gone rigid. Not with anger, or not only with anger. Something else had moved behind those hard, dark eyes. Surprise. And beneath the surprise, the grudging recognition of someone who had launched an arrow and watched the target catch it out of the air. Ragnar's expression didn't change, but Harry caught the faintest shift in his undertone, a pulse of something very close to satisfaction. "The Gringotts records," another council member said, an elderly goblin whose clan insignia identified her as a representative of the mining guilds. "Those have not been translated into any wizard language. They exist only in archival gobbledygook." "I haven't read a translation," Harry said. "I read the original. In the Hogwarts library, there's a copy in the restricted section." "You read archival gobbledygook." "I read all forms of gobbledygook. Archival, contemporary, formal, informal, and the 3 dialectal variants associated with the northern, southern, and deep mine clans." The mining guild representative sat back in her seat. Her expression was unreadable, but her undertone hummed with something that might have been wonder. A third council member spoke, younger than the others, sharp-featured, with an impatient energy. "Languages can be learned. Even dead ones, by a sufficiently dedicated scholar. What cannot be learned is the deep earth tongue. Speak it." Harry had been expecting this. He shifted languages, not gradually, not with the hesitation of someone searching for words, but instantly, the way you'd flip a switch. The deep earth tongue came from a different place than gobbledygook, deeper in the chest, lower in the register, shaped by a throat that was imagining stone and fire and the slow patience of geological time. He said, "I speak this tongue not because I learned it but because it exists, and I am made to hear what exists. I did not choose this. I do not fully understand it. But I will not pretend it isn't real to make anyone more comfortable." The room shifted. Several goblins gripped their seat arms. One guard by the door put a hand on his axe. The deep earth tongue had a physical quality, it vibrated in the stone of the room, resonating with the bedrock, and the goblins felt it in their bones the way a human might feel a bass note in their chest. Bogrod was on his feet. "Enough. This proves nothing except that the boy has been taught a very good trick by someone who, sit down, Bogrod." Ragnar's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of absolute authority. Bogrod hesitated, visibly wrestled with himself, and sat. Ragnar looked at Harry. His obsidian eyes were intent, searching, and his undertone was a complex instrument playing multiple notes simultaneously, assessment, caution, something that might have been hope if goblins allowed themselves that luxury. "Mr. Potter. The deep earth tongue has not been spoken by an outsider in 700 years. Its last speaker was Ira of Powys, who used her gift to broker the Treaty of the Three Peoples. That treaty established the boundaries of goblin territorial sovereignty, wizard governance authority, and centaur forest rights. It has been the foundation of magical political order in Britain for 7 centuries. I know the history. Then you know that the treaty is failing. Its terms were designed for a world that no longer exists. Goblin population has tripled. Wizard expansion has consumed territory that was supposed to remain neutral. The centaurs have been pushed into ever smaller forests. The mere people have been ignored entirely. They were not signatories to the original treaty because Ira was assassinated before she could broker their inclusion. Harry heard the weight of what Ragnarok was saying. Not just the words, the centuries of frustration, the slow accumulation of broken promises and eroded boundaries. The goblin rebellions hadn't been random acts of violence. They'd been pressure releases, eruptions of rage from a people whose treaty rights were being systematically violated by a wizard government that had the power to enforce its will and no incentive to honor its word. "You're telling me the treaty needs to be rewritten," Harry said. "I am telling you that the treaty needs to be renegotiated. By someone all parties can hear and be heard by. By an all-speaker." Ragnarok paused. "But before we discuss what the all-speaker might do, the council must determine what the all-speaker is. And so we come to the test." He nodded to Silverclaw, who stood and produced from her robes a small, round stone, dark, smooth, polished to a mirror shine. She carried it down from the platform and placed it in Harry's hands. It was warm. Warmer than stone should be. And it hummed, not audibly, but in a frequency Harry felt in his fingertips, in his bones, in the part of him that heard languages. The stone was speaking. "This is a truth stone," Silverclaw said. "Forged in the deep fires of the nation's oldest mine, enchanted with the oldest magic we possess. When held by a speaker of the deep earth tongue, it resonates with truth and dissonates with falsehood. The council will ask you questions. The stone will tell us if you lie." Harry looked at the stone in his hands. Its language was simple, a binary of resonance and dissonance, harmony and discord. It wasn't testing his words. It was testing the alignment between his words and his intent. "I understand," he said. The questions began. They came from all 12 council members, rapid fire, relentless, probing from different angles. Some were about his abilities. Some were about his history. Some were about his opinions, his values, his intentions. And some were traps, questions designed to elicit a lie, to tempt him into diplomacy at the expense of honesty. "Do you believe goblins are equal to wizards?" Bogrod demanded. "Yes." The stone hummed warm in his hands. "True." "Do you believe goblins have been wronged by wizards?" "Yes." Warm. "True." "Do you intend to use your gift to advance wizard interests at the expense of goblin sovereignty?" "No." Warm. "True." "Do you intend to use your gift to advance goblin interests at the expense of wizard governance?" Harry paused. This was the trap. A simple "no" would satisfy the council but would be a lie, because he didn't know yet what he intended. He didn't know enough to have intentions. And the stone would catch a lie. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I'm 11. I don't have a political agenda. I have a gift I didn't ask for, and I'm trying to understand what it means. If understanding leads me to act on behalf of goblin interests, I won't refuse to act. But I won't promise to act either. Not yet. Not until I understand enough to know what acting would cost." The stone pulsed warm. "True. Painfully, uncomfortably, completely true." Bogrod's face twisted. "The boy hedges. He refuses to commit." "The boy is honest," Ragnarok said. "Which is more than can be said for most wizards who have sat in that chair." Continue. The questions went deeper. They asked about Voldemort, whether Harry knew of the Dark Wizard's interest in returning, whether he understood the threat. They asked about Dumbledore, whether Harry trusted him, whether the headmaster had attempted to influence or control Harry's gift. "Do you trust Albus Dumbledore?" Silverclaw asked. Harry held the stone and felt its warmth and its warning. "I trust that he wants to protect me. I don't trust that his idea of protection is the same as mine." Warm. "True. Do you trust this council?" "I trust that you're acting in what you believe to be the Goblin Nation's best interests. I don't know yet whether those interests align with mine." Warm. "True." Ragnarok's almost smile appeared and vanished. "A diplomat's answer. An honest one. Sometimes those are the same thing. They'd been at it for an hour. Harry's hands were sweating around the truth stone, and behind him, he could feel Ron's anxiety like a physical pressure and Hermione's rigid attention like a beam of light. Neither had spoken. Neither had been asked to. They were doing exactly what they'd promised, being present, being steady, being his. Then the mining guild representative, her name, Harry had gathered from the council's internal crosstalk, was Iron Vein, asked the question that changed everything. Mr. Potter. You speak the deep earth tongue. You speak gobbledygook in all its forms. You hear the languages of creatures and of magic itself. She leaned forward, and her ancient eyes were very bright. Can you hear the language of goblin-forged metal? Harry blinked. I'm sorry. Goblin metalwork is unique in the magical world. Our blades, our armor, our artifacts, they carry an imprint of the Maker's magic, a kind of signature that we call the Maker's voice. Goblins can sense it, it's how we identify the origin and ownership of forged items. No non-goblin has ever demonstrated the ability to hear the Maker's voice. Can you? Harry looked at the truth stone in his hands. It was goblin-forged. He could feel its magical signature, the enchantment that made it a truth detector, but beneath that, something else. Fainter, older. Not a spell but an identity. The imprint of the goblin who had made it, their skill and intention and the specific quality of their magic, stamped into the metal like a fingerprint in clay. This stone, Harry said slowly. It was made by a left-handed smith. Probably female, the harmonic signature is consistent with what I understand of goblin gender differences in magical resonance. She was experienced. Very experienced. The forging was effortless for her. And she was. He closed his eyes, listening harder. She was angry. Not at the stone. At the reason for it. She didn't like that this object needed to exist, a device for catching lies. She thought truth should be obvious. She resented that it wasn't. The chamber went dead silent. Ironvein's face was white. Her hands gripped her seat arms so tightly the stone cracked under her fingers. That stone, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, was forged by my grandmother. She was left-handed. She was the finest smith of her generation. And she spent her life raging against the dishonesty of wizard diplomats who smiled while they broke treaties. A pause. She has been dead for 300 years. No one living knew she was left-handed except me. The chamber erupted. Every goblin was talking at once, to each other, in rapid-fire gobbledygook so dense with clan-specific dialect that even Harry had to focus to follow all of it. The guards by the doors shifted nervously. Several council members were on their feet. Bogrod was shouting. This is a violation. The Maker's voice is ours. It is the most sacred aspect of goblin craftsmanship. If this wizard can hear it, he can identify the maker of any goblin artifact, he can trace ownership, he can prove provenance, Ragnarok said quietly, and the room fell silent, because the word provenance in gobbledygook carried a weight that its English equivalent didn't begin to capture. Provenance was the core of goblin property law. Goblin-made objects belonged to their makers, not their buyers. This was the principle that had caused more wizard-goblin conflict than any other single issue. Wizards bought goblin artifacts and considered them permanently owned. Goblins considered them lent, to be returned upon the buyer's death. The inability to prove original ownership, to hear the maker's voice in an object and identify its creator, had been the central obstacle in every goblin legal claim for centuries. Wizard courts dismissed goblin ownership claims because goblins couldn't produce what wizards considered evidence, documentation, receipts, witnesses. The goblin's own proof, the maker's voice, was invisible to wizard judges and therefore inadmissible. But if an all-speaker could hear the maker's voice and testify to it in a wizard court. You begin to see the implications, Ragnarok said, and his voice was very calm and very dangerous. A being who can hear the Maker's voice and translate it into wizard-comprehensible testimony could single-handedly reshape goblin property law. Every artifact ever stolen, every treasure ever kept past its owner's death, every heirloom sitting in a wizard vault that rightfully belongs to the nation, all of it could be legally reclaimed. Harry's blood was pounding. He hadn't meant to open this door. He'd just answered a question honestly, described what he heard in a stone, and the implications had detonated like a bomb. "I didn't," he started. "You didn't intend to," Ragnarok said. "I know. The truth stone confirms it. You answered honestly and the truth has consequences. That is the nature of truth." He turned to the council. "You see now why I insisted on this audience. The All-Speaker is not merely a polyglot. He is a witness. A living, breathing, magically authenticated witness to the deepest truths of goblin craftsmanship. His testimony could recover artifacts the nation has been mourning for centuries." Bogrod surged forward in his seat. "Or his testimony could be used against us. If he can hear the Maker's voice, he can identify our military forges, our sealed vaults, our hidden repositories. He is the greatest security threat the nation has ever faced." "He is both," Silverclaw said, standing. "He is an opportunity and a threat simultaneously, and the question before this council is not which of those things he is but which of those things we allow him to be. That choice is ours, not his." The argument raged. Harry sat in his chair, clutching the truth stone, and listened to 12 goblins debate his future in a language he understood completely and a political context he was only beginning to grasp. Behind him, Hermione's hand found his shoulder and squeezed, and he was grateful for the contact. The debate lasted 20 minutes. It was fierce, complicated, and conducted at a speed that would have left most translators in the dust. Clan allegiances shifted. Alliances formed and reformed. Bogrod's isolationist bloc pushed for Harry to be declared a security threat and barred from all goblin territories. Ragnarok's integrationists argued for a formal accord, a binding agreement that would establish Harry's rights and obligations relative to the nation. In the end, Ragnarok called for a vote. The result was 7-5 in favor of the accord, and Bogrod's expression when the count was announced could have curdled milk. Ragnarok turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter. The council proposes the following, a provisional accord between yourself, in your capacity as All-Speaker, and the Goblin Nation of Britain. The terms are these. First, you will not use your ability to hear the Maker's voice for any purpose without the nation's explicit consent. Second, you will make yourself available, at reasonable intervals, to provide testimony on matters of artifact provenance when requested by the nation. Third, in exchange, the nation will extend to you the protections of a diplomatic envoy, safe passage in all goblin territories, access to goblin legal and historical archives, and the formal recognition of your status as a bridge between peoples." Harry listened carefully. The terms were fair, more than fair. The restrictions protected goblin security while the obligations were reasonable. The protections offered to him were significant, practically valuable, and symbolically enormous. No wizard in history had been granted diplomatic envoy status by the Goblin Nation. But there was a problem. "The second term," Harry said. "Testimony on artifact provenance. You're asking me to serve as a witness in legal disputes between goblins and wizards." "Yes. If I testify that a goblin-forged artifact belongs to the nation, and a wizard court refuses to accept that testimony, what happens?" Ragnarok's face was unreadable. "That would depend on the circumstances. It would depend on whether the nation decided to enforce the ruling by other means. Military means." Harry held the truth stone tightly. It was burning warm. "You're not just asking me to be a witness. You're asking me to provide the legal justification for recovering stolen artifacts, and if the legal route fails, that justification becomes a moral justification for the kind of action that has historically been called a goblin rebellion." The chamber went very quiet. Ragnarok stared at him. His obsidian eyes were flat, betraying nothing, but his undertone, that complex instrument, was playing a note Harry hadn't heard before. It took him a moment to identify it. Respect. Deep, genuine, surprised respect. "You are 11 years old," Ragnarok said. "I keep hearing that. And you just identified the strategic subtext of a diplomatic proposal that most adult wizard politicians would have missed entirely." "I hear subtexts. It's what I do." Ragnarok leaned back in his seat. For the first time, something that was almost a smile crossed his face. "Very well, Mr. Potter. You found the blade hidden in the handshake. What do you propose?" Harry thought. The truth stone pulsed in his hands, warm and patient, waiting for whatever he would say next. "I'll agree to the accord," he said. "With one modification to the second term. I will provide testimony on artifact provenance, but only in cases where both parties have agreed in advance to accept the ruling. No unilateral claims. No testimony that becomes a casus belli. If the Goblin Nation wants to use my gift to pursue legal recovery of artifacts, they do it through negotiation, not through building a case for war." Bogrod laughed. It was a harsh, bitter sound. "The boy presumes to dictate terms to the nation. The boy presumes to prevent a war," Harry said, and his voice was steady even though his hands were shaking. "I won't be used as a weapon, Counselor Bogrod. Not by wizards and not by goblins. If that's unacceptable, then I'll walk out of this chamber and you'll have lost the only witness who can hear the Maker's voice. Your choice." The silence stretched. Harry could hear his own heartbeat. He could hear Ron's breathing, fast and tight. He could hear Hermione's fingers digging into the back of his chair. Ragnarok looked at Bogrod. Bogrod looked at the ceiling. The other council members looked at each other. "The modification is acceptable," Ragnarok said. "The accord will be drafted with the amended terms. Do you consent?" "I consent." "Then rise, all speaker." Harry stood. His legs were trembling. Silverclaw descended from the platform carrying a quill and a sheet of parchment that shimmered with goblin enchantment, and Harry signed his name in 2 languages, English and Gobbledegook, and the parchment glowed briefly and the magic settled, and it was done. The provisional accord between Harry James Potter and the Goblin Nation of Britain was law. Ragnarok stood as well. He descended from the platform, the first time during the entire audience that any council member had moved to Harry's level, and extended his hand. Harry took it. Ragnarok's grip was iron-hard, his skin rough with the calluses of a smith, and his obsidian eyes held Harry's with an intensity that was almost painful. "You have done well, all speaker," he said in the deep earth tongue. "Better than I expected. Better, perhaps, than you know." "I stumbled into the Maker's voice by accident," Harry said. "I didn't plan any of this. The best diplomacy is never planned. It is honest reaction to honest circumstance." Ragnarok released his hand. "Go back to your school, Mr. Potter. Learn. Grow. And when the time comes, and it will, remember that the nation has a long memory and a longer patience, and we do not forget those who speak to us in our own voice." Harry nodded. He turned and walked toward the door, Ron and Hermione falling in behind him, and they were almost out of the chamber when Bogrod's voice caught him. "All speaker." Harry stopped and turned. Bogrod was still in his seat, his face still hard, his hands still gripping the stone armrests. But his undertone had shifted. The hostility was still there, but beneath it, something else, not warmth, not even acceptance, but a grudging acknowledgement that the boy had earned the right to leave the room alive. "I oppose this accord," Bogrod said in Gobbledegook. "I still believe you are the most dangerous being to walk into this chamber in 7 centuries. But I will say this, you did not lie. Not once. And you caught the blade in Ragnarok's handshake, which means you are not a fool." He paused. "The last all-speaker was killed because she trusted too many people. Do not make her mistake." "I won't," Harry said. "Thank you, Counselor." He turned and walked out, and the heavy stone doors closed behind him, and he made it approximately 15 steps down the corridor before his knees gave out. Ron caught him. "Whoa, Harry, you all right?" "Fine. I'm fine. I just need a minute." He leaned against the rough stone wall and breathed. His hands were still shaking. The truth stone had been returned to Silverclaw, but he could still feel its warmth in his palms, the phantom pulse of goblin magic. Hermione was crying. Not dramatically, just tears sliding silently down her cheeks, which she wiped away with the back of her hand impatiently. "That was the most incredible thing I've ever witnessed. Harry, do you understand what you just did? You just negotiated a diplomatic accord with the Goblin Nation. At 11. You modified their terms and they accepted. I nearly started a war. You prevented one." The Maker's voice, if that had come out without the bilateral agreement clause, Ragnarok could have used your testimony to justify armed recovery of every stolen artifact in Britain. You saw it. You stopped it. Ragnarok let me stop it, Harry said quietly. He wanted me to catch it. He wanted the modification. Ron frowned. What? Think about it. Ragnarok is an integrationist. He doesn't want war. War would destroy the goblin economy, which depends on Gringotts, which depends on wizard customers. He wants legal recovery of artifacts through negotiated settlements. But he couldn't propose the bilateral agreement clause himself without looking weak to Bogrod's faction. So he let me propose it. He presented the hardline version to the council, let me find the blade, and then accepted my modification as though I'd forced his hand. Ron stared. He played you. He played everyone. He got his moderate accord. Bogrod got to see me standing up to the director, which earned me credibility with the isolationists, and I got diplomatic protections I desperately need. Everyone walked out with something. That's actually brilliant. It's goblin politics. Everything has 3 layers. They made their way back up through the corridors, past the carved histories and the ancient carvings, through the hidden door, and into the marble hall of Gringotts. The winter sunlight pouring through the high windows was almost blinding after the torchlit depths. Griphook was waiting. He stood by the main entrance, hands clasped behind his back, and when Harry approached, the goblin nodded, a short, sharp inclination of the head that in gobbledegook body language signified respect between equals. Agent Griphook, Harry said. Mr. Potter. Griphook's dark eyes glittered. I hear the council meeting went well. You hear things quickly. I am a goblin. Information is our second currency. He paused. I wanted you to know, the report I filed after your first visit. I described you as courteous, competent, and potentially significant. I did not use the word dangerous. That was a deliberate choice. I appreciate it. Appreciation is pleasant but unnecessary. I reported what I observed. You were a polite child who spoke my language. That should not be remarkable, but in the context of wizard-goblin relations, it is extraordinary. He straightened. You have allies in this building, Mr. Potter. More than you know. Not all of us agree with Bogrod. Not all of us agree with Ragnarok, for that matter. But all of us heard what you said in that chamber, and all of us will remember it. He turned and walked away, vanishing into the crowd of goblins and wizards, and Harry watched him go and felt the weight of the day settle onto his shoulders, heavy but not crushing. Not unbearable. Just the weight of a responsibility he hadn't asked for but was beginning to accept. They spent Christmas week at the Burrow, and it was the happiest 7 days of Harry's life. Not because anything extraordinary happened, the opposite, really. It was the ordinariness that undid him. Mrs. Weasley's cooking, which was spectacular and abundant and offered without condition. The Weasley brothers' constant, chaotic energy, Fred and George's pranks, Percy's pomposity, Ron's easy laughter. The snow-covered garden where they had snowball fights and Diagon the flower beds, and Harry taught the gnomes some new insults in their own language, which they received with delighted outrage. Hermione visited twice, bringing books and questions and her latest gobbledygook exercises, which were improving rapidly. Harry corrected her conjugations and taught her the informal register, the one goblins used with friends, and she practiced it with a joy that transcended academic interest. She was learning not because it was useful but because it was beautiful, because the structure of the language was elegant and precise and revealed something true about the people who spoke it, and that truth mattered to her. Ron's gift for chess turned out to be genuinely extraordinary. Harry played him 3 times and lost 3 times, and each time he watched Ron's mind work, the patterns, the predictions, the intuitive leaps, and thought about what he'd said on the train. Chess has a language too. Ron spoke it fluently. He just didn't know it. You should play a goblin sometime, Harry told him after the 3rd devastating defeat. They play a variant called Cragmore, similar to wizard chess but with additional pieces and a 3-dimensional board. It's considered the highest form of strategic competition in goblin culture. Ron's eyes went wide. 3-dimensional? How does that even work? 3 boards stacked vertically. Pieces can move between levels. It adds a spatial component that makes standard chess look flat. I need to learn this. Harry, I need to learn this. I'll teach you the rules. But you'll have to practice against actual goblins if you want to get good. Done. Where do I sign up? Harry laughed, and the laughter was easy and real, and Mrs. Weasley heard it from the kitchen and smiled without knowing why. But even in the warmth of the burrow, the weight of what was waiting at Hogwarts pressed on him. He lay awake at night in Ron's bedroom, surrounded by Chudley Cannon's posters and the sound of the ghoul banging pipes, and thought about the Philosopher's Stone and the cold voice under Quirrell's turban. He'd overheard something new just before leaving Hogwarts. A fragment, caught in the corridor outside the defense classroom as students streamed past, the protections weakened during holidays. Fewer staff. Fewer wards actively monitored. If we move before term resumes, and then the crowd had swept Harry away and the voice had been lost. Voldemort was planning to make his move during the break. While the castle was nearly empty. While Dumbledore might, or might not, be watching. Harry had told Dumbledore. He'd gone to the headmaster's office the evening before the train departed and had said, plainly and directly, Quirrell is going to try for the stone during the holidays. The voice told him the protections are weaker with fewer staff. Dumbledore had listened with his usual unreadable expression and said, "Thank you, Harry. I assure you, the stone is well protected." Protected by what? By whom? If Quirrell knows about the dog, and the plant, and the chess set, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but final. Trust me. Harry had left the office unsatisfied, and the dissatisfaction had followed him to the burrow like a shadow. He didn't trust Dumbledore. Not fully. The old man's undertone was too layered, too complex, too full of plans within plans. Harry believed that Dumbledore wanted to protect the stone. He did not believe that protecting the stone was Dumbledore's only objective. There was something else going on, some larger strategy, and Harry couldn't see it, and the not seeing made him anxious in a way that all his languages couldn't soothe. On New Year's Eve, sitting in the Burrow's living room while the Weasleys set off indoor fireworks, Fred and George's contribution, which turned the ceiling into a temporary aurora borealis, Harry made a decision. If Dumbledore wouldn't tell him the full plan, Harry would have to figure it out himself. And if the stone was in danger, Harry would have to be ready to act. He leaned over to Ron and Hermione, who were sitting beside him on the battered sofa, and spoke quietly under the cover of the fireworks booming. When we get back to Hogwarts, we need to find out exactly what protections are on the stone. Every layer. Every trap. Every defense. Because if Quirrell gets past them, we need to be able to get past them too. Ron looked at him. The fireworks painted his face in shifting colors, green, gold, red. You're talking about going after the stone ourselves. I'm talking about being prepared. That's the same thing. Maybe. Are you in? Ron held his gaze for a long moment. Then he grinned, a slightly manic, slightly terrified, thoroughly Ron grin. "Mate, I've been in since the troll." Hermione didn't grin. She nodded, once, precisely, and her eyes were calm and clear and absolutely certain. "We'll need a plan. A real one. Not just running in and hoping for the best. That's why I have you. Flattery will get you nowhere, Harry Potter. It got me a study schedule for gobbledegook. That was different. That was education." The fireworks crackled and boomed, and the Weasley family cheered, and the new year arrived, and somewhere in a castle in Scotland, a stone that could grant immortality sat behind a series of magical protections, waiting for someone to come and take it. Back at Hogwarts, term resumed, and Harry threw himself into 2 projects simultaneously, preparing for the stone's defenses and deepening his understanding of his gift. The first project was collaborative. The trio spent every free hour in the library, researching the protective enchantments they knew about. The 3-headed dog, Fluffy, Hagrid had accidentally let slip, Devil's Snare, enchanted keys, a giant chess set, a troll, already dealt with, apparently, and a potions logic puzzle. Hermione mapped the defenses methodically, identifying the likely creator of each one based on staff expertise. Fluffy is Hagrid's, obviously. Devil's Snare is Professor Sprout. The keys are probably Flitwick, that's charm work. The chess set is McGonagall, she's known for animated transfiguration. The troll was Quirrell's contribution, which is ironic. And the potions puzzle is Snape's. And Dumbledore's protection? Ron asked. Unknown. But it's the last one. The final barrier before the stone. Harry nodded. He had a growing suspicion about Dumbledore's protection, something connected to the Mirror of Erised, which Dumbledore had moved after Harry's visits, but he kept it to himself for now. The second project was solitary. Harry was spending hours in the library's restricted section. He'd obtained a signed note from McGonagall by the simple method of asking for one and explaining, honestly, that he wanted to study ancient magical linguistics, reading everything he could find about the All-Speaker, the Founder's tongue, and the language of magic itself. What he found was fragmentary and often contradictory. Different sources described the All-Speaker in different ways, as a prophet, a diplomat, a weapon, a healer. But one detail appeared consistently across all accounts: the All-Speaker's power was not just linguistic. It was ontological. The All-Speaker didn't just understand languages, they understood the grammar of reality itself. The way magic worked, the way enchantments were structured, the way spells were built from fundamental units of meaning, all of this was transparent to the All-Speaker in the same way a sentence is transparent to someone who knows its language. This explained why he could speak to his broom and override Voldemort's curse. It explained why the Sorting Hat had conversed with him in the Founder's tongue. It explained why he could hear the Maker's voice in goblin-forged metal. It also explained why Ira of Powys had been killed. A person who understood the grammar of reality could, in theory, rewrite it. Not easily, not without cost, but the potential was there. And potential, in the hands of the wrong people, was indistinguishable from threat. Harry closed the books and sat in the quiet library and thought about Silverclaw's distinction. A bridge connects. A door lets things through. He wanted to be a bridge. He wanted to connect the fractured pieces of the magical world, goblins and wizards and merpeople and elves, through the simple, revolutionary act of translation. But the door was always there. The temptation to use his understanding not just to communicate but to command. To speak the language of magic and tell reality what to do. He'd done it once, on the broom. He'd overridden a curse through sheer linguistic authority. What else could he override? What else could he command? The question terrified him. He put it away and went to Quidditch practice and tried to think about nothing but the wind and the snitch and the simple, honest language of flight. Snape's confrontation came on a Tuesday afternoon. Harry was walking back from herbology, smelling of dragon dung fertilizer and thinking about Devil's Snare, when a hand closed on his shoulder and spun him around. Snape's face was inches from his, white and furious, and his black eyes bored into Harry's with an intensity that was almost physical. "Potter. My office. Now." Harry was marched through the corridors and deposited in a chair in Snape's dungeon office, which was cold and damp and lined with jars of things that floated in murky liquid and probably didn't appreciate being stared at. Snape slammed the door and turned on him. "You will tell me," Snape said, each word bitten off like a piece of wire, "how you heard what I said in class last week." Harry's mind raced. Last week, potions class, what had he, and then he remembered. Snape had been circulating during a brewing exercise, and he'd paused near Harry's desk and muttered something in a language that Harry had responded to without thinking. The language had been an obscure alchemical dialect, a hybrid of archaic gobbledegook and medieval Latin, used exclusively by 16th-century potion masters, dead for hundreds of years. Snape had been thinking aloud about Harry's potion. The boy's instincts are sound but his technique is rushed, like his father, always rushing, and Harry, without looking up, had adjusted his technique in the exact way Snape's mutter had implied. Snape had noticed. Of course Snape had noticed. "I heard you," Harry said simply. "I understood what you said. I adjusted." "You understood." Snape's voice was dangerously quiet. "You understood a language that has not been spoken by a living person since the death of Paracelsus. A language I discovered in a private archive and have never spoken in front of another human being. You understood it and responded as though it were English. It was more natural than English, actually. The alchemical concepts translate more cleanly in the original dialect. Do not play games with me, Potter." Snape braced his hands on the desk and leaned forward, and his undertone was a roaring torrent, the same complex mixture of rage, grief, guilt, and buried love that Harry had heard from the first day. But today there was something new in the mix. Fear. Genuine, sharp, personal fear. "What are you?" Snape asked, and the question wasn't rhetorical. Harry looked at the man who had loved his mother and hated his father and was protecting him despite despising him, and made a choice. "I'm the All-Speaker," he said. "I hear every language. Including yours." Snape stared at him. Then he pulled back, straightening to his full height, and his face did something extraordinary, it crumbled. For one instant, the mask fell away entirely, and beneath it was a tired, wounded, complicated man who had been carrying his secrets alone for so long they'd fused with his bones. "Your mother," Snape said hoarsely. "Your mother was gifted with languages. Did you know that? She had an ear for them. She learned Mermish in her 4th year, taught herself from a book. She said the grammar was beautiful. I didn't know that. She would have understood you. She would have been the only person who—" Snape stopped himself, visibly, physically, slamming the mask back into place. His jaw clenched. His eyes went flat. "This conversation does not leave this room." "I know about Quirrell," Harry said. Snape went very still. "I know there's something else inside him. Something speaking in a language that shouldn't exist in a living body. I know it's been planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone. And I know you've been protecting the stone and protecting me, even though you don't want to." The dungeon office was very cold and very quiet. "You know nothing," Snape said, but his voice had lost its edge. It was the voice of a man whose cover had been blown and who was calculating, rapidly, what damage control was possible. "I know my mother's protection is on me. I can hear it, a kind of warmth, a language of love and sacrifice, woven into my skin. It's the reason Quirrell can't touch me." Harry paused. "And I know that whatever loyalty you carry for her is the reason you're on Dumbledore's side. Not conviction. Not ideology. Just love. Old love. Unfinished love." Snape's hand was shaking. He pressed it flat against the desk to stop it. "Get out of my office," he whispered. "I'm not your enemy, Professor. I said get out." Harry stood. He walked to the door. He stopped with his hand on the handle and said, without turning around, she would have been proud of you. For protecting me. Whatever else happened between you, she would have been proud of that. He left. Behind him, in the cold dungeon office, Severus Snape sat down in his chair and put his head in his hands and made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been something else entirely. The weeks bled into each other. January became February. The snow thinned but didn't fully retreat. Harry studied, practiced Quidditch, taught Hermione gobbledegook. She could now hold a basic conversation in the informal register and was working on the formal, played chess with Ron, still losing, still enjoying it, and monitored Quirrell's passenger with the grim vigilance of a sentry on a wall. The voice was getting desperate. Its patience, which had seemed infinite, was fraying. Fragments reached Harry in corridors, in classrooms, at meals, a constant, low-level stream of dark language that was tightening like a noose. The unicorn blood sustains but does not restore. I need the stone. I need the stone. The old man watches. Severus watches. The boy more actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 5, The Tongue of All Things. The end came faster than Harry expected. He was eating breakfast on a Thursday morning in early June, half listening to Ron argue with Seamus about the Chudley Cannon's chances in the League Cup, when Hagrid sat down at the Gryffindor table. This was unusual enough to draw stares. Staff didn't typically join students for meals, but Hagrid wasn't paying attention to the stares. He was pale and sweating and his massive hands were trembling around a mug of tea he'd brought from the staff table. Harry, he said, his voice low and urgent. Need a word. They went outside. The June morning was warm and bright, the grounds lush with the aggressive green of a Scottish summer, and Hagrid led Harry around the side of the castle to a spot near the greenhouses where they couldn't be overheard. Except Harry could hear the mandrakes screaming in Greenhouse 3, a sound like babies being systematically outraged, and the whomping willow grumbling about starlings, and a family of bowtruckles in the nearest oak having a territorial dispute, and under all of it, the distant song of the mere people in the lake, which had shifted over the past week from their usual melancholy beauty to something sharper. Worried. Alert. Hagrid, what's wrong? Hagrid looked at his feet. His beard was tangled, his coat was singed. Harry noticed this and filed it, and his undertone was a churning mess of guilt and fear. I did something stupid, Hagrid said. Really, really stupid. The story came out in pieces, disjointed and miserable. A stranger in a pub. Hooded cloak. Bought Hagrid drinks. Asked about the creatures Hagrid kept. And Hagrid, who could never resist talking about animals, had talked. About Fluffy. About how to calm him. About the music. Music, Harry repeated flatly. Just play him a bit, oh, music, and he dropped straight off to sleep. I told a stranger in a pub how to get past the only thing garden, Hagrid's voice cracked. Harry, I think it was him. Whoever's after the stone. I think I gave away, when was this? Months ago. Before Christmas. But I only just realized, I was telling Ron and Hermione about the dragon egg, the what? The dragon egg was another story, one that involved Hagrid winning it from the same hooded stranger in a card game and secretly hatching it in his hut and naming it Norbert. Harry listened with mounting disbelief as Hagrid explained that Ron's brother Charlie had arranged for the dragon to be collected by friends who worked at a Romanian reserve, and that the whole affair had been resolved, technically, though Hagrid was still weepy about it. Hagrid. Focus. The music. Quirrell knows about the music. Quirrell. Why would? Because Quirrell is the one who's after the stone. He's been after it all year. And now he knows how to get past Fluffy. Hagrid's face went slack. No. No, that can't be right. Quirrell's a Hogwarts teacher. Dumbledore trusts him to show his hand. There's a difference. Harry was already moving, his mind racing ahead of his feet. I need to find Ron and Hermione. And I need to talk to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's gone, Hagrid said miserably. Left this mornin'. Got an urgent owl from the ministry, somethin' about. Harry stopped. The world contracted to a point. Dumbledore left the castle. Said he'd be back by evenin', he won't be back by evening. The owl was a fake. Someone lured him away. Harry's voice was calm but his blood was ice. Tonight. It's happening tonight. He left Hagrid standing by the greenhouses, stunned and guilty, and ran. Ron and Hermione were in the library. Of course they were in the library. Hermione had exams to prepare for, and Ron had been dragged along as a study partner, which meant he was asleep on a textbook while Hermione highlighted notes with color-coded precision. Harry slid into the seat across from them and said, "It's tonight." Ron's head snapped up. Hermione's quill stopped. He told them. Hagrid's confession, the music, Dumbledore's absence. He told them what he'd heard that morning, passing Quirrell in the corridor, the cold voice, louder than ever, barely bothering to hide, tonight. He is gone. The protections are ours. Move. We need to tell a teacher, Hermione said immediately. Who? McGonagall. She'll listen. She trusts you. They found McGonagall in her office, grading papers with the methodical efficiency of a woman who considered error a personal affront. She looked up when they burst in and her expression hardened. We think someone's going to try to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight, Harry said, without preamble. McGonagall's reaction was swift and sharp. She demanded details. Harry gave her what he could without revealing his full ability, Hagrid's confession about the music, Dumbledore's suspicious absence, Quirrell's strange behavior all year. He left out the voice. He left out the all-speaker. He gave her enough truth to be convincing and enough omission to be safe. It wasn't enough. I assure you, Mr. Potter, the stone is perfectly safe, McGonagall said, though her undertone belied her words. There was a current of concern running beneath her professional certainty. The protections are extensive and have been designed by some of the most accomplished witches and wizards in Britain. I suggest you return to your common room and focus on your approaching exams. Professor, please, that will be all, Mr. Potter. They left. Harry's jaw was tight. In the corridor, Hermione grabbed his arm. She didn't believe us. She believed us. She just doesn't think 3 first years can do anything about it. Harry looked at Ron, then at Hermione. She's wrong. Ron's face was the color of old porridge, but his voice was steady. So we're doing this. We're doing this. Tonight. Tonight. Hermione closed her eyes for a long moment. When she opened them, the fear was still there but it had been organized, categorized, filed in the appropriate mental drawer and set aside for later processing. Right. I need 3 hours. I need to review the defenses one more time, prepare contingencies, and pack supplies. Meet in the common room at 11. Wear dark clothing. Hermione, this isn't a heist. Everything is a heist if you plan it properly. She marched away toward the library. Ron watched her go and shook his head slowly. Mate, she's the scariest person I've ever met. Including the goblins. Don't tell her that. She'll take it as a compliment. She should take it as a compliment. They split up. Harry went to the Olary. He needed to send 2 messages, one that was strategic and one that was personal. The strategic message was to Gringotts. He wrote it in gobbledegook, in the formal register, addressed to Director Ragnarok. Director, the artifact known as the Philosopher's Stone, currently secured at Hogwarts School, is under imminent threat of theft by a hostile agent working in the service of the wizard known as Voldemort. Hogwarts headmaster has been lured away from the castle. I intend to intervene. If I do not send a second message within 24 hours, please consider this notification of a breach in magical security that may have implications for the Goblin Nation's interests. All speaker. The personal message was to Mrs. Weasley. He wrote it in English, and it was short. Dear Mrs. Weasley, thank you for the jumper. It's the nicest thing anyone has ever given me. I want you to know that whatever happens, this year has been the best of my life, because of your family. Please tell Ron I said that, if he forgets. Harry. He tied both messages to Hedwig's leg. She looked at him with fierce amber eyes, and her communication was blunt and clear. Danger. You smell of fear. I know, he thought back. Deliver these and then stay in the Ollery. Don't come looking for me tonight. I do not take orders from humans. I'm asking. Please. Hedwig glared at him for a long moment. Then she nipped his finger, hard enough to sting, gently enough not to break skin, and launched herself from the window, white wings catching the evening light, and Harry watched her go and felt the specific kind of fear that comes from knowing you've done everything you can and it might not be enough. The common room was dark at 11. The fire had burned to embers, casting a faint orange glow that made shadows dance on the walls. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered by the portrait hole in dark clothing, Harry's invisibility cloak folded under his arm. Neville was there too. He was standing by the fireplace in his pajamas, round face set in an expression of terrified determination, and he stepped into their path as they made for the exit. You're sneaking out again, Neville said. I won't let you. You'll lose more points for Gryffindor and I won't, Neville, Harry said gently. We have to go. Something important is happening tonight and we're the only ones who can stop it. Then I'm coming too. Harry looked at Neville, really looked, with his full attention, hearing the boy's undertone. Fear, massive and overwhelming. But beneath it, anchoring it, a granite core of stubbornness that Harry recognized from the Sorting Hat's assessment, such tremendous strength, packed down so deep he doesn't know it's there. You can't come, Harry said. Not because you're not brave enough, you're one of the bravest people I know. But we need someone to stay behind and raise the alarm if we don't come back. Can you do that? Neville stared at him. You really think you might not come back? I think it's possible. Then go. If you're not back by morning, I'll tell McGonagall everything. Thank you, Neville. They slipped out under the invisibility cloak, a tight fit for three, but manageable if they walked carefully and Hermione didn't breathe too deeply. The castle was dark and quiet, the corridors lit only by moonlight through the high windows and the faint phosphorescence of magical torches turned low for the night. Harry listened. The castle's nighttime voice was different from its daytime hum, slower, deeper, more contemplative. The portraits muttered in their sleep. The ghosts drifted through walls, conversing in centuries-dead languages. Mrs. Norris padded through the second-floor corridor, her feline monologue a stream of territorial satisfaction punctuated by complaints about dust. And from the third floor, something else. A sound Harry had been monitoring all year, growing louder and more agitated as the months passed. Fluffy. The three-headed dog. Awake, alert, and Harry cocked his head, frightened. The dog's communication wasn't sophisticated, it was canine, emotional, built from instinct rather than grammar. But it was clear. Fluffy was upset. Something had disturbed him. Someone had been near his door recently, someone who smelled wrong, who smelled like two things at once, and the scent had set all three heads on edge. Quirrell. Quirrell had already been here tonight. Testing. Preparing. Move faster, Harry whispered. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was ajar. Harry pushed it open. The room beyond was large and dim, and Fluffy filled most of it, an enormous three-headed dog, each head the size of a dustbin, currently alert and growling at the open door. 6 eyes fixed on the 3 students as they stepped inside. The growling intensified. 3 sets of teeth bared. 3 throats produced a harmonic rumble that Harry felt in his ribcage. Harry, Ron breathed, if you have a plan, now would be, Harry was already singing. Not a human song, the one that came out of his mouth was older, deeper, something from the language of magical beasts. It was a lullaby, though that word didn't capture the full scope of it. It was a song of safety, of den and warmth and the absence of threat, pitched in frequencies that spoke directly to the animal brain, bypassing the three heads' individual personalities and addressing the single body they shared. He'd learned it from the textbooks, fragments of beast speech compiled by magizoologists over centuries, but he sang it the way he spoke every language, fluently, instinctively, as though he'd been singing it his whole life. Fluffy's growling faltered. One head drooped. Then another. The third held out longest, its eyes fighting to stay open, but the song was relentless, warm, heavy, irresistible, and within 30 seconds, all three heads had sunk to the floor and the massive body was rising and falling with the deep, slow breathing of sleep. That, Hermione whispered, was the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Thanks. Trapdoor. The trapdoor was set into the floor beneath Fluffy's paw. Ron eased it open. The hinges had been recently oiled, Harry noticed, which meant Quirrell had prepared the way, and they looked down into absolute darkness. I'll go first, Harry said. Like hell you will, Ron said, and jumped. His yell of surprise echoed up from below, followed by a thump and then, it's soft. Some kind of plant, it's okay, come down. Harry and Hermione jumped. They landed on something thick and springy, devil's snare. Harry recognized immediately, the plant's communication a slow, vegetative hunger, tendrils reaching for warmth and movement. Stop moving, Hermione hissed. Devil's snare, it'll crush you if you struggle. Relax. Ron was already struggling, the tendrils tightening around his legs and arms. Hermione forced herself still and sank through the plant, landing on cold stone below. Harry followed, letting his body go limp, and the snare released him reluctantly. Ron was still trapped, the tendrils climbing his chest. Harry could hear the plant's intent, not malicious, just botanical, the blind grasping of a thing that wanted warmth and found it, and he spoke to it the way he'd spoken to the broom during the Quidditch match. Not in English or any human language, but in the language of growing things, a slow, green tongue that was less speech and more vibration, a frequency of meaning that plants responded to the way sunflowers responded to light. He told the devil's snare, release. This is not food. This is not warmth. Release. The tendrils loosened. Ron dropped through, landing in a heap on the stone floor, gasping. I am never, he wheezed, going near a potted plant again. They were in a stone passage, narrow and damp, sloping gently downward. Harry could hear something ahead, a soft, metallic clinking, like wind chimes made of steel. And beneath it, Quirrell's footsteps, already far ahead of them. The sound was wrong, too rhythmic, too purposeful, accompanied by a muttering in the cold language that Harry had been monitoring all year. They ran. The key room was next. A high-ceiling chamber filled with hundreds of jewel-bright, winged keys fluttering near the ceiling like a cloud of butterflies. Against one wall, broomsticks. Against the other, a heavy oak door with a silver lock. We need the right key, Hermione said, scanning the flock. An old one, silver, probably with a bent wing, it's been caught before. Harry was already on a broom. The keys scattered as he rose, a chattering cloud of tiny wings and metallic bodies, each one carrying a faint magical signature that Harry could read like a name tag. He filtered through them, listening for the one that matched the lock, old silver, heavy tumblers, a mechanism that sang in the key of D minor. There. A large, bright blue key with a crumpled wing, flying erratically near the far wall. Harry dove for it, and the other keys attacked. They weren't just fluttering, they were guarding, swarming with a coordinated hostility that was almost insectal, but Harry was faster, the broom responding to his intent with the fluid immediacy of flight language, and he snatched the key out of the air and hurled it to Hermione, who caught it and got the door open while Harry crash-landed and Ron batted keys away from his head. Through the door. The chess room. It was enormous. A full-size wizard chess set occupied a stone board that stretched from wall to wall, the pieces towering over them, stone knights on stone horses, stone bishops holding stone staffs, a stone queen with a face like a cliff face and a crown of granite thorns. The pieces were still, waiting, their communication a deep, patient rumble that Harry recognized as the same kind of enchanted awareness that suits of armor possessed. They were animated stone. They thought in the slow, heavy language of transfigured rock, and their thoughts were simple: guard, challenge, destroy. We have to play our way across, Ron said, and his voice had changed. The nervousness was gone. In its place was the focused, electric calm of someone who had just stepped into their element. It's a game. It's my game. He walked among the pieces with the quiet authority of a general surveying his troops, assessing the board, reading the position. Harry watched Ron's undertone shift into something he'd never heard from his friend before, a pure, crystalline concentration, every ounce of Ron's intelligence focused to a point like sunlight through a lens. Harry, you take the bishop's position. Hermione, you're the castle on the left. Ron paused, studying the board. His face was pale but his eyes were steady. I'm the knight. Ron, Hermione started. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. They took their positions. The white pieces moved first, and the game began. It was brutal. The stone pieces didn't pull punches. When a piece was taken, it was taken, struck down with violence that sent shards of stone flying. Harry winced at every captured piece, feeling the enchantment shatter as the stone intelligence was destroyed. But Ron was magnificent. He played with a precision and daring that transcended anything Harry had seen in their common room games, sacrificing pieces with ruthless efficiency, building a position that was invisible to Harry's untrained eye but that the White Queen seemed to recognize, because her movements became increasingly desperate. Ron, Harry said, 15 minutes in, what are you planning? Ron didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on the board, tracking patterns. I'm going to sacrifice myself. What? It's the only way. I need to move into the Queen's path. She'll take me, she has to, it's the only logical response, and that puts you in position to checkmate the king. Ron, no. Those pieces aren't pulling punches. If the Queen hits you, I know. Ron turned to look at Harry, and his face was white but his eyes were clear. His undertone was a single, unwavering note of determination. Harry. This is what I'm for. This is my language. Let me speak it. Harry looked at his best friend and felt the full weight of what Ron was offering, not just a chess sacrifice but a statement of identity, a declaration that Ronald Weasley, sixth son, perpetual shadow, boy who believed he was ordinary, was willing to be broken so that Harry could move forward. Ron, knight to h3, Ron said. His stone horse moved. The White Queen turned her granite head. She advanced across the board with terrible purpose. She struck Ron from the horse like a battering ram hitting a wall. He flew backward, hit the stone floor, rolled twice, and lay still. Ron! Hermione screamed. He's alive, Harry said instantly. He could hear Ron's breathing, shallow but steady, his heartbeat fast but regular. He's unconscious. Hermione, stay with him. Harry, you can't, I have to. Stay with Ron. If he doesn't wake up in 10 minutes, get him out. Get help. He moved to the square Ron had opened and said, checkmate, to the White King, and the king's stone crown clanked to the floor, and the door behind the board swung open. Harry ran through. The troll room was next, but the troll was already dealt with. It lay unconscious on the floor, a massive lump of grey flesh that smelled like an open sewer. Someone had knocked it out recently. Quirrell, presumably. Harry stepped over it, noting that the troll's communication was the same slow, stunned confusion he'd heard from the Halloween troll. This one had been hit with a simple sleeping spell. No conversation required. The potions room. Snape's protection. Harry walked through the door and flames sprang up behind him, purple fire, blocking the way back. Ahead, through another archway, black fire blocked the way forward. Between them, a table with 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes, and a scroll of parchment. He read the scroll. It was a logic puzzle, a riddle about which bottles contained poison, which contained wine, and which would let you pass through the flames. Hermione would have loved it. Harry solved it in about 30 seconds, partly because logic puzzles were trivially easy when you could read the magical signatures of the potions themselves. Each one spoke in the language of its ingredients, and the one that would carry him through the black fire was singing a song of protection that was unmistakable. He drank. Cold flooded through him. He walked through the black flames and into the final chamber. The mirror of Erised stood in the center of the room, and Quirrell stood in front of it. No turban. For the first time, Quirrell's head was bare, and Harry could see the back of it, and what he saw made his stomach lurch. A face. A second face, pressed into the back of Quirrell's skull like a death mask embedded in living flesh. Flat, white, with red eyes that glowed like coals and slitted nostrils and a mouth that moved independently of Quirrell's own. The face was speaking. Not in the between heartbeats tongue, that was its private language, its thinking language. Now it spoke in English, and its voice was high and cold and carried the authority of absolute certainty. Use the boy, it said. He's here. I can smell him. Quirrell spun. His eyes, his own eyes, watery and terrified, found Harry in the doorway. Potter, he said, and there was no stammer. The stammer had been an act all year, and its absence was somehow more frightening than the face on the back of his head. Professor Quirrell, Harry said. Or should I address the other one directly? The face on the back of Quirrell's head smiled. It was a terrible smile, thin lips stretching across a surface that shouldn't have been able to move. The red eyes fixed on Harry with an intelligence that was vast and cold and ancient. Clever boy, Voldemort said. You always were too clever for your own good. Your mother was the same. Harry's hands were steady. His heart was hammering but his hands were steady, and his voice was steady, and the part of him that heard languages was working at full capacity, processing every nuance of Voldemort's voice, the undertone, the harmonics, the emotional architecture beneath the words. What he heard surprised him. Voldemort was afraid. Not of Harry, not physically. But of something Harry represented. An uncertainty. An unknown variable in an equation Voldemort had spent a decade solving. The Dark Wizard's undertone was dominated by a sharp, specific fear that Harry recognized because he'd heard it before, in Bogrod's voice at the Goblin Tribunal, the fear of something that could not be controlled, could not be predicted, could not be categorized or contained. You've been listening to me all year, Voldemort said. It wasn't a question. In the corridors. In class. You heard me speaking to Quirrell. You understood. Yes. How? Parseltongue accounts for the serpent speech. But I was not speaking Parseltongue. I was speaking the Wraith tongue, the language of the dead not dead. No living being should be able to comprehend it. I comprehend everything. Impossible. Language is bounded. Even magical language has limits. No single being can, I can. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Behind them, in the depths of whatever passed for his consciousness, Harry could hear the gears turning, the calculation, the reassessment, the rapid restructuring of assumptions. Voldemort was brilliant. More than brilliant, he was one of the most gifted magical minds in history. And he was, in this moment, encountering something that didn't fit his model of reality. The All-Speaker, Voldemort said softly. I had dismissed it as myth. Most people do. I am not most people. Voldemort's voice hardened. And I do not fear myths. Quirrell, seize him. Quirrell lunged. Harry dodged, not elegantly, just a clumsy sideways stumble that took him out of reach, and Quirrell came around for another grab, and Harry backed toward the mirror, and his reflection appeared in the glass. He saw himself. Just himself, thin, scared, 11 years old, standing in a dungeon facing a dark wizard and his parasite. No parents this time. No family. Just Harry. Then his reflection smiled and reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone and winked. Harry felt weight appear in his real pocket. The stone. Dumbledore's protection, the mirror would give the stone only to someone who wanted it but didn't want to use it. Harry wanted to protect it. Voldemort wanted to use it. The mirror knew the difference. What do you see? Voldemort demanded. What does the mirror show you? Tell me. Harry turned away from the mirror and faced Quirrell. Voldemort's face was pressed against the back of the professor's skull, red eyes blazing, and the wraith tongue was pouring from his lipless mouth in a torrent of commands. Seize him, take the stone, take it, and Harry heard every word and stood his ground. I see myself, Harry said. Alone. Nothing useful. He lies, Voldemort hissed. He lies, let me speak to him, let me face him. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban, and the face on the back of his head was suddenly the face on the front as Quirrell turned, and Voldemort's red eyes were inches from Harry's own. Give me the stone, boy. No. Give me the stone and I will let you live. I will tell you things, about your parents, about your power, about what you are. I know more about the All-Speaker than any living being. I have studied the histories. I know why you exist. Don't you want to know? Harry did want to know. The desire was sharp and immediate, a hook set in his curiosity. Voldemort heard languages too, not all of them, not the way Harry did, but enough. Parseltongue. The wraith tongue. He had studied the All-Speaker myth. He might genuinely know things Harry needed. But Harry could hear the lie. Not in the words, Voldemort's offer was sincere enough, as far as it went. He would share information. But the undertone told a different story. Beneath the reasonable words, Voldemort's emotional architecture was a howling void, a mind so consumed by the terror of death that it had burned away every other human capacity. Love, empathy, connection, mercy, all of it incinerated in the furnace of Voldemort's single obsession, to never, ever die. He would share information with Harry the way a spider shared its web with a fly. The information would be real. The trap would be real too. You're afraid of dying, Harry said. That's what all of this is about. Not power. Not ideology. Just fear. Voldemort's expression froze. The red eyes went flat. You know nothing of fear, child. I know what it sounds like. I've been hearing yours all year, this desperate, clawing terror underneath everything you say. You're not alive, not really. You're a voice in the dark, clinging to a stolen body, chasing a stone that will let you keep running from the one thing you can't talk your way out of. Harry paused. You speak the language of the dead not dead because that's what you are. Something that should have moved on and refused. And the refusal is eating you alive. Or eating you dead. I'm not sure which. The chamber went cold. Not metaphorically, the temperature dropped, frost forming on the mirror's surface, Harry's breath misting in the air. Voldemort's magical presence was expanding, filling the room with a pressure that made Harry's ears pop. Kill him, Voldemort said to Quirrell. Kill him and take the stone from his body. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat, and two things happened simultaneously. First, pain. Blinding, searing, nuclear pain, centered on Harry's scar and radiating outward like a shockwave. Harry screamed. The sound tore out of him involuntarily, raw and primal, and it came out in no language he recognized, or rather, in every language at once, a cry that was simultaneously English and gobbledegook and Mermish and Parseltongue and the Founder's tongue and the Deep Earth language and 100 others, all of them compressed into a single sound that expressed a single meaning, N-O. Second, Quirrell screamed too. His hands, the hands on Harry's throat, were burning. Not metaphorically. The flesh was blistering, cracking, turning to ash where it touched Harry's skin. Quirrell staggered backward, staring at his ruined hands, and Harry saw the moment of horrified comprehension cross the professor's face. Master, I cannot, he burns, then use your wand. But Harry was already moving. The pain in his scar was apocalyptic, but beneath it, beneath the agony, beneath the white noise of overloaded nerves, he could hear something else. Something he'd felt once before, in the wand shop, when Ollivander had told him about Phoenix Song. His mother's protection. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't an enchantment in any conventional sense. It was a language, the oldest language, the most fundamental, and it was woven into his very skin, into the scar on his forehead, into the blood in his veins. It was the language of sacrifice. The language of a love so absolute it had transcended death and become a physical force, a barrier that burned anything dark and selfish that tried to cross it. Harry couldn't speak this language. He didn't need to. It spoke itself. It was his mother's voice, embedded in his flesh, saying the same thing over and over in a tongue that needed no translation, "You will not touch my son." He threw himself at Quirrell. His hands found Quirrell's face and the burning resumed, Quirrell shrieking, flesh crumbling to ash, Voldemort's voice screaming commands in every dark language he knew, and Harry held on. He held on through the pain and the noise and the horror, his hands on Quirrell's dissolving face, his mother's protection blazing through his skin like fire, like sunlight, like love made incandescent and terrible. Quirrell collapsed. His body hit the stone floor and began to crumble, and from the ruins of it, something rose, a dark, formless thing, a wraith, a shadow with red eyes and a scream that was all the dark languages at once compressed into a single note of rage and agony and refusal. The wraith passed through Harry on its way out. The sensation was indescribable. Every language Harry had ever known flared simultaneously, a cacophony of voices, human and non-human, living and dead, all of them screaming in unison as Voldemort's essence tore through him like a spear through cloth. Harry felt the wraith's mind brush his, the vast, cold, brilliant, broken mind of Tom Riddle, and for one fraction of a second, they understood each other completely. Voldemort saw what Harry was. The full scope of the All-Speaker. The bridge between all speaking things. The tongue of all things. And Harry saw what Voldemort was. A boy who had grown up in an orphanage and learned that the world was cold and that language was power and that if you could speak to snakes you were special and if you were special you might not have to die. A boy who had been afraid. Just afraid. And who had let the fear eat everything else. Then the wraith was gone, ripping through the ceiling, howling into the night, and Harry was alone in the chamber with a body that was crumbling to dust and a mirror that showed nothing but his own reflection and a stone in his pocket that burned against his hip like a coal. He fell. The stone floor was cold against his cheek. The pain in his scar was fading, replaced by an exhaustion so profound it felt like dissolving. His vision blurred. The chamber dimmed. The last thing he heard before consciousness left him was a voice, not his mother's, not Voldemort's, not any of the 1,000 voices that lived inside him. It was new. Or very, very old. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the stone and the air and the magic itself, and it said a single word in the Founder's tongue, rest. Harry closed his eyes and obeyed. He woke in the hospital wing to sunlight and white linen and the smell of healing potions and the sound of Dumbledore's voice. Quite remarkable, Poppy, the scarring is minimal. The boy's been through, Albus, he needs rest, not visitors, I assure you, I will be brief. Harry opened his eyes. The world was blurry, his glasses were on the bedside table, but he could make out the tall, silver shape of Dumbledore settling into a chair beside his bed, and the bustling form of Madame Pomfrey retreating with visible reluctance. My glasses, Harry croaked. Dumbledore handed them to him. The world sharpened. Dumbledore looked old. Not in the usual way was timeless, ageless, a patina of wisdom that made his years seem like accumulation rather than erosion. Today, he looked tired. The lines around his eyes were deeper. The blue gaze was still sharp but it was weighted. How long? Harry asked. 3 days. Your friends have been beside themselves. Mr. Weasley has attempted to break into the hospital wing no fewer than 7 times. Miss Granger set up a study station outside the door and has been conducting what she calls a comprehensive literature review of magical coma recovery. Harry almost smiled. Ron, the chess game, is he? Mr. Weasley made a full recovery within hours. A concussion and some bruised ribs. He is fine, Harry. He is more than fine. He is currently in the Great Hall telling everyone who will listen about how he sacrificed himself in a giant chess game, and his account grows more dramatic with each retelling. Harry did smile, then. It hurt, his face was bruised, apparently, but he smiled. The stone, he said. Safe. Nicholas and I have had a long conversation, and we've agreed that the stone should be destroyed. Harry blinked. Destroyed? Its existence attracts too much danger. Nicholas has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order, and then he and Perenelle will die. After more than 6 centuries, they are ready. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Harry thought about Voldemort, about the howling terror at the center of the dark wizard's being, the refusal to accept the one universal truth, and felt a pang of something that was almost pity. Professor, I need to tell you what happened. Everything. I know what happened, Harry. I arrived shortly after you lost consciousness. I pulled you from the chamber and, not just the chamber. Everything. The whole year. And he told him. All of it. The voice under the turban, months of eavesdropping, every fragment of dark language he'd overheard. The conversation with Snape. The house elf binding. The Maker's voice. The goblin accord. The song he'd sung to Fluffy. The language he'd spoken to the devil's snare. The way he'd heard his mother's protection, not as a spell but as a language of love. He told Dumbledore everything, and Dumbledore listened in perfect silence, his blue eyes fixed on Harry's face with an attention so complete it was almost physical. When Harry finished, the headmaster was quiet for a long time. Harry, he said finally. I owe you an apology. For what? For underestimating you. For treating you as a piece on a board rather than a person with agency and judgment. I set the stone's protections as a test, not just for Voldemort but for you. I wanted to see whether you would rise to the challenge, whether you had the courage and the resourcefulness your parents' son should have. It was a manipulation. A benevolent one, I told myself, but a manipulation nonetheless. I know. You knew. I could hear it. In your voice. The calculation underneath the concern. You care about me, but you also have a plan for me, and the plan sometimes takes priority over the caring. Dumbledore flinched. It was the second time Harry had made him flinch, and it was no less devastating than the first. You are correct, Dumbledore said quietly. And I am sorry. I don't need you to be sorry. I need you to be honest. I will try. It is not my natural state, I confess. I have spent so many years managing information that transparency feels rather like undressing in public. A pause. But you deserve it. You have earned it. Not through the all-speaker gift or the stone or any grand action, but simply by being a child who asked to be treated with respect, and who was right to ask. Harry nodded. The sunlight through the hospital wing windows was warm on his face, and outside, he could hear the grounds, birds chattering about territory, the giant squid surfacing in the lake with a splash that sent the merpeople into grumbling retreat, a centaur in the distant forest reading the afternoon sky and finding it satisfactory. Voldemort isn't gone, Harry said. No. He'll try again. Yes. And the all-speaker thing, the goblin accord, the house elf binding, the merpeople, the centaurs, all of that is still out there, waiting. It is. The fractures in the magical world did not heal because you defeated Quirrell. They are deep and old and they will require patience and courage and the willingness to listen, truly listen, to voices that have been ignored for centuries. The hat said the last all-speaker was killed because she wasn't careful. Ira was killed because she was alone. She tried to be the bridge by herself, carrying every burden, translating every grievance, solving every problem. The weight broke her long before the assassins found her. Dumbledore leaned forward. You are not alone, Harry. You have friends who will stand beside you. You have a goblin nation that has recognized your value. You have a phoenix that sings for you, a professor who will protect you despite himself, and a headmaster who is going to try very hard to deserve your trust. Harry looked at Dumbledore, really looked, with his full attention, hearing every layer of the old man's voice. The calculation was still there. The secrets were still there. Dumbledore was what he was, and no single conversation would change that. But beneath the layers, deeper than the chess master's mind and the keeper of secrets, Harry heard something he hadn't heard before. A note, clear and simple and unguarded. Hope. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. Dumbledore patted his hand. Rest now, Harry. Your friends will be in shortly, and I suspect Miss Granger has prepared a debriefing that will make the Goblin Tribunal look casual. He left. Harry lay back on his pillows and closed his eyes and let the sounds of the castle wash over him, the familiar, layered symphony of a 1,000-year-old building full of magic and secrets and people speaking in tongues that only he could bridge. Ron and Hermione arrived 12 minutes later, which Harry suspected was the absolute minimum amount of time Madame Pomfrey's authority could contain them. Ron hit him with a hug that was more like a tackle, and Hermione hit him with a hug that was more like a structural reinforcement, and for a while nobody said anything because the language of the moment was beyond words. It was the language of relief and love and the fierce, bone-deep gratitude of people who had almost lost each other and hadn't. You're an idiot, Hermione said into his shoulder. You complete and total idiot. I saved the world. You fell unconscious on a stone floor and didn't wake up for 3 days. That's not saving the world. That's giving your friends heart attacks. Both can be true. Ron pulled back and studied Harry with red-rimmed eyes. You look awful, mate. You should see the other guy. What happened to the other guy? He turned to dust. Ron blinked. Then he laughed, a sharp, relieved, slightly hysterical bark of laughter that broke the tension like a hammer breaking glass, and Hermione laughed too, and Harry laughed, and for a few minutes they were just 3 kids who'd survived something terrible and were giddy with the fact of their own continued existence. Then Hermione pulled out her notebook. Right, she said. Debrief. Dumbledore warned me about you. Dumbledore is a wise man. Now. Start from the beginning. Harry told them everything. The encounter with Quirrell. The mirror. The stone. Voldemort's face. The burning hands. The wraith. And, hesitantly, carefully, the moment when Voldemort had passed through him and they'd understood each other completely. I saw what he was, Harry said. Not a monster. A scared boy who grew up wrong. Who learned that language was power and used it to build a wall between himself and everything that frightened him. Which was everything. Hermione's eyes were bright. That's the opposite of what you do. You use language to connect. He used it to control. Yeah. And look where it got him. A face on the back of someone else's head, Ron said. Not a great look. Ron. What? I'm just saying. They talked for hours. About the stone's destruction, about Voldemort's survival, about what came next. Hermione reported that Neville had, as promised, raised the alarm. He'd gone to McGonagall at dawn and told her everything, and McGonagall had immediately contacted Dumbledore, who had already been on his way back. Neville was being treated as a hero by Gryffindor House, a status he was handling with bewildered grace. Ron reported that the school was buzzing with rumors, most of them wildly inaccurate, about what had happened on the 3rd floor. The most popular theory involved Harry single-handedly defeating a basilisk, which was at least thematically appropriate if factually wrong. Also, Ron said, Bill wrote. He heard about the Gringotts Accord. He says it's the biggest development in wizard-goblin relations since the last rebellion, and he wants to know if you're available for a consulting fee. Tell him I work for free. Yeah, I'm not telling him that. He'll think you've been imperieused. Madame Pomfrey eventually drove them out, threatening hexes, and Harry was alone again in the hospital wing. The evening light was golden and warm, and the castle was settling into its nighttime voice, the slow, deep hum of ancient stone and ancient magic, the distant song of the mere people rising through the foundations, the ghosts beginning their nocturnal wanderings, the portraits murmuring their centuries-old gossip. Harry lay in bed and listened to it all. He thought about the year. About everything he'd heard and learned and survived. The Gringotts' visit. The Sorting Hat. Snape's hidden love. Dobby's hidden chains. The Goblin Accord. The Troll's fear. The Merpeople's welcome. His mother's voice, embedded in his skin, speaking a language of love that needed no translation. He thought about what Dumbledore had said about Ira, she tried to be the bridge by herself. He thought about Ron, jumping into a chess game he knew would hurt him because it was his language and he spoke it beautifully. He thought about Hermione, learning gobbledygook not because she had to but because she believed understanding was a form of respect. He thought about Neville, standing in the common room in his pajamas, terrified and determined, offering to hold the line. He wasn't alone. That was the thing. The all-speaker's gift was his, the languages, the hearing, the impossible breadth of comprehension, but the use of it, the translation of understanding into action, that was shared. Distributed. Carried by friends who couldn't hear what he heard but who listened anyway, who trusted anyway, who showed up anyway. A bridge didn't just connect two shores. It was held up by them. The Goblin Treaty was unfinished. The house elf binding was unexamined. The mere people were unheard. The centaurs were unasked. The magical world was fractured along lines of language and species and power, and somewhere out there, a wraith that had been Tom Riddle was drifting through the dark, too afraid to die and too damaged to live, plotting his return. There was so much work to do. Years of it. A lifetime. Harry closed his eyes and smiled. The end-of-year feast was a celebration of survival disguised as an academic event. Dumbledore awarded last-minute points, to Ron for the chess game, to Hermione for logic under fire, to Neville for standing up to his friends, and to Harry for pure nerve and outstanding courage, and Gryffindor won the House Cup, and the hall erupted, and Harry sat at the center of the noise and let it wash over him. Malfoy caught his eye across the hall. The blond boy's expression was complex, resentment, confusion, and something else. Something Harry had been hearing in Malfoy's undertone all year, growing slowly louder, a question. A doubt. The first hairline crack in the edifice his father had built. Harry held Malfoy's gaze for a moment, then nodded. Not a greeting. Not forgiveness. Just acknowledgement. I see you in there. Behind the mask. When you're ready to come out, I'll be here. Malfoy looked away. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through green countryside that blurred past the windows like a watercolor left in the rain. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and they talked about summer plans, Ron's family trip to Egypt, Bill again, Hermione's determination to get ahead on next year's reading, Harry's inevitable return to the Dursleys. It won't be as bad this time, Ron said. You know we're out here now. You know where you belong. Plus, you can write to us in 17 languages, Hermione added. That should keep you entertained. I was thinking about writing to Griphook, Harry said. And to Silverclaw. I want to start working on the provenance cases, the artifact recovery. Not testimony yet, just research. Building the foundation. Hermione's eyes lit up. I could help with that. The legal framework alone is, I was counting on it. Ron sighed. I'm going to end up learning gobbledygook, aren't I? Eventually. Wonderful. Can I at least learn the swear words first? That's actually the 5th register. There's a specific register just for insults. See, now you're talking my language. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry gathered his trunk, collected Hedwig from the luggage car, and stepped onto the platform into the noise and chaos of 100 families reuniting. The Dursleys were there. Uncle Vernon stood near the barrier with an expression of deep personal offense at the existence of platform 9 3/4, and Aunt Petunia lurked behind him with her lips compressed to the approximate width of a paper cut, and Dudley was eating something. Harry looked at them. He could hear their undertones, Vernon's bluster hiding fear, Petunia's rigidity hiding grief, Dudley's emptiness hiding nothing because there was nothing underneath. They were small people, frightened by what they didn't understand, and they had made Harry's childhood a misery because misery was the only language they knew how to speak. He didn't hate them. He couldn't. He understood them too well for hate. But he didn't forgive them either. Understanding and forgiveness were different languages, and Harry was not yet fluent in the second. "See you in September," he said to Ron and Hermione. Hermione hugged him. Ron clapped his shoulder. "Mrs. Weasley squeezed him so hard his ribs creaked and pressed a package of sandwiches into his hands and said, "You eat those, Harry Potter, you're still too thin." He walked toward the Dursleys. Hedwig hooted softly in her cage. "Home?" she asked, in the way owls ask things, a vibration of intent, a question about direction. Harry looked back at the platform. At Ron's red hair disappearing into the crowd. At Hermione's bushy head bent over a book she'd already started reading. At the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, the invisible doorway between the magical world and the mundane. He thought about the Merpeople's song. "Welcome, landwalkers. May your years be deep." He thought about Ragnarok's parting words. "We do not forget those who speak to us in our own voice." He thought about a hat on a stool, speaking in the oldest language in the world, "Be careful, all-speaker." He thought about his mother's voice in his skin, saying, "You will not touch my son," in a language that needed no words and no translation and never, ever stopped. "Not home," he told Hedwig. "Not yet. But we'll get there." He walked through the barrier into the mundane world, and the Dursleys saw him and flinched, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the all-speaker, the tongue of all things, an 11-year-old boy with messy hair and broken glasses who carried every language ever spoken inside him like a library with no walls, squared his shoulders and went forward into the summer, and the silence, and the waiting. Behind him, the magical world hummed with 1,000 voices in 1,000 tongues, and all of them were calling him back. He would answer. When the time came. He always did.